Hello, good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all this morning at the beautiful Dakota Dunes Resort. My name is Cherish Clark. Yesterday morning, I was at home in Atlin, BC. I drove 2 hours to Whitehorse, took a flight to Vancouver, and then another flight to Saskatchewan. This is my second time in the province, and I'm really grateful to be here on Treaty 6 with all of you this morning. I'm your Master of Ceremonies. I'm Cherish Clark. I own my own business, Digital Engine Technology, that I started in 2020. And I'm wondering how many people in the room were here last year. Can I please see a show of hands? Hello, welcome back, everyone. We're so happy to see you. And can I have a show of hands of new participants? Ooh, amazing. Very nice to have you all with us today. We're in for a really jam-packed day, and I hope that you had an excellent breakfast. We are going to start the National Indigenous Information and Technology Alliance with welcoming remarks from Chris Standing. We'll have an opening song and welcoming, and then from the NIITA Steering Committee, we'll have Patrick Briere, who will be doing our intro. Thank you very much.
So welcome to Dakota Dunes Resort. My name is Chris Standing. I'm the Adventures Coordinator here. I work by the front desk. I also rent e-bikes and provide our guests with cultural and historical experiences here at the hotel. So again, welcome to Dakota Dunes Resort, and you're here in Whitecap, Dakota First Nation, Wapahaska, Dakota Oyate. This is Dakota territory you're on. And yeah, with the Adventures, we rent out e-bikes. We have we provide conferences with an elder or a drum song or dance performances. We have stargazing, panic on a stick. We have all kinds of things where we share a bit of our culture and history of our Dakota people. So I just want to share quickly about Whitecap. We're one of the 3 Dakota bands in Saskatchewan, and we belong to a larger group called the Ocheti Shakoni, which is the 7 council fires of the Great Sioux Nation. And part of our land base comes from Wisconsin area to Minnesota to Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska area, and yeah, for sure Minnesota area. So those are kind of the areas where Dakota, Lakota people have been their territory for the last at least a few hundred years. And we've always followed the bison. Anywhere they went, our elders said that's where we went. That's also part of our territory. And there's also waterways. If you get a chance to have supper tonight or do something on your own in the next couple of days, there's a map up in there's like a waterways map on the top floor, on the 7th floor when you go swimming, or you go to you go in the hot tub or go work out. There's a map that shows our Dakota waterways that are part of all those different states and provinces. And also there's another map like that just in the chief's table at the Moose Woods Fire and Grill. And that's another thing too, is this community used to be called Moose Woods before it was called Wapahaska, the Whitecap Dakota First Nation. So our people, we've always been part of Canada. We've always been part of the U.S. area, and it wasn't until 1814 where they signed the Treaty of Ghent, where those borders crossed through our Dakota territory. And we are part of that 1812, part of helping Canada establish their areas, right? So there's always been alliances between Dakota people and the British, and even before that with the French, right? So we did have treaties with the British in the 1700s, right? So our history is a little bit unique to Treaty 6, to different areas in this, different treaty areas in Saskatchewan and Manitoba and Alberta. But that's our little bit of a history about us. And we want to share a drum song, an honor song, and you're welcome to stand up. And when we sing these songs, Dakota people, we have songs for almost everything, for powwow dancing, for ceremonies, for honoring, for welcoming, for even drinking tea, for eating food. There's all kinds of songs we have for social dances, couples dance, all kinds of different songs, even for our veterans that honor our veterans. So we're going to get Elmer Tatusis here. He's from Poundmaker First Nation, and he's going to help us with a song. And he's also going to be singing for the dance performance on Thursday. All right, so you're welcome to stand up and come and enjoy this this song by Elmer Tatusis. All right, welcome to Dakota Dunes Resort and Whitecap Dakota First Nation, and enjoy your conference and enjoy your stay in the next couple of days. Hopefully you learn a lot, and yeah, I just need help with my Zoom connection a little later. No, just kidding. All right, enjoy your day.
Okay. Pardon me. Perfect. Thank you kindly. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Patrick Barrere. I'm from Saugeen First Nation, and I am the other co-chair for NIITA. First of all, I'd like to thank the Knowledge Keeper for starting us off in a good way this morning. I'd like to thank Whitecap Dakota First Nation for hosting us in this beautiful space. I'd like to thank the NIITA Steering Committee and our Planning Committee for keeping us on track and making sure we're keeping relevant to the issues within our nations. I would like to also express thanks to the NIITA Organization Committee. If you guys can stand up as I call your name. We'll start with Ryan Clark over in the corner, over there. Debbie Blondell Pitt, and she is standing right there. William Gray, I know he's in the room here, standing over there. And lastly, my fiance, Pamela Davis, in the back. And those are the planning committee that brings it all together. I'd like to thank industry and special guests for taking the time. And lastly, our sponsorships. I would like to acknowledge Tricycle. I would like to acknowledge Delight and Nova Networks for their sponsorships. And lastly, our MC, Cherish Clark. And I thank you guys for taking the time to be here with us today. Thank you.
Ganeshji Shatya Adi, thank you all for being here. And thank you for the beautiful opening. It really lifts my spirit to always hear the drums and to hear drums from different communities across Canada. Chisholm Mabago from IBM in busy ESG reporting. Chisholm will be presenting with Daniela Colazo, and that both of them have been with IBM for some time. So without further ado, thank you for the change in the agenda. And the first presentation that we'll have today is with IBM.
Thank you so much, Cherish, and good morning, everyone. We're very excited to be here this morning and be able to speak with you all still while the caffeine's kicking in. It's always a little nerve-wracking to go first, but we're very excited to be here for this insightful day filled with discussion, strategy. And my colleague and I, we support clients and both partners in the sustainability space. So very excited to talk to you all a little bit about the interesting stuff that we're doing at IBM with sustainability. Before we get started, I just want to ask the room if anyone recognizes this cat. Anyone? Yes? Okay, great. So this cat is the Cheshire cat from, I might be mispronouncing that, from Alice in Wonderland. And he's known for his mischievous grin. But I will say that this cat had quite some wisdom in him. And I'd like to share with you all a quote that came out of the movie that resonated with me quite a bit. And this is, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. And when I first joined the sustainability space, it seemed like quite an overwhelming topic for myself to tackle and just to think about the technology solutions that are available at IBM and just in general. However, as I started to speak more and more with clients, I started to understand that companies, clients, partners do have a sense of where they want to go and where they're going, but they might not know just yet what the best road is to get them there. And I'd like to talk a little bit about this subject because before we present our topic and specifically the solution, we want to make sure that the clients and the companies that we're working with, we want to work with them to understand what their goals are and progress together. So for today's presentation, we'll take a look at the sustainability landscape in general, so its urgency and opportunity, followed by how we're helping clients turning sustainability ambition into action and their goals. And lastly, more about what IBM is currently doing and the solutions that we have in place. So it's no doubt by now that sustainability has been and is a global mega trend. But when we think about just the word sustainability, we want to take a further outlook on what it means to actually be sustainable. Now, when we put all of that together, we want to make sure that the goals that are in place are not just words, but we want to outline and use that technology, all of the data intelligence tools, having them in real time in order to have greater visibility of where a company currently is and how to use those data points to make better and more efficient decisions. So just a little bit about the sustainability landscape in general. We are seeing more and more pressure, both from a regulation standpoint, but from companies and shareholders. We see that clients in general are using their voice to go and buy from more sustainable enterprises. But what does that mean for an actual company, and why does it matter? What is the value? Now, again, going back to the road, if you don't know where you're going or you haven't actually defined what the efficiency and where you'd like to be in the next quarter, in the next year, in the next 5 years, there isn't much to say. But with sustainability solutions and having something that clearly defines those goals and you're able to report and see where you're headed, this makes this ambition and this goal a lot easier. So here we see that 49% of global consumers are paying a premium for products that are branded as sustainable. But all of these things, whether it's supply chain, the products that you're using, where they're coming from, the energy emissions that your company is reporting, all of this matters not only for the clients that are using their money to support these companies, but also on the internal side of knowing what is being used and how to use it more efficiently. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about ESG in general. So leaders that are currently thriving in the ESG space, first of all, have to define these goals and have a clear sense of direction and purpose. Secondly, we want to leverage that data. So if we have that data available, but we're not utilizing that data in the correct fashion, nor are we actually utilizing them to see if we're going to hit those targets, then it's not as impactful as it could be. And thirdly, how do we drive that organizational change? How do we put all of that together in order to actually see progress and see a better outcome? So here I just want to highlight some common gaps under the key disclosure areas. So we see a whole bunch of different disclosures that are being used in ESG currently, whether that's utility billing, water, waste and recycling, Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3, which my colleague will get into in just a little bit. But the goal here is, even though there are a lot of frameworks currently, for example, there's the Global Reporting Initiative, there's the Carbon Disclosure Project currently, as well as the UN Sustainable Development Goals. They're all speaking very different languages, but with a solution that puts everything together, it's a lot more easier and more valuable to consolidate and move forward. So just before I hand it off to my colleague, I just want to make you all understand in this room that with sustainability, it's not only about making a better impact, although that is very, very important. It's really how to understand what road you're on, having a better sense of where you're headed, and utilizing everything that you already are using in a better and more efficient way.
Awesome. Thanks, Daniela. So Daniela did touch a lot on the fuss, the pressure, a ton of interest around sustainability. But before I get to what you can see on the screen, MVZ, show of hands if you're currently included in the whole talk around sustainability in the industry. Like, is there a sustainability manager here? No? Okay. All right, so we're going to focus on, so there's been a whole lot of fuss around ESG reporting, sustainability, but the thing is, here at IBM, we do have a tool which is a part of our is included in our suite of products within the sustainability pillar, and one of them happens to be MVZ. So Daniela did touch a bit on the road, the journey you're taking to get to or achieve your sustainability goals. Now I want to throw another analogy in here. So think of a car. When you're in a car, it's taking you towards a journey, and you're looking at the dashboard of your car, but you're able to see all the metrics, everything that is included in that car, sometimes your GPS as well. And that's what the MVZ tool is able to do for you. So we think of it as one platform, and the journey is the goals you've set. The MVZ tool is able to consolidate all the different siloed data into one platform, show you how you can get to those sustainability goals you've set for yourself, and also report on your greenhouse gases emissions as well. All right. So how did MVZ come about? MVZ is actually an Australian tool. IBM was a partner, or we partnered with MVZ for a couple years and used it internally as well, and saw how good the product was and decided to acquire, I believe, about 5 years ago now. But MVZ has actually been around in the industry for 14 years, and it's being leveraged for about 150 countries, and a couple different clients have actually incorporated MVZ as well. Now, we're looking at MVZ from top to bottom. So we're seeing, where do we start? You have your sustainability goals, you know where you want to go to, or where you want to get to, but you don't know how you want to get there. So that's where MVZ comes to help. The value proposition that MVZ has, there are 3 strong differentiators, not limited to this ones, but the first one is helping you identify the carbon within your greenhouse gases, so the amount of carbon being emitted to the environment, so your environmental impact. So MVZ is able to actually report on those data, put it in a nice, like different dashboard. So, for example, a sustainability manager looking at how they want to get to their sustainability goals, they can look into those dashboards, see the metrics or KPIs they have, and get insightful decisions on how to drive their business strategies as well. Secondly, you can also have comprehensive ESG reporting. So as Daniela shared, there are different industry frameworks that are incorporated into the MVC product. And you can now compare your own company standards to this industry standards, and you're able to see, okay, this is where the industry is, this is where the company is, and this is how we can get there. And all of this is incorporated into the MVZ tool. And lastly, we do have the tracking of your own comprehensive data. So most companies, they have all these emissions, and they're aware of the emissions that are being emitted every day, but they don't even know how to report on this. So the MVZ product is able to plug into those external siloed data sources you have. So like your spreadsheets, your Microsoft Outlooks, you're able to connect into different of these tools, pull all those data into one platform, and present you with PowerPoint dashboards, Power BI, and a couple other dashboards that you can look at and see how you can arrive to these sustainability goals. Now, so Daniela touched a bit on the Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions. So what are your Scope 1 emissions? Scope 1 emissions are like your fleet emissions, so the emissions from your controlled sources. And then your Scope 2 emissions are indirect emissions that are being generated from any purchased energy that you have. And then the Scope 3, which is the most complex that most companies are finding hard to report on, are any emissions that are being derived or generated from your supply chain. So everything from production to when your goods reach your consumers. So now, most companies have to take on the responsibilities of having those products that they have produced recycled as well. So that's where the Scope 3 emissions is typically hard to report on, but with the MVZ tool, we're able to help you report on your Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions, and put it all in a nice reporting that helps it be auditable, verifiable, and become more compliant in terms of you reporting and meeting in certain industry standards as well. Now, the next couple slides I'll be showing would be simple examples of how the dashboards will look like within the MVZ tool. So the first one you see on here is the Scope 1 and Scope 2 greenhouse gas protocol tool within MVZ. So the little dashboards you see at the bottom is how you can look and see, okay, certain metrics for your Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions puts nicely in a dashboard. So if for example, if I wanted to come in and see where the company is at, are we even tad bit getting to the goal we've set as an organization, you're able to see these metrics clearly on the dashboard and have it handy to help reach and make more business-informed decisions as well. And then more of example on the scope 3 emissions I spoke about. Now, the next couple slides I will show you. So the MVZ tool is very tailored to roles. So versus what an operations manager would see to what a sustainability manager would see to what like a building or maintenance manager would see caters to each of those roles. So you're able to tailor down this dashboards and make it available to whoever is looking to review those metrics within the organization. And they're able to make more business-informed decisions. So what you can think of MVZ as is a cost recovery tool. So most businesses are looking to become more sustainability or net zero by, they've given a rough number for about 2050, I believe, but they don't even know how to get there. So looking at the MVZ tool, you're able to get one single pane of glass where you can see where you are at, how you can get there, and keep getting or driving more business-informed decisions and staying efficient as well. So a couple more slides on here. So you see the target setting and tracking. So if you've set certain targets, how you can even track and keep track of those targets you've set. We all have modules as well as dashboards to do that within the MVZ product. So that's, in a nutshell, what the MVZ product is all about. And I would like to say, so a couple next steps within what IBM would do is, if you're interested in the MVZ product, it has AI-infused capabilities which complement other sustainability products within our sustainability pillar. So within the sustainability pillar, we have about 7 different sustainability products, and MVZ complements Maximo, which happens to be our asset management tool. It complements our supply chain intelligence suite, which is the supply chain intelligence suite tool. And the last one is the environmental intelligence suite. So with MVZ, you can plug into these different products I've mentioned, and you're able to stay sustainable and achieve some of those sustainability goals as well. So I'm gonna give a quick pause and see if there are any questions. I know Daniela and I kind of said a lot. No questions? Okay. Any Demetra question? So based on the presentation you saw, has there been like an interest to wanting to be more sustainable within the different organizations you're part of, or any talk on that? Because I know right now there's been talks about no governmental pressure to actually report on ESG. So most companies don't have the drive yet, but it's an upcoming conversation within the different industries. So within oil and gas, financial industry, the banking industry, on reporting on their greenhouse emissions. Any conversations around that yet? No. All right. So Daniela and I are going to be around for the next couple of days. So if you just see us around in the room and you have questions or more explanations, you want us to explain more on the product we presented on today, feel free to just come by and talk to us, and we'll shed more light around that. Well, thank you.
Gusua Eldon. I heard you're in the room. Good to see you. I heard you were in the wrong room. That's okay. All right, so thank you so much to Chisholm and Daniela for their presentation about NVZ from IBM. So NVZ has was established 14 years ago. Chisholm is the sustainability software manager. And she started off her presentation with, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. So we were talking about ESG disclosure, which is a form of public reporting by an organization's management team about its performance against a variety of environmental, social, and governance issues. And it talks about sustainability. So where I'm from, the BC government has a goal, 30 by 30, where they want 30% of land protected by 2030. And they're not going to be able to accomplish those goals without Indigenous-led conservation efforts. So companies like Invisi, I really hope, find a way to capitalize off of large tracts of Indigenous-owned land as a way for a carbon sink. Specifically where I'm from, which is close to the Tongass National Forest. The Tongass is the largest, out of all the parks in the United States, it's the largest carbon sink. And so that's something that we're looking at in my traditional territory is like, how do we look at partnering Indigenous sustainability efforts with companies such as IBM's Invisi. So my takeaway from that was that I'd like to really see like a First Nations engagement branch. Indigenous people typically really do care a lot about emissions and about global warming. We're closely tied to our food sources, the natural land, and the food sources that our ancestors grew up with. So Invisi looks at financial grade, carbon accounting, comprehensive ESG reporting and disclosure, tracking and performance to sustainability commitments and goals, and they do that using dashboards. She talked about scope 1, which is direct emissions, and scope 2, which is indirect emissions. And they accomplish this by giving companies access to dashboards and metrics to make business-informed decisions. So thank you very much again for your presentation. And without further ado, Eldon is walking the wrong way. I'll just take a moment to introduce Eldon. He was one of our guest speakers last year, and I did find his presentation very engaging. So Eldon Janke is a solutions architect with Amazon Web Services. He enjoys working with healthcare customers to solve complex integration and interoperability issues. So if any of our attendants have questions for AWS, I encourage you to direct them at Eldon. Thank you.
Morning. Yeah, so full disclosure, we were totally in the wrong session earlier this morning, so thank you for your patience. Like Chair said, thank you. My name is Eldon Janke. I'm a solution architect, and together today I have also Patrick Colucci from our solution architecture team. This morning we want to talk to you about how we're supporting the BC digital health strategy and how we are leveraging our AWS services to support their goals. Let me just try the clicker here. Oh, perfect. So I like to start these sessions, and by the way, if there's any questions, I'm okay with just taking them as they come up. Just put your hand up. We don't have to wait until the end. I like to start these sessions with a bit of an introduction or a summary of who AWS is, who Amazon Web Services is. I feel it's a good way to get everybody in the same thinking. So back in 1996. Our founder, Jeff Bezos, started Amazon.com, which some of you might already use in the retail space. That was back in 96. And fast forwarding very quickly, about 10 years after that, around 2006, we realized that we had created a core set of competencies required for operating and managing a retailer of that scale and that size, right? And we embarked on a mission to expose those set of core technologies to other industries and other enterprises so that they could stop what we like to call the undifferentiated heavy lifting of owning and operating your own data centers, your own hardware, your own infrastructure, and actually focus on what makes them unique, right? And what makes their business, what makes them good at their business. For my case in particular, I work with health authorities all over the country, and they're not necessarily keen on managing data center renewals or procurement of infrastructure and managing applications and licenses renewal. they're all about patients and providing care. So that's where we help them with us taking care of a big part of the infrastructure behind their operations and them concentrating on their actual patient delivery. So that was back in 2006. We started with, our first service was actually called SQS. It's a queuing service for microservice orchestration and decoupling of workloads. But very, very steadily after that, we released some of our cornerstone services like Amazon EC2 for compute and Amazon S3 for simple storage service, or S3. That's where it comes from. And all the way to today with over 250 unique, fully featured services. Moving on to a bit of our global infrastructure, because I think it's important to also understand where do we operate. We have 32 regions across the globe and 104 availability zones. So it's important to understand the hierarchy there, because that's a definition that is not the same across all public cloud service providers. So it's important to understand that when we say a region, we're talking about a concept or a construct that has multiple availability zones behind it. And within each of those availability zones, there's clusters of one or more data centers. Sometimes there's up to 5 or more data centers behind each availability zone. So it's a true hierarchy of redundant power, networking, and infrastructure behind this singular concept of a region. In addition to these regions, we have over 550 what are called points of presence. And you can think about points of presence mainly in 2 categories in there. So one is caching locations for our content delivery network called CloudFront, which allows us to put content really, really close to our users for a better user experience when it comes to consuming or interacting with web applications. But also our second point of presence is, like I said, caching locations, right? So for a content delivery network. On top of that, we have what are called direct connect co-locations. These are network co-locations where our customers can tap into our backbone network and connect to our cloud services privately without having to go through the internet. Sometimes that is due to low latency requirements, or sometimes that is more to do with compliance, where they say we need a private network connectivity from our data center to your cloud, and we provide this kind of co-locations for private connectivity. That's a very rough overview of our global infrastructure and how it all plays together, just so that we level set and we understand going forward when I'm talking about AWS services. These are the ways that we deliver these services primarily. But it's also important to notice that all of the services that I'm going to talk about today, they are wrapped around secure and robust APIs. And why I bring that up is you don't need to migrate all of your infrastructure and all your data over to our cloud just to leverage some of these services. These services are accessible from anywhere in the world. You can access them from over the internet with minimal presence on AWS. So through very simple API calls, request response, and you can opt out of us using any of your data for like machine learning algorithms or machine learning processes. Like I know that's sometimes a concern, like are you using my data to train any of your machine learning? And the answer is you can always opt out, and we don't have access or keep records of your data. You own your data, you encrypt it, it's yours. We don't have access to it. That's an important concept that sometimes is not very obvious. So let's dive a little deeper in terms of how we are actually supporting the BC digital health strategy. So as a customer-obsessed organization like ourselves, our customers' goals are very important to us. And in fact, over 90% of what we deliver in our roadmaps and in our services comes directly from customer feedback that we receive. So we have a very close ear to the ground, very tuned ear to what our customers are telling us that they want and that they need from our cloud. And we do our best to always incorporate their feedback into new releases. So there's 3 main goals up there that the province of BC, where I live, is looking to support this year. The empowerment of patients, improving the provider experience, and the establishment of an interconnected healthcare system. So what I'm going to do next, I'm going to talk about how we're hitting each of these areas with our AWS services. And first, I want to talk about how we're empowering patients and improving the provider experience in the province of BC. So for this, I'm going to talk about primarily 3 different AWS services that are very, very popular in BC. Amazon Pinpoint, Amazon Connect, and then the concept of what are known as chatbots, which is something that, as of late, is actually gaining a lot of popularity in the province. Amazon Pinpoint is a very known service in BC. It's what we call an omni-channel communication system. And by omni-channel, I mean it's very versatile in terms of what is the transport that it uses to connect our applications to the end users, to the patients and their providers. It can use SMS texting, it can use email, it can use push notifications, it can even do custom type of notifications. And the goal here is to establish a two-way dialogue between an application and an end user that may be in remote locations. They may not have access to good, reliable internet. The goal here is to establish, like I said, a two-way communication. And thanks to the fact that it supports many different channels, it's also very flexible in terms of the use cases that it can support. So kind of like, I don't know if the obvious one of the more natural use cases is, appointments reminders and bookings, typical things that when you go for a healthcare service, you expect like a text with a confirmation on a follow-up or maybe a reminder a couple days before my appointment. But also I would say that's just the tip of the iceberg. Some of our customers actually use this service for actually delivering care and asking patients, to maybe report some vitals after an encounter or post-surgery type of follow-ups, right? So it's a very versatile, powerful service. And if you're a resident of BC, like I am, and if you've had your COVID shots, all those texts that you received for confirming and reminding of your COVID vaccine bookings, that was done through Amazon Pinpoint in collaboration with PHSA, the Provincial Health Services Authority, in a project that, given the churn of the pandemic, we had to deliver very quickly and very agile, and it's something that we were able to do together with the province of BC. Next, I want to talk about Amazon Connect, which is again another very popular service in the province of BC. I want you to think about Amazon Connect as a cloud contact center. And what I mean by that is imagine a contact center where it doesn't matter if you have 100 agents or 1 agent, right? It's an elastic contact center where if there's high demand for agents because of the month that you're in or the week that you're in or just what's happening in the province, it allows you to allocate more, let's call them seats, where agents can start servicing calls right away from their home remotely or from a corporate office. It's all web-based, but it's very elastic, right? At Amazon, we don't believe in licenses. We don't want to lock our customers down to license agreements. We're firm believers of utility-based consumption. Pay for what you use when you're using it, and when you're not using it, you don't pay for it, essentially. So if today you have 1 agent and tomorrow you have 100, that's fine. And it's also a service that is very big on what I like to call, I guess, agent empowerment, by being able to, while the patient or the provider is on the phone, depending on what they're saying, we're able to recommend certain articles and certain articles or links or documents for the agent based on what the patient or provider is actually talking about. So if somebody's talking about, I want help booking an appointment with a specialist, we in the background can bring those documents up proactively so that the agent has all the information they need at their fingertips, and it's a better customer experience, I guess. Even though I don't like to use the word customer in a healthcare setting, but even though it's for a better patient or provider experience, I guess. And it's also a service that is very good at analytics, which is my favorite part of the service. And by analytics, I mean way beyond things like how many calls did I get this month or how many agents are logged in right now. I'm talking about understanding if a call was a positive or a negative call by being able to just look at the wavelength of the conversation. So here's some examples where the length of the bars actually indicate if somebody was shouting or not, and then there's areas highlighted in green or in red where we can actually see if it was a positive or negative experience depending on what was being said. So from a reporting and analytics perspective, we're able to aggregate all of this in terms of quality assurance metrics and essentially being able to rate your own contact center based on direct patient or provider experience. And then last, actually this is a service that it was used to back CERB when CERB needed to be stood up during the province. This was a service that was behind there. We just completed a migration of a health authority in the province. It took us 21 days since started the project till go live for their migration of their on-prem contact center to Amazon Connect. And it's also a service that it was very widely used in New York, again, during the pandemic, to be able to reach over 85,000 patients at risk in remote locations in New York State, something that our customer had told us that it was going to take them over 4 years. We were able to bring that down to a few weeks, again, by allocating large amounts of agents very quickly, in a very quick way. And then last, I want to talk about chatbots. Chatbots is probably one of my favorite solutions as of late. And again, open source. I want to make emphasis on that because it's not about licenses. It's about you leveraging AWS solutions that are public out there and making them your own, enhancing the code, and essentially launching them in your own part of the AWS cloud. And it's a service that, again, it allows that two-way communication between backend and end user, patient, or provider. So I'm gonna, if technology cooperates, I'll show you a bit of how it works in this particular case. This customer came to us with a very specific use case. They're rolling out a new system across their health authority in BC called Meditech Expanse. It's an electronic health record system. And their clinicians, they're not IT users necessarily, right? So as any new system rolls out, there's gonna be some users that are struggling with certain things, or where's this, where's that? So what they were wondering is like, how could we help them with a bit of that clinician user experience? So what we said is like, well, why don't we deploy a chatbot in your website? We're going to train it. We're going to train those machine learning models with all the documentation from your vendor, from Meditech in this case, and we're going to try and service some questions and answers, right? So you're going to see that we established a 3-tier support system. One is very simple Q&A. If I have the question in my Q&A bank, I'm going to just give you the answer that we have pre-configured. Easy. But then the next tier is like, well, what if the question is not there? Then what we're going to do is we're going to crawl all the documentation that we've ingested from your vendor, and we're going to give you what we think is the best match for what you're asking based on keywords. Perfect. What if it's not there? Well, then we're going to train a large language model to ingest that documentation and come up with the best answer that it can, but very cautiously because our customer is very risk averse. And if nothing matches, if it's a brand new question nobody has ever seen before, we can just transfer it to an agent through Amazon Connect. So let's give this a shot. So how it's going to work here, you're going to see this is the chatbot agent that we embedded in their website. This is a mock website, though, by the way, because of privacy. But that's all you have to do is embed that in any HTML page. And then we're asking it something very simple that we have an answer for. What is Meditech Expanse? And I'm going to show you how that's configured in the tool. And a very simple, here's the question. I have an answer for you. That was very straightforward. But then I'm going to ask it something a little more complex that we don't have an answer for in our bank. Like how I changed my password, that's probably their #1 complaint. And then it's very verbose right now because we configured it that way for our own QA. It's saying we did not find an exact match to your question, but Kendra, who's our search engine, was able to find some documents with references to what you're asking for. And then similarly enough, something a little more specific to their workload, why are my activities highlighted? And through Kendra, again, we're able to show them that, okay, well, your activities are highlighted because they're overdue. And you can actually send them straight to the PDF or other kind of document straight from the chatbot so that they can actually open it up and they can take a look and say, oh, okay, here's what I'm doing wrong. Again, they're trying to really foster self-service here and not having to always rely on a call center. I'll show you a little bit of the admin behind it, because again, this is an existing solution. This is not something that we coded for them. It's something that we adapted to them. There's a lot of levers here that you can switch depending on confidence levels that you have. In order to set up a new question, that's the first question that we asked, right? So it's very simple. Here's the question, here's the answer. That was the first use case. That's very straightforward. You can put hundreds of or thousands of questions in here, but it's not about manual input. That sounds a little tedious too. We want to see what we can discover in your information. So I have our web crawling on their documentation page set up every day at 4 p.m. roughly, and it goes and discovers new PDFs, new documents, and indexes them based on keyword so that we can identify a match between the documentation and what they're asking for. You can, like I said, connect it to Amazon Connect as part of the call center, and it even has a bit of a dashboard that shows you how things are performing. And if you're wondering what those questions are on the right, it shows you the most popular questions, but also I'm asking in things that I know it doesn't know. Because our customer is so risk averse that they don't want their machine learning model to make things up based on documentation. So I'm trying to trip it because I want to prove them that model hallucination is something that we can control. So here we can simply say, if we ask in a question out of left field, we can trap the event of like, I don't know what you're asking about. And it's gonna, if we wanted to, it's gonna route it to an agent. Because again, I know some people have had experience with some of the large language models out there published, and you can ask them things about yourself and it'll just make up a story. Like that's not what we want here, right? We want very cautious, very, very risk averse type of solution. So that's what we're doing in terms of chatbots, and this is going to improve their provider experience quite a bit because it's going to make it easier for clinicians. My sister's a clinician in the province of BC, and she always complains that there's different systems everywhere, and it's hard to deal with, I guess. All right, perfect. And then that third goal that was there in terms of the province's goals is to establish a an interconnected health system. And there's two big things here. In order to establish an interconnected health system, you need to adopt healthcare standards. I think that's probably the most important thing. We have adopted internally at AWS and through our partners, we continue to adopt HL7 FHIR is the name of the standard, which is probably the most predominant healthcare standard out there in the world today. And we also adopt other kinds of standards like DICOM for diagnostic imaging, et cetera. But the point is that the adoption of healthcare standards is really going to drive your compatibility and your flexibility to integrate with other tools, but it's also going to reduce quite a bit your effort to integrate. So your return of investment is going to be much faster if you're adopting healthcare standards like we've done. And again, we have a rich partner network here where we are leveraging our partner solutions as well to extend the reach that we have when it comes to leveraging these kind of healthcare standards. Very, very important. And the other thing that is important to realize is that in a diverse healthcare environment, you're going to be getting information in various different formats, right? It's not all going to be nice and tabular and easy to digest and to parse. You're going to be getting faxes, you're going to be getting emails, you're going to be getting voice notes from physicians, you're going to be getting everything. So on that tone, the next services that I want to talk to you about are services that we leverage to deal with the fact that we're going to be getting information from various different places in various different formats. First is something called Amazon Textract. As its name suggests, it extracts text from faxes, from scanned documents, and this is a very popular service when it comes to dealing with referrals, because believe it or not, a lot of the province still leverages faxes for referral across physicians. So automating that receival of faxes or scanned documents, lab requisitions, right? If you go to a lab, print your requisition, take it with you. That's a piece of paper that eventually is going to be scanned and somebody's going to have to read through. So with services like Textract, we're able to extract information from all these documents and make it actionable, make it triggerable, make it something that we can actually work with. Transcribe Medical, similar, but Transcribe Medical, think about it, instead of document to text, think about it as voice to text, right? So it's a very popular service when it comes to transcriptions or when it comes to finding out what's in sometimes years of admission or discharge notes from physicians across the province. The province has come to us more than once saying, like, I have years of audio that I don't know what's in them. So with Transcribe Medical, we're able to go from voice to text by leveraging specialized vocabularies inside the tool, depending on the healthcare vertical that we're talking about. If it's ortho or pediatrics or cardiology, it has specialized vocabularies because they all have very specific terminology. And we're able to go, again, from voice to text to try to make it actionable. And that's where Comprehend Medical comes in. Comprehend Medical is a service that allows us to understand semantically what is in the text. Meaning that once we have the text, we want to know, are there any conditions in there? Are there any symptoms? Are there any medications or dosages or frequencies mentioned in the document? Why? Because, well, without somebody reading it, ideally we can identify if this patient is at risk for something, right? Or if we should recommend treatment, or if we should take a different path in that patient's care. And like a service like Comprehend allows us to extract that information and have it ready for us to take action. And then at the end, we have Amazon Health Lake, which is our FHIR-compliant data store, where all this discrete information can be stored, again, in a standard-based way that facilitates interconnectivity and consumption. So hopefully, again, technology will collaborate. This one has audio, so we'll see if it plays. But what we should be seeing here is this is a physician dictating a discharge note for a patient. So on the left-hand side, on your left, we're going to see the text that is being recognized by Transcribe Medical in real time. And on the right-hand side, we're going to see what Comprehend Medical is extracting out of that text in terms of medical entities that are in there.
The patient is a 78-year-old gentleman with no past medical history other than diabetes. At this time, he has been admitted to the hospital for anemia. His hemoglobin values are at 7.1 and he is requiring a transfusion. He has had a blood transfusion approximately 2 months ago and another one several weeks before that. He has been placed on B12, oral iron, and Epigen. At this time, we are asked to evaluate him for further causes and treatment for his anemia. He denies any constitutional complaints except for mild fatigue and slight bone pain. There are no signs or symptoms of blood loss, and his creatinine level is at 1.5. My impression at this time is that he probably has an underlying myodysplastic syndrome or a bone marrow failure.
Thank you for the audio. So as you can see, things are being recognized by Transcribe Medical in real time. Doesn't have to always be real time. It can be batch as well. And at the end of the day, we have some discrete information that we can action on. Right now, we can see a filter on these conditions, or find me patients that have this similar symptoms, or medications. What is this patient medications in? Is there a risk in here for drug interaction, or should we recommend something else? So, again, why is this important? Because believe it or not, over 80% of healthcare information is trapped in this form, in free text form, unstructured text. And that's really, really hard to do something with. Somebody has to read that. And somebody has to spend hours and hours or days reading or listening to all this information and actually annotating what is happening. 80%, over 80% of all of our information is like this. So with these kind of services, we're able to, again, foster the leveraging of standards and understanding the information that is coming in through very different channels. And again, HealthLake, at the end of the day, is a service that we leverage in addition to some of our partner solutions to store all this information. I have one more demo, but I wanted to ask maybe if we can do like a raise of hands, like who's written a SQL statement on their careers or on their path, on their journey? SQL statement, select something from a table. All right, so, okay, fine, so a few hands. So what I want to show you next is what we can do with information once it lands on HealthLake, and how we can leverage machine learning models to give us a prediction of, well, not always a prediction, but to give us an insight into if this patient is a risk for something, or if we should take a certain path for this particular patient's care. Like, these machine learning models can do anything, right? Obviously. And in this case, this particular customer in the province, they created a machine learning algorithm to understand drug interactions a little bit better, and if a patient was at risk, right, for depending on the drugs that the patient is on, and their age, and their gender, I think. So what you'll see here is we're gonna do some select statements, a very simple select statement against the HealthLake database, right? Select some information from the patient and medication request tables, very straightforward. There's some columns in there at the top, and then there's a simple where condition for a join, and then we get our results. This is all test data, obviously, right? But we get some information about the patient, their encounters, their medication codes. Again, this is information that was in documents, not very actionable, and now we have it in a way that we can do select statements on. So that's not very exciting, though. On the next query I'm going to run is the exact same query, but I'm adding something called an external function, and that's actually a call out to a machine learning model that is hosted on AWS, where I'm going to pass some parameters. So I'm going to add a new column into the select statement that says, predict the risk factor for this patient based on the birthday and the medications that I have in my table in real time. So what the query is actually going to do is that it's going to give us the same results as before, but at the same time, it's going to reach out to this machine learning model that this customer has trained, and it's going to give us a risk prediction, all in real time. So now I'm able to leverage data that at one point it was lost in a document or an audio file somewhere, and I'm able to do machine learning inference in real time and combining those two data sets. Again, data that was crawled and discovered with data that is being predicted by the machine learning model. And what do our customers do this for? Well, population health is a big use case for this. And these kind of dashboards where you have demographic information about the patient, but also you have risk information that is being predicted or is being inferred by a machine learning model, all collected in the same screen or the same report, is something that our clinicians found very, very useful. And I always like to end these kind of sessions with what I like to call a call to action. One of our leadership principles at Amazon is being biased for action. So I invite you to, if you're not there yet in your cloud journey, is reach out to your AWS account team. You're going to have an account manager and a solution architect like myself assigned to you as an AWS customer. And I invite you to experiment often. And what I like to call fail early. Like our CEO has a very famous saying that there's no compression algorithm for experience. And that basically means that you gotta get out there, you gotta experiment quickly, and you gotta, what I like to, again, call fail early. And the cloud gives you that flexibility of no upfront investment, no long-term commitment in infrastructure or procurement of hardware or procurement of applications in order to just try something, right? That's one of the main benefits of cloud. So I invite you to reach out to your account team, experiment, do POCs, and we can help you also with proof of concept credits. Finances should not be blocking innovation, right? So we have channels and we have funding capabilities as well for new projects and for new migrations over to the cloud. So with that, if there's no questions, I would like to transition things to Patrick, who's going to walk us through some of the economic impact that Amazon is having in our great country. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Eldon, and thanks everyone. And yes, we were sitting in the wrong room for about 45 minutes this morning until we realized after doing the first exercise that it was the wrong room. So if there is an opposite of prime shipping, it's that. So yeah, I just want to kind of tie a bow around Eldon's presentation, just more so speak to the commitment and the impact that Amazon's having here in Canada. To date, actually, over the past decade, Amazon Canada's investments have now, I think, are now sitting around $25 billion, and that's helped create jobs in Canada. It's fueled growth. It's fueled innovation. One aspect of that is, of course, with AWS, where we've recently announced our expansion here in Canada. So we have, as Eldon mentioned, we have a series of regions and a series of data centers across the globe, one now being in Calgary, and then that will complement our existing one out in Montreal. Both will have 3 availability zones. Outside of our data centers, Amazon's footprint now spans across 65 sites across Canada, and that includes our fulfillment centers on the retail side. That includes our corporate workspaces. So for example, I'm from Toronto. Amazon just opened up their latest office. So 3 offices total, downtown Toronto. I think it's now around 500,000 square feet of workspace. And Eldon, based in Vancouver, they just opened up their latest office. That's about 1 million square feet of workspace. And I mention this just because, just as Eldon mentioned again, is that there's a great group of solutions architects and technical resources that are able and eager to help our Canadian customers. Touching quickly on the retail side, Amazon.ca. Since 2003, Amazon.ca has played a pretty critical role for small and medium-sized businesses in Canada, helping them post and sell their goods to millions of Canadians. So they're able to focus on building their brand and building out their products even more. And then the last point that I want to make here is on sustainability. So Amazon has a goal to be net zero carbon emissions by 2040, and we've already taken steps to meet that critical goal. of making adjustments around our energy usage, around transportation, around our product packaging, and more. But focusing again quickly on the AWS side, and not to repeat too much of what's already been said, but we've been in business now for 17 years, and with that, we've been able to expand our reach to 32 regions across the globe. And with that, we're now able to offer over 200 plus different services as part of our platform. And with this selection that we now have for our customers, that's driven more customers to the platform, and we've been able to reduce our prices now 129 times since 2006. And last but not least here, as Eldon mentioned, we have a very customer-obsessed culture. So everything we do revolves around the customer. So we listen to what our customers are saying, and we try and learn as much as possible. And so because of that, we believe that's what's allowed us to have, or to be recognized as the cloud leader in this Magic Quadrant here for cloud infrastructure and the platform services. So with that being said, looking forward to meeting you all today, hoping that Eldon and I can speak with many of you about your different use cases, and hopefully talk to you more about AWS. So thank you so much for your time.
But what I wanted to ask about is your pinpoint. I see a lot of use cases for primary care doctors, urgent care, what have you, walk-in. I guess my kind of two-pronged question is, one, to what extent is the success of Pinpoint contingent on your ability to integrate with the legacy EMRs and EHRs that are already installed in those clinic systems? And then two, maybe we can talk after, but I'm curious to what extent those vendors are willing to play ball with you in terms of allowing your systems to integrate. Because, I see it could probably be perceived as a threat, given that, you're kind of getting into the virtual care space, offering the doctor some solutions that their traditional EMR vendor would like to be offering them. And so any intel you have on how that's going, collaborations with the industry, and just really appreciate it.
Yeah, so that's a very good question. So first and foremost, we're not here to compete with the EMR vendors, right? That's not our goal. Our goal is not to create a new electronic health record system at all. Our capacity to integrate with legacy systems, that's a very important aspect of it. So I'll say the following: we have services like EventBridge, for example, that allows us to really be flexible when it comes to which kind of systems we integrate with. But it's also, I gotta say, it's an area where we also leverage a lot our partners. We have partners like Infor, we have partners like Redox, we have partners like Smile Digital Health, who I believe we're gonna hear from tomorrow, that allows us to really have, and in some cases they know their customer better because they've been there for years. So they're able to give us that integration anchor against the electronic health record system. But I'll also say this, like, we don't always have to integrate with the EMR. In fact, the use case that I shared about PHSA, that's something that we did through just straight up API, Pinpoint API, and just doing direct calls. So, yeah. I think there was a,
yeah. Thank you for this. My question to you is two-pronged, one of which is higher level, I'll say. Your different product services, like you have the Pinpoint, the Connect, and the chatbots, are those distinct services, or is that a one package type of thing? Or you can sort of adapt the product to the actual use case?
You want to ask the second one, or you want me to answer that one?
You can, that's...
All right, so those are distinct offerings.
Okay.
Those are distinct services. We think of our services as Lego blocks, where they're tailored to very specific niche use cases, and we let our customers leverage those services through secure APIs. So those three things Pinpoint and Connect are independent services. Chatbot is a collaboration of different services that have been integrated together through these Lego block analogy that I gave you. But again, it's an open source project, so anybody can go to our public website, download those chatbots projects, and deploy them in their account for free. Well, for free when it comes to licensing. Obviously, there's utility behind that, but there's no license attached to it. So yeah, independent services.
Okay, perfect, thank you. My second question is around, I specifically looked at the text tract thing, because where I am within our space, we're in the midst of digitizing and digitalizing all of the legacy paper data that we have. Like, we have an ocean of paper out there that we need to integrate all that health data and corporate data, by extension, into an electronic format to adapt to first the EMR and of course our corporate repositories in terms of, so is it specifically geared towards medical records, or is it can be adapted to any type of unformatted type of data, right?
It's not specific to health records. It's very flexible when it encounters a document. It has different ways that you can leverage it. There's some specific APIs for things like receipts and things like financial records. There's specific APIs for that. But there's also more general APIs that says, did you find any forms in this document? You know, and that's, for example, for lab is very useful, because it'll tell you if certain things are checked or not. It'll tell you if something is circled or not. It'll really break the form down for you. And it'll give you that key value pair of like, oh, this is the patient name. This is the health card number, and it'll put it in fields that you can, it's a JSON object at the end, so you can actually use programmatic ways of asking, okay, what was the health card number and in this document? And if it recognizes the field, it'll give it to you. So it's not healthcare specific, but it's very flexible. And since you're already using it, I'll tell you this, since
we're not using it.
Well, since you know about it, at least, I'll tell you this. So there's, not a lot of people know, but TextRack has a way that you can also involve humans into the process. So there's something called Augmented AI, which is a hosted portal that we host, where if there were near matches in the document or nuances in the document that we weren't able to recognize certain fields with a high degree of certainty, you can spin that as a task to an actual human to take a look, and they can log in from your organization to the portal and say, oh, okay, here's the document, here's the field that we had trouble with, and specify the proper value. And it can learn from that. Yeah. Awesome. Anybody else? Don't be shy. One more?
Hi, Angela McAllister, Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity. So I have 2 questions. So you say you have now in Calgary and Montreal, and I think there was a dot for Toronto, but I forgot my glasses, so I couldn't see server centers. Mm-hmm. Does that mean that none of Canadian data transits the border?
Of the United States?
Yeah, or any border. Does that mean all of Canada's data stays within Canada, even with the chatbots and the machine learning and all that stuff?
I'm just thinking about chatbots because chatbots involves various services, but yes.
Exactly.
In those three examples that I give you, there is Canadian data residency.
Okay.
And since you bring it up, so there's a new region launching in Calgary at the end of this year, early next year, which together with the Montreal region, it'll complement, let's see if my math is right, 2 regions in Canada. And in addition to that, there's what are called local zones that are also coming on board, which is probably the dot that you saw there. These local zones are regional extensions for putting compute and storage really close to our customers for like super low latency requirements, but also for data residency. So New Zealand is a good example. So in New Zealand, we have announced that we have a new region launching, but in the meantime, we have what is known as a local zone that allows us to have some compute and store workloads in New Zealand until that region becomes operational. But yes, data at rest and in transit, if you put the data in the Canadian region, we won't move it out of Canada. We can't. You're the only one that has control to do that.
Second question, harder.
Okay.
We know that with machine learning and artificial intelligence, the things that they're learning off of the documentations or websites or whatever can have bias embedded in them. What does AWS do to counter the bias that can be inherent in machine learning?
Yeah, that's a good question. The way we look at this is we don't want you to bring your data to the model, right? That's bringing your data to the model means that not necessarily that your data is not public, but you're relying on a lot of other people's data, and that can influence the inference as well. We believe in bringing the model to the data, right? Where by spinning up through Amazon Bedrock, like new instances of large language models, or by using something called SageMaker to train machine learning models, you spin up your own copy of that machine learning model in your account privately, and you use your own data to train it, right? So that you can control to a high degree of certainty what that inference is going to look like because it's your data. So that's one way that we do it. But I also want to, since you're from the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, I also want to stress that some of our services, like what's the word? Transcribe Medical and TextRat, those are all machine learning models in the back end. And you do have the option to opt out as a customer and say, don't use my data for training. I don't want to participate in that. So from that point, there's also privacy regulations in there as well. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yep.
Sorry, just to build on the security ones, the privacy lens, there's that idea of, the cloud vendors talk about zones and then residency, but how do you manage sovereign, right? How do you ensure data is only viewed and managed by Canadians? And then how does your policies play into the OCAP principles from an Indigenous standpoint?
That's a good point. Data at rest is, I would say, it's easier to control, right? Because data at rest, you put it in a particular region, that region is entirely located within Canada, we're not going to move it. That data stays there. But your other part of your question about viewed in Canada, that's interesting. So as a customer, you have full control on who views your data, right? So there's something called the shared responsibility model, where we are responsible for the infrastructure and the security of the infrastructure behind our services, and you as the customer are responsible of your data, who has access to it, and what happens to it, right? But having said that, though, I should also say that some of our services, I think it depends also on the service that we're using, right? So our content distribution network, CloudFront, that I mentioned, you can attach to it something called a web application firewall, a WAF. And that's something very, very recommended by CCCS, right? Like the attachment of WAF against public API endpoints and content distribution networks. So through those kind of technologies, you can have geographical boundaries around your endpoints that say, only allow IP addresses from Canada, for example, to invoke this service. Or you can even go super restrictive and manipulate the mask of the IP address that you're giving it and make it very, very narrow to only a specific set of public IP addresses that can call you. So there's different degrees. I think it depends on the service and also the shared responsibility model, but it's definitely possible.
Thank you.
One more, please. Sorry, Pamela, you keep me honest in terms of timing.
I think we're in break now.
Oh, okay, last question, sorry.
Okay, just a really short one. You're talking about how Canadian IP addresses, how do you guys deal with the security of VPNs in that case?
The security of VPNs?
Yeah, like if they're using a Canadian VPN to get a Canadian IP address, how do you prevent that from, like...
That's a good point. That's a good question that I'm not sure if I have the answer for right now, but I'll be happy to talk offline with you, and if needed, I can connect you to the right specialist. But I'll say this: network security is just one of the layers, right? That's almost like at the transport mechanism, how we secure things. On top of that, obviously, we stress our customers to leverage one of the many other mechanisms that we have for securing. Maybe it's client certificates. Maybe it's at the application level enforcing bearer tokens or username password type of authentication, right? Like network is just one of the mechanisms of defense, right? But because based on zero trust, you don't want to assume the identity of a caller just based on their origin network location, right? That's not a very good practice. So that's just one of the mechanisms. But that's a very good question that I'll be happy to hand the answer for you. All right, well, thank you, everybody, and hopefully that was useful. Thanks.
Thank you very much to our presenters, Eldon and Patrick, and also to the participation of the attendees. I found the Q&A very engaging. So Eldon and Patrick talked about how Amazon.com was developed by Jeff Bezos in 2006. It was originally a service called SQS, and now we're more familiar with EC3 and S3. Amazon has over 250 services. They're available in 32 regions around the world, 102 availability zones, 550 Amazon points of presence, which is like a caching feature, 115 AWS Direct Connect locations. And they were talking about how they deliver the services around the world. So it's really a shared responsibility model where you own your own data and encryption. We were showed an example through PHSA in BC, and I'm interested in how AWS is also partnering with the First Nations Health Authority in BC. The BC Healthcare really wants to empower patients, and they use different tools like Amazon Pinpoint, which are Amazon Connect, which is an API for SMS push notifications. They also have other specific services, such as Amazon Health Lake, Amazon Comprehend Medical, Amazon Transcribe Medical, Amazon Textract. So these are also predictive results. And they talked about how 80% of information is free-form, unstructured text in the medical field, and how do we unlock that data in a unified platform that doesn't create data silos. So currently within Canada, they have 65 sites, and there's 3 offices in Vancouver, Winnipeg, and Toronto. They're trying to achieve net zero by 2040. And I took a lot of notes also about chatbots in AWS and a lot of discussion around machine learning. So the chatbots specifically centralizing around first Q&A, then a crawl documentation based off of keywords, and then the third option would be transferred to an agent. So the indexing of data could be scheduled, and really it's looking at risk-averse solutions, and interoperability is very key to establish a connected health system. I really wanted to thank the presenters that we had this morning. A highlight for me last year was meeting Peter Layton. And so he's from a community called Shefferfield, I believe, which is on the New Brunswick-Quebec border. And so when I mentioned last year that I'm from Atlin, British Columbia, which is half an hour away from the BC-Yukon border, when I mentioned this, he said, I've been to Atlin. I've actually, seen your connectivity within your community. And so Peter Layton did a really great job last year just talking about his project, the Sichuun networks, and how they brought connectivity to Shefferfield. I've kept in contact with him over the year, and he's also working on, cell phone projects in Nunavut. And he brought 2 people with him, 2 people in his place this year. He brought Adnan Ahmed, who will be presenting from Sichuun Networks. And so as the Chief Technology Officer, Adnan Ahmed is responsible for all aspects of the network, services, and management of systems. Adnan has worked with the fiber optic project since 2017, where he managed Amun's satellite, wireless, and mobility networks. Prior to Amun, Adnan worked for OmniGlobe Inc., Lynx Mobility, and has done work with various companies for enterprise networking and software design projects. He has a certificate in General Global Dominance and Pinky the Brain Academy. according to their website. He also has with him Willow Peck, who is an IT technician for Sichuan. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Adnan Ahmed to come to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm Adnan Ahmed. We're actually from the company Sichuun. We're representing the ISP. Sichuun is the service provider up in northern Quebec. It's not Quebec and New Brunswick border, but Quebec and Newfoundland, Labrador border. So we're a company up there. We started as a service provider, and we'll talk a bit more of what we've been doing and the success and the challenges that we've had. So if I can get this right, there we go. So myself, I've been working with First Nations since 2008. I've worked with quite a few First Nations across the country. Primarily, I've been working in Quebec First Nations. I have been providing them consulting services, design services, deployment, training for their staff, and for a lot of variety of different technologies since 2006, when I started in telecom, all the way up to now. I've gone through pretty much all the evolutions of cellular technologies with a lot of the different nations. I've gone through evolutions of wireless technologies, evolutions of wired technologies, and now we've deployed fiber in Schefferville region. We're looking at deploying fibers in other communities as well, but since 2019, I've been working as the Chief Technology Officer at Sichuun. This year is Willow. Willow's been working with me since 2021? 21, 22, forget which year, but she's been working with me as replacing me for the IT technology, taking care of all the IT support in the community and the communities that we provide. So that's a little bit more about me. Sichuun, as she presented with Peter Leeton last year, he mentioned that we had deployed this fiber network. This fiber network was about 10 years of progress that we've had of trying to get this deployed. We've had a lot of partners that have been involved into that. We deployed a combination of brand new fiber, using lease fiber, using existing fiber with different partners that we've had. If you know of the Schefferville region, Schefferville is completely landlocked. The only way to go in is fly in, fly out. Oh, sorry. The only way into Schefferville is a fly in, fly out, and there's a terrestrial train link that goes up from the North Shore at Sept-Îles. So what we did is we benefit from that. We put our fiber right along the train tracks. So that's the 300 kilometers of new fiber we put in. We used existing fiber, and then we have a leased link all the way down to a data center in Montreal. So we're bringing the connectivity of Montreal up to this community of Schefferville and north. And soon, if you've been following up in the connectivity region space in the First Nation communities in Quebec, we'll be connecting Kuujjuaq and all their other 14 communities. Hopefully by 2025 is what they've announced. So they'll be coming down to connect to us, and we will transport their transport all the way back. We've been providing a lot. We started as a service company, so we had internet, we had telephony, which was the easiest way to add on to it. We added television service to it as well, and we've always been looking at what's next, right? What do we do next? One of the biggest things we found right away was IT support was very much lacking in this community. This community was working a lot on satellite networks. There was not a lot of capacity that they're doing, so they're using a lot of older infrastructure. So there was no IT support per se for any of the organizations that were there. So we found this niche that, there's nobody there. We have techs there that know IT. We have techs that are taking care of our network. So we brought in other people to help support the IT. And so that's what we're going to be focusing on here. The IT support is more than just fixing computers and printers. Like, it has evolved quite a lot to what we do up there for them. So the landscape up there in Schefferville, a lot of it was old technology. Like, we were still dealing, up until this year, we still have clients that are deploying hubs. So we're finding hubs, we're removing hubs. If anybody, I'm sure a lot of you understand where hub technology comes from. It's been gone for decades. It shouldn't be there anymore. But since a lot of those are relying on satellite capacity, where they're only getting 10 megs or less, a lot of their switches, a lot of the infrastructures, we're maxed out at 10 megs. We come in with a fiber network where we're giving them 1 gig or more. Their local infrastructure is not able to keep up in any way, fashion, or form. So we've been working a lot of refreshing the networks, changing a lot of this. We've got, schools that we're taking care of, band offices that we're taking care of. We're taking care of the local mom and pop shops, the DEPs, the restaurants. We have a mine near us, so we're taking care of their IT as well. But a lot of it is just being leapfrogging from what they first did. Okay, you know what? We need an internet connection back in 2000 to now, okay, we need something that's going to actually deliver something. We've got a 1 gig capacity coming in to the school or 1 gig capacity coming into this business. Let's make the most of it, right? So we've been dealing a lot of older stuff, getting rid of it. In some cases, we're dealing a lot with budgets. People that are like, okay, you know what, it works. Why do I really need to change it? Well, you need to change it because now your needs are evolving. You're pushing more and more and more. Even though what you're doing has not changed, like the best example I can say is for the residential users that we've had. Before, they were on satellite-based networks. Now they're on the fiber network. Their needs, the way they're using the internet might not have changed. They're still watching YouTube, they're still watching Netflix, but now they're watching it on a smart TV that can go up to 4K. And it can actually deliver 4K because they have the capacity. So even though you haven't changed that you always have one Netflix video running at all times, it's no longer running at 360p, right? It's no longer running at 720, it's running at 4K now. So your needs are different. You're using it the same way, but you need more capacity now because your experience is a lot different. Right? We've changed. The biggest thing is it worked before. Why is it not working now? Right? And a lot of it is just because it's outdated. It's not done. We've been deploying a lot of Microsoft 365 services. We'll be coming into it, changing a lot of our email customers. From various things that they've put together over the last decade, moving them over to the Microsoft 365 platform. And we still have computers that will not support M365 because just how old they are, right? So now you're faced to, okay, well, I need the new email system, I need the new spam filters on it, but why do I need to change my computer, right? So that's a lot of what we've been focusing on. That's a lot of what Willow and my team has been looking at. It's like, okay, well, to get this, you need to bring up the rest of your infrastructure, right? We've had a lot of various techs that have come in for various vendors, equipment, printers, scanners, and in the past, because everything was satellite-based, nobody was looking at, well, email to scan. Like, let's just email it out. It was like, well, no. Emailing over a satellite network at that time wasn't take too long. You just connected via USB, so we'll just get everybody a printer. We'll get everybody a scanner. Every desk has scanners. Every desk had a printer on it. And now we're moving away. It's like, in your front hall, you've got this big Konica Minolta sitting there that you're paying for, and all you're using is a printing functionality and a fax functionality of it. So we've been helping them make better use of the equipment that they have bought, making better decisions of what equipment they need to do to be able to better service themselves and use the capacity that they have. And a lot of it is just helping them understand what they can do, right? We're trying to focus their mentality that fiber is not just internet. Fiber is just a transport. You can do whatever you want on top of it. You want to run cameras on it, you want to run phones on it, you want to run different applications on it. We're building applications, we're building stuff for them. It's like, hey, we're going to use this as a transport mechanism. You build the road, it's not just for cars. It's for cars, for people, for roads, for trucks. You build it for a whole bunch of different stuff. So that's what we're trying to get to a lot of these people to understand what's happening. For our business models, right? There's different ways out there in the MSPs. If you look at it, you've got the all-you-can-eat model, you've got the retainer model. For us, what we have found in our community, and it's not necessarily going to match every single community, it's the communities that we are serving. We have found that the all-you-can-eat model, where you have an RMM built in, you have an anti-security system built in, and then you have already, it just doesn't work. The community doesn't work that way, right? It doesn't. We're not getting responses back from people. We're not getting people back. Willow, when she goes grocery shopping, she'll run into Dave, she'll run into John. He's like, "Oh, hey, my printer's not working. Can you come have a look at that?" Right? And so what we decided to move on to is more of a retainer model, right? Where the organization will take a block of hours. My guys will be there every single week, right, for a couple of days, whether it's 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, and depending on how many block of hours. And they'll come sit, check in with everybody. It's like, "Hey, how are you doing?" Some cases it's 10, 15 minutes. We're gone. We'll off to the next one. There's no issues happening. But what a lot of time we find is you'll go there for John's printer, but then Sylvie will have something else. And she's like, "Oh, since you're here, can you come here? Can you come here? Can you come look at this? Since you're here, can you come look at this printer as well?" And what was initially meant to be a 30-minute service call that you're at this client for 30 minutes, you're now there for the whole afternoon. Your whole scheduling is gone, right? So we've changed it over, okay, you know what? You're spending the afternoon with this community, you're spending the afternoon with these clients. And that way, if you're done quickly, good, we go on to the next one. But if not, then we know that we scheduled you for the afternoon for there, because we know it's not just, you're not going for just one printer. Once you go for one printer, there's gonna be 3, 4 other people that are gonna stop you for something else that they need, right? And so that's what we've had to change our model differently. We started with the all you can eat, and I was like, that's not gonna work for our community, it's just not happening. We changed the retainer, we added to it, okay, retainer plus, we're just gonna go visit you guys. We're gonna come see you, even if it's just to say hi, right? Because we know that when you see us, you're gonna remember what the problem is, but you're not gonna remember to email us when the problem is actually happening. So, we've also deployed our own security suites, right? We're using Bitdefender Gravity Zone. We're using our own systems there. So we're using the same all-you-can-eat systems out there, but we've just changed it so that instead of waiting for the customer to reach out to us, we found that for our communities, we need to go out and almost trigger like that port knock, right? Hi, it's me. Oh yes, I need something here. I need this, right? As soon as you show up and you say hi, all of a sudden everybody remembers everything they've had a problem with in the last 2 weeks. But if you go every 2 weeks, if you go every week, if you go every second day, then you're only looking at, oh yeah, the problem just happened yesterday, here's what it was. Instead of, yeah, it happened, it was like a month ago, and I don't know what I did, but something was wrong with it. But now it's working, so I don't know what you want to do. And now you're there as an IT tech, you're like, well, what am I supposed to do? It wasn't working, you don't know why it wasn't working, you don't know what you did, but it's working now. Do I touch it, do I not touch it? Like, where do we go for that? So, it's a mix of what we've done it differently. At each client of ours, we use the Zabbix system to monitor our own system. Like I said, our MSP, our managed service provider, is a tag on to what we take as a service provider for the internet. So we're already monitoring the backhaul, we're already monitoring their internet connections, right? We're already monitoring our VoIP network, our IPTV network, our LTE network. We're already monitoring all of that. So the idea is like, okay, well, let's just monitor the infrastructure as well for the client. Right, we'll monitor the key components. We'll know when there's an outage before they even know what it is, right? Routers, printers, servers, switches, the main components. We're not going down to the individual PCs. That's where the RMM will come in, but we're looking at the infrastructure, right? So if an AP goes down on the West Wing, we're already aware that the AP has gone down, so we've already got a plan together to go, okay, let's go have a look at that AP. Why is that AP down? Cameras have gone down. We've already got a system in place that tells us, okay, you know what? Cameras for this client has gone down. We know that this switch has gone down, so then they can react instead of looking at the cameras, they're looking at the switch, right? So we're taking this whole service model that we have for the service provider side, we've just moved it into the into the MSP side as well for the clients. And we've deployed, and for us, with Zabbix, we've been able to deploy with the little proxies. So little fanless PCs, we'll just install this somewhere in their IT room, and then it's monitoring everything, pushing it back into our own dashboard, and we can see what happens. We get alerts, you know, something goes down, something goes wrong, something got restarted, we can find out what it is, right? And then the same way we can see it, all of a sudden everything goes down, power outage, right? Power in Shefferville is filled with hydropower, with a power dam, about 45 kilometers away, but it is still subject to power outages every single year, right? Just like anywhere else. So we've got UPSs, but they don't always help. A power outage of a day long, a UPS will not do that long. Our biggest issues we've had, hands down, has been, in terms of security, passwords. The biggest complaints that we've had is my password either got figured out, somebody's got into it, somebody's hacked to it, and then when you go through and you find out what was your password, in most cases it'll be just my first name, my last name 01, company name, like very simple, straightforward. It's a lot of what we've been trying to do is getting these people, okay, you cannot use such simple passwords. I don't know if a lot of the other communities, in our community, there's large groups of families. So there's lots of people with the same last name. And then when everybody has password last name 01, if it worked for one, it's a great chance that it's gonna work for a whole lot of other people. So we've been facing a lot of that. We can't stop them always from going back and just putting that back in, but we have been trying to get them to understand what it is that they need to avoid, how to protect themselves against it. One of my IT techs, the best way he said is, take a word in Nescapi. Whatever word it is, take it in Nescapi, use that as your password. It is so much better than using an English dictionary, because there is no proper Naskapi dictionary yet that people have been using for brute forcing. Right? So take a Naskapi word, take an Innu word, put that as your password, because that will be complex enough to meet the needs. Right? And it's easier for them to understand. It's like, oh, okay, I don't have to worry about putting a word or my name or anything. I can put a Naskapi word or an Innu word that's more with what will be easy for me to remember, but it's complex enough that when we're talking about brute forcing, people are not going to go and take the Naskapi language, because the Naskapi community is only in Shefferville in the whole world. Like, they're not going to focus on that. Right? So it's allowing them to see how they can change things. Right? We've been deploying a lot of the, again, with Microsoft 365, we're deploying a lot of the Microsoft Authenticator. But not just for emails. We're trying to get them to understand. It's like, this is not just for emails. You should use it for your banking. You should use it for Facebook. You should use it for any other logins that you have. If there is an option to do a two-factor authentication, go ahead and do it. A lot of people will not do it, right? It's an extra step. It's an extra step, like, hey, when I log in, I got to go do this. I got to wait for the SMS, or I got to turn on the app, find the code, or the push notification, accept it. It's like, no, I just want to log in. I'm like, well, you do understand, like, the simpler you make your login, and the simpler you make your password, the simpler it is for somebody else to get in, right? And that's a lot of what they've been facing, is like, how do we make it easy? In some cases, I don't want to use my personal phone. I don't want you to track my personal phone. It's like, we know, IT and professionals, the Microsoft Authenticator will not give us access to the phone. But try to explain that to a user. It's like, hey, why do you want to install one of your programs on my personal phone, and I have my pictures on it, and I have my banking on it, and you just told me, hey, I shouldn't give my, like, it becomes a whole problem, right? We've been deploying a lot of the YubiKeys. We've found quite a bit of success with that, but it comes to the same problems. We give them a YubiKey, they'll use it a week, 2 weeks later, I can't log in, it's asking me for a key. Well, you had a YubiKey, did you put it in? Oh, I have no idea where that is now. So now we're back to resetting the password, resetting the YubiKey. Like, in some clients, we're doing this on every 2 weeks basis, right? But then it takes a couple iterations for them to actually understand. It's like, okay, I need to keep this secure. Yes, it really is a key to get into your emails, right? Or to your PC. Facebook is huge up there for Chevrolet, like a lot of the other communities. Facebook hacking is huge. And I keep telling people, it's like, you're not actually getting hacked on Facebook. Somebody has just figured out your password, because your password was your last name, 01, right? Like, and I use that as an example everywhere so that everybody understands that if that's your password, I've just given it to everybody now, right? And sometimes that's what it takes, people to understand that, hey, we're focusing on the wrong thing here, right? For us, like I said, we went to the retainer model, block of hours per month. You're paying for that. My IT guys will be there. If you've got a problem, they'll deal with your problem. If you don't have a problem, we're dealing with infrastructure changes, infrastructure wiring, right? We'll clean up your rack. The idea is to help you get to where you need to be. So it doesn't have to be a one project that you're doing right away, right now, but it could be a couple of steps to get to where you need to be. For us, we're not worried about the fighting with the guy, an ISP in Montreal is going to do it cheaper. Well, the ISP in Montreal is in Montreal. My guy is here sitting beside next to you, right? There's huge value to that. We've gone beyond traditional support. Like I said, we've started deploying other stuff, cameras. We've started deploying LTE, vehicle management, fleet management. We've started deploying environmental monitoring systems for them. We have a fiber to the home network. So we can actually put sensors in every single house, monitor the temperature, the condition, the humidity, the power level, so that those houses that are band owned, the Department of Public Works can know that, hey, this house, temperature is going down to 0, the pipes are about to burst, we're going to have a huge problem with humidity, we're going to have a huge problem with water damage, let's get there and get that temperature back up right now. Right, so we're using the same infrastructure that we have, and we're now just going beyond traditional computers and printers, and we're saying we can now do a lot of this other stuff for you. Fleet management, right? We're monitoring your vehicles. We can tell you where the vehicles are. We can get you Wi-Fi in the vehicles, so you don't have to worry about, my grader went out and I can't reach him because he's not answering his radio, but he's out on the road somewhere. Well, he's under LTE coverage, he's there. You can ping him on his phone. You can call him on his phone, right? So we're deploying a lot more of different services that we hadn't initially anticipated, but we're seeing the need for it and we're just going ahead with it, right? We've got TV community channels. We've been putting out on the community channels, we're reselling a lot of the Bell services, but we're also deploying our own community channels. We can get local news, local events, local games. We're rebroadcasting a lot of that onto the channel. So we're just using the services that we had, and we're just adding it to more of what the community can benefit. And sometimes it's not the community coming back and saying, hey, we want this. It's more of like, I see you're having games there, but there's not a lot of people there. Yeah, well, everybody's home. Nobody wants to come. It's the middle of winter. Well, what if we were to actually put on the TV then? Right? You get more engagement of that. So it's more of reusing the service, a lot of what we have. And for us, teaching opportunities, it's huge, right? Like, we've got routers, we've got home installs, we've got helping people understand, don't share your Wi-Fi passwords. We have people understand how to set their Wi-Fi passwords. We've got people understand where the Wi-Fi interference is coming from. We talked about the MFA. We've talked about Office Suite. We're trying to, right now, actively trying to find a partner with which we can actually work with to help train people on just using the suites, Outlook, Excel, Word, right? Because people need that. They haven't been able to use it before. Before it was very little. Now there's a lot more of it happening, a lot more of it happening remotely, right? Where you're not getting together into a meeting room and working on it. You don't have consultants flying in and out. You're not working on Outlook. You're not working on Excel remotely on Zoom or on Teams. So we're looking at a lot more of these training opportunities that we need to do for our community, because they've gone from a huge leap. I've looked at it, before we had the fiber, the whole community probably had a 50 meg satellite connection combined with all the dishes that were around. And now every single home has at least 100 megs, right? So they've gone to sharing 50 megs for the community to having 100 meg in each single home. With that comes a lot of learning of how to use it, right? Yes, your TV, your smart TV has gone from 360 to 4K, but let's make better use of it. How can you be more productive of it? So our IT support has become more trainers. Our IT support guys have become less break fix, but more helping you learn where you need to go, helping you use the tools that you have. And that's more of what our community has done. That's how we've helped our community. That's pretty much it, I believe, for myself. Yeah, that's pretty much it for myself. I'm not sure if anybody has any questions, but it was a showcase of our network, Sichuan network, up in Shefferville. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Admin and Willow, for your presentation. So Sichuan is a fly-in, and Shefferville is a fly-in and fly-out community. They're connected by a terrestrial link, by train. It's a First Nations-owned company, and they delivered community broadband and fiber to the home in 2019. So they were able to bring 300 kilometers of new fiber in a backhaul to their community. They have 15 kilometers of transport and 30 kilometers fiber to the home. Some of the services that they provide are the internet, telephone, cellular, and IT support. Quite similarity for many managed service providers such as myself. They're dealing with older infrastructure, older equipment, older software, end-of-life systems, printers that aren't working, previous techs. I love how you guys had that in quotations. Techs doing minimum work and home installations. So much in the way that AWS provides 250 services. When you buy a Microsoft license, you also get a suite of platforms with it. So one thing is about printers. And so Microsoft recently announced that they're going with a classless driver, the IPP Internet Printing Protocol, so we won't have to deal with drivers anymore. I always think about that scene from Office Space where they're smashing the printer, just because if you work in IT as a sysadmin, you know how awful printer drivers can sometimes be. I'm also glad that you talked about conditional access policies. So one of our previous speakers talked about kind of geolocating those IP addresses so people don't have access to your environment. It's something that I often do with my Microsoft tenants, is just put in a conditional access policy that if you're outside North America, you cannot log in. So I have some people who are traveling around the world and they'll just say, hey, I can't access my tenant, why is that? And then you open up that access to them. I was also happy to see you highlight multi-factor authentication. Is there anyone here not using MFA? Put your hand up. You definitely should be. It's something that drives me crazy when I go into a Microsoft tenant and I see that they haven't enabled their multi-factor authentication with the Authenticator app. It is very, very important that you do that across your social media platforms, across your digital identity. You want to make sure that you protect yourself. There's probably many people in this room who could speak more about security than I could, but that's one thing that really highlighted for me, as well as making sure that you're properly monitoring your environment. So another really popular monitoring software is PRTG that I use. I also appreciated how you showed your structure around how you actually generate your revenue and what was working and what wasn't. Because as well, I have like a flat service model and it's per user per month. And the quieter my help desk is, the more effectively I'm doing my job. But some people know what they're paying for, and so they treat it like all-you-can-eat buffet, and you just never get to the bottom of people's issues that they have. Also, a lot of people compare managed service providers to Best Buy and Geek Squad. You know, people say like, oh, it's $20 a month, like they will choose to go with that. So it can be really difficult to be a managed service provider, and I just appreciate you coming forward and talking about some of your challenges to bringing connectivity to your own nation. So up next, we have TribalHub with Michael Day. And so Michael Day is the founder and executive officer of TribalHub. He is also the chairperson for not-for-profit Tribal Share and Tribal ISAC. Mike's experience includes over 30 years of leadership experience as the CIO for a large tribe in Michigan, for a multi-property commercial gaming company based in Las Vegas and Pennsylvania, and as a consultant to numerous tribes and tribal gaming across the United States. Mike is a founder of TribalHub, TribalNet, TribalShare, and Tribal ISAC, and both the Native American Technology Research Center and the Gaming and Hospitality Research Center. As a member of multiple industry advisory boards, a frequent speaker at gaming and tribal events, and a regular contributor to industry magazines, his vision and accomplishments have been recognized by many industry publications. In 2016, Day was recognized with the Lifetime Achievement Award from his industry peers and Gaming and Leisure magazine. Thank you.
Thanks. I prefer to walk around, so instead of standing still, so I'm going to use this if that's okay. Today, first, thanks for the intro. And by the way, you are really good at what you do, Cherish. That's awesome. You take great notes. Do what? Oh, right here. Red button? Forward. Got it. Yeah, okay. I can be taught technology. Okay, today I'm going to talk about TribalHub. For some of you, last year you might have saw, unfortunately, I had some flight issues, wasn't able to make it here, so I did this virtually. I thought it was really underwhelming. I'm here the next few days, but I want to talk to you about TribalHub and what it is, what we do, because I think there's a lot of synergy in what you're doing here and what we've already done for tribes in the US. So when I'm looking, as I'm going through this, what I really would like everybody to be thinking about just a little bit, please, is how does this work for First Nations? Does this apply? Is this something we could benefit from? And I'm thinking while we're here, we're going to talk about, are there some things that we've already done that we can help you to build more quickly here in Canada? So first of all, you know, TribalHub, you see a bunch of words down there. We do a lot of stuff. There's a lot of things, but this has happened over 25 years. So first, what is TribalHub? It is the largest community of technology-minded leaders from tribes across the country, across the US. We spent years coming up with that because you notice we didn't say information technology. We didn't say a lot of things. What we did say is we said leaders and we said the word technology. Everybody knows whether it's used to be MIS, then it's IT, and now there's digital. You know, it's really hard to define what we're doing. So we just use the word technology. And whether it's, this is not just a group for IT people, this is everybody who's dealing with technology at tribes in the US. So you could be a GM, a CFO, HR director, what you're using to change your organization today is technology. They are a part of what we're doing now. We've included them. And in doing that, I think we bridged some of the gaps. I've already heard it in a few of the presentations. People don't understand technology. How do I get approval? How do I get budget? How do I do so many things? Because there's sort of a gap maybe between what we would call the business and technology. We're trying to get rid of that by saying we're all a part of this technology ecosystem. So we worked with Esri, by the way. We're working with them again. We have an online portal I'm going to talk to you about, where this will be a clickable map where you can basically click on any of the points. You'll see all sorts of information on the tribe. You can look up contacts, your peers. There's ways you can connect with them right online. You can see all sorts of information about what is another tribe using for various systems. If it's health that you're in, what are they using for their EHR, lab, pharmacy, x-ray, all those types of systems, integrations. We collect that info, and our members share that among the various members. Really helps them when they're trying to make some decisions, or if they want to make a phone call and say, hey, I'm looking at a new system. What do you think of this? Or what would you have done differently, type thing. And of course, this is, there's a lot of casino resorts. So in the US, that's a big piece of it. So we do spend some time. You saw some of that in my bio. That's because a lot of times there's a lot of gaming folks when I'm doing presentations in the US. So TribalHub. Again, it starts with this idea that we are a community of technology-minded leaders from the 574 federally recognized tribes in the US. We really have these 4 divisions, although we don't promote them so much. We really promote the word Tribal Hub. This is just for information. We do events. We have our large annual event I'm going to tell you a little bit about. And that's where we started. We started with an event very much like what you're doing here. It started with us getting together for an event and then growing that organization. We also do regional events, lots of things throughout the year. Tribal focus, we do some, love that, put those together, very good. Strike that from the vocabulary. We do some consulting for various tribes, but really work with partners. We don't have a whole group of consulting folks. What we do have is a lot of experience, myself and a few others on our team, with how tribes are doing whatever it is they're doing. How are they set up? How do they set up their budgets, their infrastructure, sizing, what works best for various organizations. So that's under tribal focus. Tribal-wise, what we've really done there is we've collaborated with some companies where we've taken Skillsoft and Global Knowledge and a few of the large online vendors, and also some local regional that do on-site training vendors. We've aggregated this. So when we go to Skillsoft, we say we don't want the cost for 1 to 100 licenses. You're going to start at the 10,000 price, which is way lower, and we're going to offer it to everybody because you're going to do it through us. And so we offer this to all the tribes in the U.S. at a far lower cost. So they're just getting a better price, and they're able to access pricing. So again, by combining everything under this, we've been able to offer some services, get better pricing, work again with a lot of service providers. And then tribal value is the last piece where we've allowed various companies, Microsoft as an example, to take some of their services that they didn't really have an avenue to provide something just to all the Native American tribes in the US, and they can do it through us. So they can write an agreement through us that they couldn't do individually because of federal rules, state rules, other things that they're in, but they can now offer services at a far better price. And by the way, I'm between you and lunch, so I'm going to try and get through this as quickly as possible. And then, as I said, I'd love to take some questions, but I'll be here the rest of the week too. So it began with TribalNet. For those of you who were here last year or saw the virtual presentation, I did a whole bit about how this really started. So I'm just going to add really quickly. 35 years ago, I started working, 1988, started working for a tribe, Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, right on the other side of, right on the US side. So Twin Cities, Sault Ste. Marie, Canada, and Michigan. When I started there, there were 70 employees. Most were civil service or government employees. When I left, 17 years later, we had over 5,000 employees. Massive growth had happened. We owned a minor league hockey team. We had huge health facilities across a 7-county service area, several hundred miles wide. All of this was being built. We owned 5 casinos and a casino in Detroit, Michigan, 12 hotels, 10,000 housing units. We had built an ISP for the service area. This was back when there was, dial-up modem pools all over the place, using our own network across 7 counties and into Canada, using microwave across the bridge into Sault Ste. Marie, Canada. So this was happening back in the 90s, similar issues to what we're talking about today. And we had built that, and we later sold it because competitively we couldn't compete with some of the larger players that came in. But a lot of things that I'm hearing, and even in some discussions with people, that have been going on for a lot of years. But this happened. But meanwhile, the story here was, it was in 1998 where I realized that there was a tribe 15 miles down the road. There was another one 20 miles down the other way, another 50 miles this way. I didn't know one person, not one. I was building all of these systems, doing all of this in a bubble. And I thought, how silly is this? And that's where the idea for what started out as TribalNet came. We just simply, I wrote a letter. My kids stuffed envelopes on the living room floor. We sent it out, and the very first year, I think IBM's here, by the way. IBM sponsored that. Thank you, IBM. And that happened in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. There was 15 tribes that showed up. And I'm going to tell you something about the size that we've grown to today. And this was a volunteer organization. People who said, this is a good idea, we should be talking. So we just completed our 24th TribalNet. Over 1,400 people were on site, 176 exhibitors. We ran out of space. We could have gone over 200 this year. We had 40 educational sessions. We break those down into health, government, gaming and hospitality, leadership, cybersecurity, a lot of what I've already heard here. And then there's just some pictures. I won't show you. I won't make you stare at pictures for very long. But you'll see we were in San Diego this year. We do have some fun when we do this. At a luau, that was really cool. At one point, we had 180 people in 3 different rooms. So it's a lot of, we had almost 600 or 700 people in sessions at one time. And again, this is some of the community representing across the U.S. And then, as I started this out last year, I spoke. Unfortunately, it had to be virtual. But really what I want us to focus on today, are there some opportunities? Are there some things that we learned with building this in the U.S. that resonates with First Nations here? What could we be doing? What should we be doing? What can you be doing? All right. I'm going to just let these roll up here. Okay. These are, in my opinion, I found these to be shared goals. I think in discussions with some people, whether it's First Nations, whether it's a Native American organization, whether it's an Alaska Native organization, this seems to be something that is shared across the board. And this is one of the things that's really important when you're building a community is, do you have a shared sense of purpose? So I believe these resonate here. You can let me know if any of these do not, but this seems to be universal. Maintain sovereignty, protect and achieve self-determination, create self-sufficiency, create opportunities for the tribe or First Nation and its members. And then this concept of 7 generations seems to be fairly universal as well. That's really what inspired me at the beginning. I really liked all of these pieces. I thought this was worthwhile, and it was a purpose worth working for. And I think all of our members understand that. So there's something greater than just being part of the community. It's part of a community that shares something foundational in what they're doing. And I think I talked about a few of these, but these are some of the things we experienced when we were first getting started. So again, I didn't know any of my peers. They, of course, did not know me. Ridiculous. At least you have started to bridge the gap somewhat. I'm not sure how much each of you know your peers at other First Nations across the entire country. Solution providers. They had no idea how to deal with us. And one of the biggest issues that we had is that we were dealing with different people based on where you were at. So the East Coast people were dealing with East Coast representatives from a vendor. West Coast, South, Central, didn't matter where you were from. We have changed that game in the US. Almost all of your large vendors now have a tribal team, and that happened from TribalHub. We actually created that in those organizations. They didn't do that. They don't do that for a lot of other industries. But they've done it for tribes because they realize now that we talk. And if you're trying to sell something in one way on the West Coast and a different way on the East Coast, that's not going to fly in the US anymore. There needs to be some consistency. And also, the companies don't want to understand that they can't sell on the East Coast because they've got a team that's not getting the job done, whereas the West Coast, maybe they are getting it done. So it's beneficial for them as well. It was pretty much every tribe for themselves. Everybody was a bubble. You know, use my own resources, figure out how to do this. That obviously is not very efficient. There was a tremendous dependence on government systems, government funding. But one of the keys here, and maybe this is a key, I'm not sure where First Nations are at. I'll say I know the basics. I know the basics about First Nations. I do not know your organizations inside and out. I do not know all of the ways that you're funding, generating any revenue, what's happening across the board. I know probably more than most, but nowhere near what probably each of you are aware of. So I just want to say that up front. But in the US, there was a tremendous focus on economic development. I talked about the organization and the tremendous growth in less than 20 years that I was at, because there was a focus saying, in order for us to achieve those goals I showed you on the previous page, we need economic independence. Okay, here are some key things. So just talking about community building, these were lessons learned. And I think these would be really important if you want to build this here. For First Nations, I think you need to pay attention to these. These are really important foundational items. First, trust. Community cannot be formed in a way that is controlled, operated, or overly influenced by any one agency or organization. That was key to us. We had lots of people who said, hey, I'd like to fund this. Maybe it was a private company. Maybe it was a federal agency. Maybe it was somebody else. We had to say no to this because we knew right away everybody would say, oh, you're just spewing so-and-so's what they want. We actually want to just hear what's available, what our options are, and what's best to do, but we don't want to hear about just one solution. So same thing with the second one. No exclusivity. We've had lots of people who have said, hey, we have a great product. I told you that we can reduce costs. We don't do exclusivity. So if it's Microsoft, Google, AWS, everybody can offer what they offer as the best possible solution they want to provide to tribes. We'll treat them all equally. So there is no, you got to do this or you got to do that. We let the organizations make that determination, but we also are driving the best possible solution for them by what we're doing. Funding model. This is very complicated. We're not going to get to this whole piece in here, but we actually achieved this through, we wanted to create an organization. For example, the organization wasn't owned by just a tribe. It isn't owned by any entity. And initially, we did not set this up as a not-for-profit either. We set it up with membership fees. We do have event and sponsorship revenues, and we do still are able to utilize grants and other possible services. All of that is a big piece of what I just talked about up in front. And then, of course, security. Everybody here knows security is a huge piece of it. You have to secure the information. Our members are all agreed to maintain security of information that they get through their membership. And we, of course, agree to maintain that, and we just don't provide it out to the public or anybody who wants this info. So you need resources to support and grow your community. So it started out with just the one guy in here, by the way. I get a lot of people who say, that's really odd, you're only the guy in your, I don't know. So apparently I hire well because I've got a lot of smart ladies who are out there running the show. But Shannon, who was the very first employee that we hired, and really she is the heart and soul of this. She does all of our operations, but what you have to do when you're growing this is you grow it based on what you can do. It's really hard. We talked about sustainability. It's probably the word of the day. Sustainability was the model. It took us years to get to the team we have now, and we're still not that large of a team. Second, you need to actively engage your community. These are things when you're building it. So you need some resources, and then you need to actively engage. So we did this in multiple ways. Advisory boards. I saw that you already have some folks who are part of the community who help put together this. Perfect. That's exactly the way to get started. You need engaged people. And when I had that very first TribalNet in Sault Ste. Marie, the 15 people who showed up all became the very first advisory board members and helped build TribalNet 2. And then as it expanded, and we went from 15 to 30 to hundreds to thousands, over 1,000 people at our events, we just continued to grow that. So they set the direction, they set the content, and of course they're providing the in the trenches voice. This is really what's happening. So when you look at our advisory board members, and I'm going to shoot through these pretty quick, but just to show you, we have a gaming and hospitality board from across the US, all people who are leadership positions at various tribes. And I think you guys will get this, so you can look through these. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on here. Government and membership services, again, from various tribes. Health Information Management Board. I know there's a lot of health folks here. We have the same thing. You'll notice we actually also have some representation from federal government programs, Indian Health Services, California area offices that are a part of that board. So we integrate not only what's happening within a tribe, but also all the service providers that are part of that ecosystem. And then leadership and executive board, who we're actually adding a couple more people to this right now. But this speaks to the point where this is not IT inclusive. So I would really highly recommend as you try and grow this, it isn't just about IT. Technology is way more successful when you're including leadership teams along with this. Cybersecurity is a big deal. I've already heard it mentioned several times. Several people had some great questions. I saw that earlier. We do a cybersecurity summit for tribes, and even more importantly, we help support and stand up this tribal, she said ISAC, it's ISAC is the term, but it's Information Sharing and Analysis Center. All that means is it's industry based. So in the US, energy, banking, you name it, retail, there's ISACs for various industries. We have created the Tribal ISAC, which is a separate not-for-profit, by the way, which we just helped form, but is something that could happen here in Canada as well. And the reason we did this is because Department of Homeland Security in the US, FEMA, Federal Emergency Management, CISA, our cybersecurity infrastructure agency, have a hard time connecting to tribes. Imagine that. The federal government doesn't communicate well with Native American organizations. So we actually put something together that says, well, of course not. There's not going to be a great relationship or a lot of information sharing, but we will create a group where we can share amongst ourselves. And we are now recognized with DHS and CISA and all those agencies. They actually do webcasts, podcasts, and information through us, which is interesting, right? Didn't exist before. But We created it. We took the steps to do it. We didn't wait for the federal government to create it. We created it and said, this is how we would like to communicate. And then Tribal Share is just the name of the actual not-for-profit. Tribal ISAC and Tribal Share are actually the same thing. Okay, so TribalHub. Here's some other things that we've put in place over the years that are possible. We each year we do over 40 free webinars on relevant topics, podcasts. We have 51 already in our podcast library. That's growing all the time. Podcasts on, hey, what's this tribe doing here? What's this tribe doing over here? What are they doing on the East Coast, West Coast, broadband initiatives? We have a magazine. The magazine, all the federal agencies actually do their updates to tribes through our magazine and through our podcasts now, because they know it's being consumed by the right people, the actual operations and people who need to know at tribes across the U.S. As I said, we have our annual cybersecurity, our advisory board, steering committees, everybody we meet throughout the year. And we do monthly member industry insights, just a lot of communication. There's constant communication. It isn't once a year. We don't talk occasionally. Our members are talking all the time. They're talking every day, and they're asking us questions every day. We even have an online community forum that we just started that already has over 450 members. And this is just, think of it as the LinkedIn for tribes. You can come in and ask a question. Hey, I'm thinking about doing this, or what is somebody using to do remote telehealth, as an example? And then you'll see a bunch of tribes across the U.S. that will chime in and tell you exactly what it is. You can connect, talk to them, have a conversation, maybe resolve whatever it is you're trying to do. We did set up TribalHub membership. This was a big key to it because we do, as I said, we collect information from our members. We have contact info. We have information on over 100 systems, primary systems, everything from ERP and HR and purchasing, all the back office stuff, to all of your health systems, whether it's your EMR, billing, pharmacy, lab, X-ray, interfaces, you name it. We've got lots of systems that we track. And you're able then to just go on the portal and do some searches. If you're looking for an EMR system, you can look for a tribe that is similar to you, similar number of members, set up the same way, maybe a similar structure. Hit enter. Here's a list of them. Here's what they're using. You want to find the contact information for those people? There you go. Want to connect with them? Here you go. All right? You can now talk to them and figure out what they're doing, how they're doing it, what they like, what they dislike, those types of things. And of course, you get some other stuff that I already talked about here. Online portal, I guess I just sort of talked about that. Over 80, it's over 100 now. We have close to 20,000 contacts now. 70% of those are probably C-level across not just those areas, but also for various vendors. So if somebody wants to talk to the people at AWS in the US or Microsoft, they can go and find out who actually supports tribes right online, connect to them. And then we also have some resources that we've created or shared, policies, procedures, incident response plans, all the stuff you would expect, right? All of those types of things that everybody shares. Benchmarking reports, different surveys, things that you can use when you maybe you're in front of an executive committee saying, well, we don't have enough resources. Well, what does that mean? Well, let me show you other tribes that look like us or First Nations that look like us. Here's what they have, right? Here's how they're set up. Here's how we're set up. So just supporting information, very helpful. And I talked about this little discussion board that we just created. So this is fairly new, but we like how that's working out. And then we do regional forums. Our regional forums look a lot like this group. This is about the size of a regional group. So we do, I think we're up to like 8 of those, which is painful because I go to all of them right now, so I'm traveling a lot. But at some point, got to have somebody else who's doing it, but we meet, and it's even more intimate. You can understand that our large event now has gotten pretty large, 1,400 people. It's hard to talk to everybody, but at a regional event, you can talk to everyone. All right, I made these bullet points, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide because I want to leave some time for questions if anybody has any. But I think this is self-explanatory here. These are reasons that you create a community. It's probably some of the reasons you're here today. It's the reason that I started this 20-some years ago. And I should also add that even while I was off doing the CIO gig, you probably heard that I was off in Las Vegas building casinos and doing other types of things. I was still also working with tribes, still stayed involved with this organization through the entire time. And really it's been the last 5 years that I've come back and said, you know what, I really want to take this to the next level. And that's where we created TribalHub out of TribalNet and really created this organization that it's become, especially over the last 5 years, and has grown substantially. But TribalNet was already growing all by itself prior to that. But these are a lot of things that can happen. And I would say one of the other things that's really important here, people don't really understand or don't think about this very often, but I preach it all the time, and I'm talking about this, and I hear it in here. Technology is what's changing your organization. It's what's defining success. You know, broadband is a technology. Health. When you're talking about operations, how you're going to provide better service, you're talking about technology. Yes, you have to provide actual care, but you're doing this through technology. You're doing it through information. It doesn't matter what operation you're doing today, you're talking technology. And it is the game changer, and I think it's really important for this group and for all First Nations, just like there's an understanding now in the US to understand that if we invest in technology and our people, and understand that we have to have a strategy on where we're going and how we're doing it, first of all, we're going to provide better service, but in a lot of cases, revenue is being generated by technology. Used to be a cost, now it's a revenue generator. Matter of fact, it's probably the biggest revenue generator we're seeing in the US now. Of course, together you have a more powerful voice, and I like to say the boosted personal careers. There's not a person who doesn't benefit from having a larger network, and we see that continually in all of our members. And I just like these, so I put these in here. These are some quotes that I think make a lot of sense. Help someone to the top of the mountain and you arrive there too. That's why you're part of a community group. This isn't a competition, and you're not competing on the technology you're using. That's another, I probably should have taken a second and talked about this. US tribes, probably similar to First Nations, you compete on some things. You probably are competing for grant dollars, you're competing for some other pieces. That has nothing to do with technology. Not the technology you use. You win maybe on how you use that technology, but not on the technology that you're selecting. Anybody can buy AWS or Microsoft or whatever. You win by how you operate it. We're sharing what people are using and what makes sense and what vendors are out there. The competitive piece should not be stopping you. It took a little while for us to get past that and make everybody understand that by sharing this information, you're not sharing any secret sauce. You're actually rising tides lift all ships. Everybody was benefiting from it. Everybody was saving money, and everyone was improving their organization, rather than a lot of sinking ships. And again, compete on very few things. So again, I'm open to discussing ways that TribalHub can potentially assist. I actually wrote these down literally in 5 minutes. So not a lot of deep thought into it because there's a lot of things that we can do, but our organization, our boards, they all know that I was coming here to talk. They're all very open to saying, hey, are there anything we can do to assist? Are there any things that we're doing today that we can help stand up more quickly for First Nations? Okay. We're open to hear about it. I'll be here the next few days. I'm happy to talk about that. But you know, these are all potential things. I mean, we could help perhaps even grow this event quicker. Our connections with all of the technology vendors can easily be converted to everybody who they're Canadian reps that are also part of this. Maybe we could drive some growth here quickly. Maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe that's a good idea. Should we be connecting together? Can U.S. tribes and First Nations work together more closely, especially when it comes to technology? Should we be sharing some things, or are the differences too great? I don't know the answer to that today. Love to have a discussion about it. And can you benefit from things similar to what we've already put in place? Excuse me. Like our online portal, aggregating purchasing power, connecting solution providers, some of the things we've done with training and education. So is there anything there? Excuse me again, fighting a cold, been traveling a lot. So again, thanks for the opportunity today to talk to you. Really, I wanted to have this discussion a year ago. Flights were what they were. I didn't make it, but I'm happy that I was here today and appreciate talking to you. I love hearing the conversations. These conversations are so similar to what we hear every day back with Native American tribes across the U.S. So there's a ton of similarities in what we're doing. But again, thanks for the time, and I'm happy to take any questions if anybody has any.
I just have a quick question, Mike, and it's surrounding how TribalHub kind of worked with the different regions down in the States. In Canada, we have different regions, and what works on, let's say, the Atlantic region doesn't necessarily work for us in the Prairie region. And just so when you're offering services, how do you mitigate those needs?
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons behind the regional groups as well. So we do offer services nationally, but we also then understand that there are differences in actually state by state in the U.S. sometimes, as well as regionally. But we've taken that to a regionally level so that we can address those. And so we do offer things differently based on what each region wants, needs. And we actually, even in our online database and other things, there are some specific things that are set up only for a region. So as you'd be going through that or completing that information, it would say, if you're from here, we'd like to know this or share this information, versus if you're from Alaska. For example, Alaska Native Corps and Alaska Native villages are set up incredibly different than the lower 48 tribes.
Hi. Actually, sort of a similar question. The thing is I'm from, I'm half Cree and half Mohawk. My mom is from Akwesasne, St. Regis. And I was wondering, do you guys, when you're talking about whether or not First Nations and tribes can intercommunicate across the border, that's the interesting thing about Akwesasne is that it is on the border, just outside of Cornwall. So the reserve actually exists in Canada and in the States. They have two separate governments because of that. So they have a tribal government and a First Nations government, depending on what side of the border they're on. But have you guys actually talked to them or looked into how they communicate across the border, even though it's the same community?
Yes, actually, one of our board members is from Akwesasne as well. So definitely we have done that. When I was talking about communicating, it wasn't whether we can communicate, it's whether the information that we share or can or should share, how that works when it's international. So the discussion was more about, do tribes, Native American organizations in the U.S. want to share information with First Nations and vice versa? And if we do, would we be collecting some things that are different and how we would handle that? We haven't really addressed that specifically. So we understand that there's ways to communicate and that organizations do communicate. And even when I was working in Sault Ste. Marie, we had a lot of communication and across into Sault Ste. Marie, Canada as well.
Yeah, you mentioned that with the
that's right,
going
with
across the border.
Yeah, with Chippewa
Yeah.
Indians. Yep. So again, that we want to do that. We just need to make sure that we put the right things in play, and that would be a part of saying how we might do this. What would we build? What would people be comfortable with information sharing, other things. Also talked about our ISAC information. The ISAC would be a really difficult thing to do because it being DHS and other things, so there's some interaction with them. International probably would not work. There would have to be something similar set up just for Canada. So there's some security and information, and we pay great attention to that. I heard lots of cybersecurity questions. We understand that deeply because it's a big piece of what we do.
Any other questions? Hearing none? Oh, we got one here. Sorry, I'm going to try not to trip on this cord this time.
Good morning. Great presentation. My name is Tim Waitak. I work for the First Nations Education Council based in Wendake, Quebec City. Been in the business for a long time. I work for a national organization that represents connectivity interests for First Nations in Canada called the FMCC. And like this organization here, we're hoping to provide support for First Nations in Canada. Being from the public sector type of support organization world, like the FMCC is, we're also expanding actually to support First Nation providers to develop their business, if you will. But how would you see these organizations coming together to have a one voice like what you've done in the States?
So there is a separate telecommunications group that we have in our organization also. I didn't mention that. So I only had so much time to go through this, but the FCC, Federal Communications, and USDA for rural grants, all of those folks are also partners. They partner with us again. We've gotten to the point where they understand that the people who are in our network are the operational folks who are the people who are actually implementing or trying to put in place some of these solutions and providers. So it's not just the government, it's not just board members or other people at a tribe that are part of what we're doing. It's the operational people, so they're communicating with them directly through us. So when we talk about our webcasts, if you looked at some of our podcasts, webinars, any of our old magazines, you will see that they're communicating together through our network directly to the community. And when I talk about our regional events and our national events, they're presenting at those events right to all of the tribes across the U.S. So they're very, very involved in what we're doing. And so we've created a method for them to communicate. That's probably the best way. A lot of it we probably take for granted now. It took years for us to put this together, but we've created a true hub for communication to tribes across the U.S., especially when it's dealing with any type of technology. Just this morning when there was security alerts from Department of Homeland Security that they wanted to get out to tribes, I got an email that said, can you please make sure this gets out? And so again, that goes through our community, it goes out through our tribal ISAC, we follow the right security protocols, all those pieces are in place, but that's a part of putting those things together over the years. But I think that's it, is you've created a way to communicate and make sure everybody's understanding what opportunities are out there. And we're able to get it across the board to everyone. And they know that that's what we will do. We don't hold back any information. Everybody gets it.
Good. Thank you. One more question here.
Hey, Mike, you and I go way back. Yes. So I have a deep voice, and we can kind of bring it down. Yeah. I really enjoyed your presentation, and there's a lot of expertise, but it's just the timing. As you said, we have a lot of IT experts. I know one nurse here, Margaret, I believe. But I think it's time that we do include a lot more people other than IT. When do you think is a good time, to do that?
Well, when we first started, it was the core IT teams and leaders and engaged folks who started those first tribal nets. And the conversation blossomed from there as part of the maturity and understanding they were all fighting the same battle, which is they couldn't get a voice in their own organization at the table. And yet we had created an organization where we weren't inviting the people they wanted to be working with in the first place. And yet they're all part of this technology ecosystem. So I think it's a transition. I don't think you start with that. I'm not sure you'd be successful by inviting they wouldn't know why they were there yet. But when they come to our events today, they understand why they're there. We have session and leadership tracks and other things where we're engaging with executives that understand that if I'm not driving the technology in this organization, or I'm not telling them why it's important for these cybersecurity things to be in place, or that we do these certain things with EHR to get this done and it's not top down, I can't get it done. So I think the progression is you've got to start by building the organization, and then you bring in the executives when you're ready. There's not a specific, it takes a month or a year. It's when you're ready to do that. But I know the conversations will drift there. They're probably already talking about this in certain ways in their own organization, but it will happen within what you're building.
Thanks, Mike.
Questions?
Thanks, Mike, for the presentation. Perry Cargard from Canada Health Infoway. You talked about 574 federally recognized tribes. What's your approach to dealing with non-recognized tribes, and are you inclusive of other members who might want to join your networks?
Yeah, we are. We actually allow membership from First Nations. We have several already. We do. Not on the ISAC side. Let's not confuse that. The Tribal ISAC is separate. That's that security organization. But in TribalHub, we do. So we allow that. Our members are fine with it. And we also have some representatives who are not federally recognized. We do vet everybody out. We do make sure that you're actually with the organization you say you're with. And for the most part, you need to have an email or something that we can prove back to that. But when it's not federally recognized, we have to do a little extra work, but we do that. So yes, we're open to that piece. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike. It was really nice to meet you in person this year. And I'm really encouraged by the work that you're doing in the United States. So TribalHub has been in existence in the United States for the last 25 years, and we're asked to think about how a model such as this applies to First Nations in Canada. They also mentioned that they're working with Esri and ArcGIS to create dashboards for accessibility for their members. And they stated that the community of technology-minded leaders, TribalHub is the community of technology-minded leaders from tribes across the country. So they focus on a few key aspects of their business. TribalNet, which is around events and connections. Tribal Focus, which is specific technology consulting. TribalWise, which is around training and educational options for a better price. Tribal Value, which is looking at solutions and unique opportunities, specifically agreements with tribes, and to provide services at a better price. One thing that really stood out for me, and I'll probably use this in the future, was around their purpose. Their purpose was to maintain sovereignty, to protect and achieve self-determination, to create self-sufficiency, and to create opportunities for the First Nation and its members, and to strategize and think generations into the future. They also had an event this year in San Diego, and I just want to plug that their event is September 16th to the 19th next year at Westgate in Las Vegas. And they're focused around gaming and hospitality, government technology, health information management, cybersecurity, and leadership and management in IT. So why would you want to get involved with an organization like TribalHub or NIITA, specifically to save time and money for your organization, to improve vendor models, to have a unified voice in technology, to create new opportunities, to further your career, and to also further friendships, and to create greater success throughout IT? One thing that really stood out for me was around creating regional representation across different provinces and the north. And I also really enjoyed how Tim Whiteduck talked about the FMCC, the First Mile Connectivity Consortium with Rob McMahon, et cetera. Clear Sky Communications is actually taking over a program called the Indigenous Connectivity Institute. And I was just there with them in Mayo with Spencer and Phil, creating community networks using Starlink and Ubiquity point-to-point, furthering more STEM opportunities for youth. So specifically for NIITA, I think that if we could drill down more into regional reps, and because I know that we have one forum here that we meet every year, but to have more continual meetings throughout the year with specific regions or around specific IT topics would be really beneficial. And just before we start, I also just wanted to acknowledge the 20 students that we have with us from the Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technology. So if I could just ask you to please stand at your tables to the students who have joined us. Thank you so much. It's great to see all of you here. So from this September until May of next year, they're in an information technology support program, and they'll all be receiving their level 1 and level 2 CCNA designation. So I'm very proud of all of you for being here over the next 3 days. And we're looking forward to your future investments into your community and really being able to implement and make a difference for our nations. So our first speaker after lunch, we have the Virtual Health Hub from Dr. Ivor Mendes and Dr. Veronica McKinney from the University of Saskatchewan and SIIT. So Dr. Mendes is the director of the Virtual Health Hub and the director of Virtual Care and Remote Presence Robotics Program. Dr. Mendes, a professor of surgery at the University of Saskatchewan, is renowned for his pioneering work in remote telemedicine and robotics. His research spans functional neurosurgery, stem cells, and virtual care. He introduced remote present robots for medical care, performing the first long-distance telemonitoring neurosurgery in 2002. Dr. Mendes established Canada's first remote presence robotic program, benefiting underserved communities, and in 2019, his team deployed telerobotic ultrasonography for Indigenous communities during the COVID pandemic. He received the 2011 Health Canada Award, and he was appointed an Officer of Canada in 2022 for his transformative contributions to healthcare delivery. We also have with us Dr. Veronica McKinney, the Director of Northern Health Services. Dr. Veronica McKinney is a family physician with patients at Saskatoon's Westside Community Clinic. She is also the Director of Northern Medical Services at the College of Medicine, a role she loves for the practical benefits she can bring to remote communities and Northern people. Thank you, doctors.
There we go. Awesome. So I'll just give you a little quick thumbnail sketch about us. Whoops, we'll see where we're at. And I always like to honor where we're from, and this is my Chopin and my Mushum. So where I come from is more on the northwestern part of the province here, but certainly we're still here on Treaty 6 territory and homeland of our Métis. So I've done a lot of different things. I didn't grow up with a lot of people in my family that did a lot of medical things for sure. So I took the long and torturous route to medicine. I was a lab tech and then a nurse and then a doctor. And I also got to fly around the world a wee bit doing air ambulance for a while, getting to see a bunch of different systems. And I tell people this because it really helps me to see systems in a way that's very different, I think, than a lot of, what normally people might see, and even in terms of what different roles are within our systems, for sure. Won't go through that too much. Just to give you an idea, Northern Medical Services is basically a division within the College of Medicine, and we're a tripartite organization. So what this means is a lot of rules that we need to follow, a lot of bosses, and lots of ways to try to navigate type of thing. But I always like the saying of Bruce Lee, basically, if you're the water, you want to make sure that you follow whatever the route is of least resistance. So that's what we try to do. And basically, we serve all the northern half of our province through a matrix of different relationships and through a lot of working with a lot of different people, for sure. And it's a community development model, meaning that our communities guide us. Our communities tell us what they need and what they want, and then we work with our communities rather than the other way around. So I just kind of drew this to give you an idea. It doesn't really look like a spider web, but it kind of is a spider web. There's all kinds of connections, all kinds of groups, communities, all kinds of people that we're working with. And this is just a picture of our beautiful northern part of the province. Contrary to popular belief, we're not all flat and prairie. So our mandates are primary health care, primary medical care, and health promotion. We do a lot of consultant clinics, and we have a population health unit for which we have medical health officers. We do research and development along with education. So we're not just a recruitment agency for physicians. We actually get on the ground and really get working and make sure that we're doing things in the way, again, that our communities want and trying to promote things in the way that they want to see things done. So currently we have over 40 physicians. To be honest, nowadays our workforce has changed, so nobody works full-time anymore, it seems like, except for me, probably Dr. Mendez. But the reality is that we probably have closer to around 60 to 80 physicians at any time that are working in our north. That doesn't mean that we have an equitable number per capita. Actually, we're quite reduced in number per capita, but still a large number of physicians. Most of them are our family physicians, and then we do have 2 medical health officers, as I mentioned. We have over 2,800 visits per year for our specialist clinics, and those generally are people that are coming in, flying in for the day and flying out. They include everything from ENT, dermatology, colposcopy, general surgery, like you name it. We've got a lot of different people coming up to provide services. And one that you might want to pay attention to is ultrasonography. Our population health unit is sort of a co-managed population health unit. So we hire the medical health officers, but the unit itself is run by the Saskatchewan Health Authority, which is interesting because we actually have 2 health authorities in our province. So I always tell people, and many of you will know this, we have 2 health authorities and 2 systems, 2 medical systems, provincial and federal. And so we're constantly going back and forth between all these different areas and trying to navigate them, which is not always as easy as it might seem. One of the things, too, that we do in population health that's quite unique is we have a fair number of mines in the northern part of the province. And so our medical health officers are also involved with environmental health, not only monitoring things like uranium in the moose, like how safe is it to eat, how safe is the water, that type of thing. But they also do environmental assessments for these mines. So it's a very different picture. So you can imagine how much work that they're doing, and 2 people for the entire northern half of the province, quite substantial. We train students as well. We've got over 50 students that we train and over 400 weeks of training that we provide. And this, again, is important because we're able to bring in the students with what we do and train them to work in the way that our communities want. And this is important for when we talk about the hub and how we're working with innovation, how we bring people on board. So to give you that picture, this is an old picture, but those colored areas are the areas that I'm talking about in the northern part of our province. It's about 3/4 the size of the Yukon, about the same population. We have greater than 85% of our population are Indigenous. That's higher than the Yukon, higher than the territories, even higher than Nunavut. And half of our people live on First Nations territory, and 65% of our population are First Nations. I think I just said that. We have a lot of people who don't speak English as their first language. And we have a lot of people who don't have high education levels. Having said that, one of the positive things we're seeing is more and more people are getting an education. So really big kudos to all the students that we were able to see earlier today at all the tables. Like many Indigenous communities, more than half of our population are young people, and we don't have that many older people. So we're the exact opposite of what our general population is. Important when we're negotiating with governments and such who are focused on the elderly tsunami that they're looking at in the rest of the province or in the nation. We have double the birth rate as well compared to the general population. And this is also important. Like I said, pay attention to the ultrasonography. One of the things that we're going to be looking at is how do we provide service to women who need care? And we have a lot of women that are starting to, what I call, vote with their feet. They're tired of leaving their community to deliver their babies. It's a very cold and isolated experience when you don't have your family with you, when you're in a place where the language is different, where you're put up in these kind of, motels that are not the nicest and trying to find food or find where you need to go. It's very difficult for sure. So we only have one site in our community, in our whole north there that I showed, that actually has planned deliveries. The rest you have to leave the community in order to deliver. So more and more women are waiting until they know they're in full labor and not able to be shipped out, and then they will deliver in their community. Very high risk for everybody, baby, for mom, and for for the whole system. In fact, we just had a few weeks ago, and we don't have any operating rooms in any of our communities, by the way. We just did a C-section to save mom and babe, and both survived. But you can imagine, doing blocks and things like that you wouldn't be doing. This is a really high-risk situation. So it's crazy that we're into those kind of situations. Again, another beautiful picture. So some of the things we've worked on, we do all kinds of different things, like using smartphones a lot more, hopefully smartly, and doing things like textbook. In our communities, Facebook is still very popular, so putting out messages on Facebook can be quite helpful, using different apps. And we've worked with Dr. Mendez and his team around developing different apps to see if that could be helpful for things like prenatal care or for mental health services, those types of things. One of the things that we worked on, we started with a community in the Northeast, Pelican Narrows First Nation, and like we do with everybody, we start with community engagement. So we have strong relationships. Northern Medical Services has been in existence for 40 years. I've been in my position for going on 13 years. So we spend a lot of time talking and working with the community to find out what their needs are. And at this time, our community had heard about Dr. Mendez, and they heard about him and his experience in Nain, Labrador. And they thought, hey, we want to try that and see if that could work in our community. So we actually went out, myself and some of the members of Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation, to Halifax at the time where Dr. Mendez was. And we were very thankful that he decided to come out and join us out here and help us with a lot of the work that he's been doing. We also engaged with a lot of the decision makers. And I'm giving you this kind of background story because it's not just about the actual technology, it's all about trying to operationalize these things. And how do you go about this when there's so much that we need to work within to try to make it work? So we engaged with all of these different individuals and spent a huge amount of time explaining to them what it was we wanted to do and how we were going to do that and how this would make a difference for our community. In Pelican, we started with pediatrics, and we started with critical care pediatrics. What we noticed was there were a lot of kids that would get into respiratory distress that were needing to be sent out. And it's one of the most scary things for providers, whether you're a nurse or a doctor in the community. When you have a young child in front of you that's not breathing and not doing well, you want to make sure you're helping them. But it's also like you don't want to be doing anything that you're going to lose that child. And those parents are also very terrified as well. So we were able to engage with a critical care pediatrician who was able to utilize remote technology, and you'll hear more about the actual technology itself with Dr. Mendez. But what she found was that she was actually able to guide the nurses to provide treatment in over 65% of those cases. And in those cases, they were able to stay in the community. The other benefits around this were the fact that the parent parents were there, and they could actually see and hear what the specialist was doing, and in fact, they could contribute to what was going on. Hey, this was what the history was. Why are you doing that? Oh, okay, that makes sense. All right, here's what's going on. There's one story that I really like a lot to share, and one of them was around where the nurses were actually busy, and the specialist was able to say to the mom, hey, here's the stethoscope, can you use it and put it here? And she was able to show where to put it so that the specialist could hear the breathing and the heart rate. Afterwards, that specialist said, hey, why don't you listen to this so you know what I'm listening to? And so she was able to explain what the breathing pattern was like. In this case, this young child had been chronically ill and in and out of hospital multiple times already in their young life. But what that did was it also taught the mom what the sounds were like when that baby needed to come in. So even though at that particular visit, the baby did end up having to go down to the hospital for care, the mom was able to bring the baby in much more early in many cases, and hasn't had that baby in the hospital in again since, because she's able to catch things much quicker. So that ability to be able to talk directly to specialists or to doctors or to medical providers is critical. And I always say it's kind of like talking through an interpreter. When you ask a question and there's this whole 5-minute conversation, and then the interpreter turns to you and says, no. And you kind of wonder, what was that conversation about? It's the same thing for our patients when the nurses are calling the doctors or the doctors are calling the specialists. They have no idea what was said. And when we are dealing with people who've had a lot of mistrust of the medical people in the first place, and for good reason, that doesn't build trust. That really eliminates trust. So by using technology in an effective way, we can actually improve in a lot of different areas, including building trust, including building relationship. Some of the benefits noted for the providers as well that we don't often talk about are the fact that the people on the ground, or the frontline people, feel supported. One of the things we're hearing more and more today is that we're having less nurses at the nursing stations, for instance, and we're having younger nurses, new grads that are coming out, because a lot of the older people have now retired. And so in order to keep people feeling comfortable providing service, because they feel very isolated and alone, being able to connect and know that they're supported by people who can help them makes a huge difference in their comfort level and staying in community. We know that there's improved relationships with the tertiary care centers as well, and so we can actually build that relationship. Another thing that we noticed was that when that pediatrician was able to see these patients, she started noticing how many kids there were in that community, how many kids had chronic disease. She was able to help us set up specialist visits so we could do things like assess heart murmurs or look at respiratory problems. Another thing she noticed was these kids were traveling down the road at least an hour and 15 minutes one way, some of the babies, just to get a little heel poke to get their bilirubins checked. There's all kinds of scanners now that you can just kind of use as to get a bilirubin result without having to get the blood test. So again, this really improved that relationship because those tertiary care specialists started seeing what people have and what they're dealing with, and also then became a little innovative themselves about what's available now and what can we use and what can we get out to these communities. Communication improved dramatically. I mean, you probably hear lots about providers talking about phoning and, really having to argue with the specialist to try to take that patient so that they can get care for the patient. Again, these are all stressors and all things that you really don't want to be dealing with when you've got a critically ill baby or person in front of you. For the specialists, they also benefited. They were able to improve communication as well and have a better understanding of what's going on in these communities. Often, many of these specialists never get the opportunity to come out to the community, so they don't have a clue what it's like. They really built a lot better relationship with the people on the ground. And what I did notice is that there was a lot of appreciation for the people who are actually on the ground and how much they're doing, and not just that person that's in front of the camera like the nurse or the doctor, but everybody. Our IT people, what they're doing, our janitors, our security people, like all kinds of people all the way down the road. Because in our communities, it's everybody pulling together to make this work, to make sure our people are okay. And it's direct communication with patients and family. And again, having that ability to talk directly with people and have a good understanding improves the treatment. Makes sense. We often talk about our diagnoses. 90% of that comes from the history. That means we need to talk to people and find out what's going on. So being able to do that made a huge difference. One of the things, and I think Dr. Mendes will talk about this a little bit more, is the remote ultrasound. We were able to get in, I guess, on the ground floor on this, and we actually have 3 remote ultrasounds now in our communities. These are diagnostic ultrasounds, they're not point of care. It became really critically important during COVID when one of the first communities in our province had an outbreak of COVID. And of course, the first reaction of the province was, let's keep them isolated. Nobody move out of that community. We won't accept anybody anywhere. And we had patients, for instance, that had booked appointments down south, and they had booked hotel rooms, and they were being turned away, that the hotels didn't want them because they came from a community that had COVID, even though these individuals themselves didn't have COVID. So for the prenatal women, whose timing to get those ultrasounds is so critical, and to make sure that we knew whether those babies were safe or not, it was critically important to have this remote ultrasound, and we were able to carry on doing ultrasounds during this whole time without having people having to travel down south, without having any discrimination based on that community having COVID. The other thing that I think is really, again, important is that family members can be there. Because usually if people have to travel down south, that means that they're alone. And again, it's a very isolating experience. So to have your family be present and be able to see that baby for the first time, it's really emotional and it's really bonding for the whole family. So it's a different experience altogether to be in your own community versus having to go down south for ultrasounds. The other thing that we have been working on is point of care testing. There's more and more point of care testing nowadays that are equitable to the diagnostic testing that you would get by sending blood down south. We know that transportation is getting more and more difficult, particularly with planes. And so sometimes our specimens, even though they've been collected, aren't getting down south, and then they're ruined because they have to sit around. So being able to do more point of care testing is going to be, I think, a wave of the future. It'll be a wave to help us be able to get more access to care and knowledge immediately rather than waiting to send things down south and coming back. The other thing that I think that will be really good about this type of thing is that we could then actually get our community people trained to do this so that they're able to do this for us, rather than trying to hire people from afar and bring them in and try to keep them there. We know there's a real paucity, for instance, of combined lab techs, and this seems to be throughout Canada. So more and more, we're having difficulties finding lab techs that are able to come up and work and stay in the community for sure. Some of the challenges, our communities, I find, are really innovative. They are more than willing to try different things, and they really want to get going on this. It's all the other people around that are making it more challenging in many ways to access these services. And physicians are no different. They're very cautious. They often think they know best. It sounds weird coming from me as a physician. But they haven't really considered all of the different factors. And sometimes they're really difficult to get on board with trialing some of these things or actually training to get to use some of these pieces. And they're stuck in their old ways, just like many people are, for sure. Being able to coordinate between sites, you saw the geography of what we're talking about. Coordinating between sites is really challenging. I think one of the advantages we have here in northern Saskatchewan is the fact that we have northern medical services, so we can do a lot of that coordinating. Even between communities, we have the same EMR, different instances. We can utilize the same systems. We can utilize the same training. And when you can do that, you can actually upscale this in a much more expeditious fashion. And again, this is something we're looking to build upon with the hub to be able to spread this out to our entire province. I know in some of the other provinces that I've talked to or worked with people, both in BC and Ontario, for instance, where individual communities are starting up their own processes, but they're not the same and they're not coordinated. And it makes it difficult for your workforce to then travel between those sites as well. Having consistency as well is important. And the other reality is you cannot replace face-to-face. So this isn't meant to replace having doctors or nurses or anybody else, for that matter, come up to the community. We've even used like wound care providers, taking our remote presence into elders' homes and having the wound care people help us around figuring out what are the best things to do. But you do need those providers to come up periodically. I kind of liken this to more like using a telephone. I might not see my relatives every month or every year, but I keep in touch by telephone or FaceTime or whatever things that you use. And this is no different. It's the same idea. And we do have a changing workforce, like I said. So the reality is we have a lot more people providing the same service and not the numbers of consistent people coming in all the time. So because of that, we need to find ways to keep people connected in a way that's good for our communities, for sure. And opportunities, technology is amazing and it's changing like super fast right now, but making it much more easy, much more accessible. The connectivities are increasing and we're able to do things that are incredible. I had the ability to go down to the Kennedy Space Center this past spring, and it made me realize how much of all the information, all the stuff that was developed for the space station, we're using right here, and we're using in our northern communities. And we really should be looking at a lot of what's being developed and what's going on, because it is really cutting edge, and that's what we need, and that's what we will be able to use to provide those services that we need to do. It's a less need for specialists or substantial training. So being able to incorporate our community people is going to be, again, I think a game changer, because our people are there already and we need them to be engaged in part of what's going on, but they will also guide us as to what's happening and what needs to happen within our systems. We can also focus on community versus tertiary care. Again, we're hearing this across the nation where the emergency rooms are overloaded. They don't have the space. They don't have the beds to admit people. So we need to keep people out in the communities. But the question is, does everybody need to come in? Probably not. And that pediatric study that I talked about showed that 65% of those kids didn't actually need to be admitted to a hospital and they didn't need to come in. So if we can save that time of bringing people in and that space in the emergency room and in the admitting in the wards, we can make a big difference and make better use of what we have, but also make it better for our patients so they don't have to travel into those places if they don't need to. So reduced access is a challenge on many levels, and that's true for every place. The more we can utilize what we have, the better we can make it. One of the things that we're talking about with this hub is actually connecting the resources that we have. So for instance, where I work in the inner city, we have a very high HIV population. When we have outbreaks in some of our communities, it's challenging for those providers to know what to do and how to start treatment and how to get things moving. So one of the things that we can do is help guide using some of this technology on an ongoing basis to support that. Things like the hub will allow for that. Our workforce is changing also in that people aren't living in communities anymore. So often our providers are going back and forth between major centers. If we can connect them to that community when they're away from the center, it makes it better for our patients because our patients already know these individuals. Our providers already know our communities. So if we can provide a way to make it work so that they're consistently providing those services, that will help immensely. And again, it doesn't have to just be doctors and nurses. You can do everything from even administrative things, IT, it could be for a variety of different things. So I think we need to think better and do better, for sure. Having that cultural continuity will also be really important. That's what we know is protective for our communities. So the more we can get people trained and then staying with our communities, the better it will be. And then restructuring, looking at more Indigenous ways of being in. Again, our communities are way ahead of us on this. So we need to catch up and figure out ways that we can do this. But that also means, again, those same things. We need the same people. We need the same resources and some level of consistency with being able to provide that, for sure. So increased access, decreased transportation, increased relationship building, team approach. It's always better for our providers and it's always better for our community if we can do this. And if you think about how much money we'd be saving on transportation alone, and if we could put that back into actually serving our communities, wow, what a big difference that would make. So anyways, that's the quick and the dirty on Northern Medical Services and the kind of stuff we're doing and what I think would be helpful for many communities. So thanks.
Thank you, Veronica, for providing this really amazing context on terms of the challenges of providing healthcare to communities that have the least and need the most. So maybe if you can get my first slide. I think it needs to go further to just the first slide if you can. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you so much. So what I'll try to do over the next 20 minutes or so is to give you a window on how we're using technology to do precisely what Veronica has been talking about. How do we provide these healthcare people to our remote communities, and how that will influence the way of provision of healthcare in the future. I just want to start, and maybe many of you have heard of this before, but this is a quote that I always like to use because it is so true. It must be considered that there is nothing more difficult to carry it out, no more doubtful of success, no more dangerous to handle than to initiate a new order of things. And you are, IT people, and you know that mankind does not truly believe in anything new until they actually have experienced it. And this is true, and it was said 500 years ago by Niccolo Machiavelli, and that has been really something that we've all have experienced. Most of all the people know we are in a pivotal time on the use of technology. The conjunction of artificial intelligence that is coming like a torrent, 5G connectivity, what the COVID pandemic has done, it has changed the cultural view of virtual care, both for the provider and the patient, and of course the advent of robotics. All these technological advances are going to truly be transformative in the way we provide healthcare in the future, in the near future, and of course in the medium and long-term future. So we are really in this time, and the question is, how do we utilize the power of technology to provide healthcare? In Veronica, it's true what she said, that the healthcare of the future is going to be a hybrid healthcare, in-person and virtual healthcare. But the future may not be in building new brick-and-mortar hospitals, but really harnessing the power of technology. You all know the map of Canada. If you put a line on the map of Canada, the people that really live in the northern part of Canada have really difficult access to healthcare, and not only primary healthcare, but of course acute healthcare. And Veronica has explained that. We've been working with remote presence technology for the past 12 years or so, with first in Nain, Labrador, but mainly I'm going to be talking to you about Saskatchewan, and as Veronica says, 30% of our population is rural, and specifically indigenous population. We have, over the past 10 years, been able to deploy a number of remote presence and virtual care devices across the province of Saskatchewan. And this was, 10 years before the COVID pandemic, where we'll be using this technology to provide care. The key about this technology that it works with regular telecommunications infrastructure, either Wi-Fi or cell connectivity, where you can connect with your patients using this technology from your laptop, your cell phone, or your iPad. What we have been trying to do over the past 10 years is to coordinate the system at two levels. One is, how do you access care, specialized care, from a remote nursing station through individuals that may be valuable in a rural hospital, or with tertiary care centers? How can we bring a pediatric intensivist to a remote nursing station to be able to treat that patient or decide about the triage? So that is one level of integration that we are been working over the past 10 years. And the second is, and this is where the virtual health hub has come into being, how do we provide these different types of healthcare, all the way from remote patient monitoring to remote clinic assessments, emergency triage when we decide a patient needs to come to a tertiary care center, mental health care, remote pharmacy and physiotherapy, and this area of remote diagnostic imaging. So in that work has been happening using a number of devices such as, for example, this one, which is one of the teledoc systems that are called remote presence. This is an autonomous robotic system that has in its memory all the layout of a floor of a hospital, for example, and can be autonomously navigate the busy corridors of the hospital to actually see a patient. And I'm a neurosurgeon, so I use this system frequently. I could be anywhere in the world, and I can see my patient in the hospital bed, talk to the nurses, talk to the patient, the family of the patient, and decide about the disposition of that patient. We've been using these devices through our remote medicine center, where we train physicians and healthcare workers to use these devices. And usually they are very intuitive devices, and we can train somebody to use one of these remote presence devices in about an hour or so. We've been using this for trauma care, where we can teach a first responder to, for example, do fast ultrasound to determine if there is a life-threatening injury in the abdomen before even the ambulance comes, with a connectivity with an emergency or a trauma surgeon in the hospital. We can follow the patient all the way from the site of the accident through the transportation, where we can make a preliminary diagnosis and communicate this to the emergency room, so the hospital is ready to act, for example, prepare the operating room and operate on a patient that has a life-threatening abdominal trauma. We've been using portable technology and peripheral devices, where a nurse in the north can have this little bag that contains all these peripheral devices and the communication with a physician. And we can do ultrasounds, we can do electrocardiograms, analysis of urine, and then all these other peripheral devices, from pulse oximeters to sugar blood sensors to cameras that are able us to see in the patient's mouth or ear. This is, for example, a spirometer, where we can determine the function of the lungs, and all the data will be communicated immediately to the individual that is on the other side, can listen to the breath sounds of the patient. This portable urinalysis is a fantastic instrument, where you can do a urinalysis in a few seconds. And this is such an important thing for example, for pregnant women that have this condition of preeclampsia or eclampsia, a life-threatening condition that only needs two things. It needs the control of the blood pressure and to see if there is protein in the urine. And you can diagnose a patient that is pregnant woman with preeclampsia and eclampsia. It could be life-saving to be able to transmit that on regular devices. These are wearable technologies where the healthcare worker can use this system. There is a screen here where they can be in communication with a primary care physician or a specialist, or get lab work done. She has a camera. Her hands are free to examine the patient and transmit all the data to the physician on a remote location. We can do advanced monitoring of the patients. Chronic ill patients can have this system that allows us to monitor the heart, monitor the breath functions, the temperature, and so forth. And we can have longitudinal graphics of the monitoring of that patient that are AI driven, and give us the alerts in terms of patients that may have been going beyond the limits and they need to be checked. We can bring that type of monitor all the way to the home, where a patient can check a number of their vital signs. And this is a very interesting device where a mother can actually look and listen or record the heart sounds of a kid, because the system tells you exactly where to put this device that will able to record the heart sounds and send it to the cardiologist. And again, all the alerts are AI driven. We've been using some of these systems in the worst part of the pandemic. I took 3 months of absence to go to Bolivia, the height of the pandemic. And Bolivia was a disaster at that time, where all the beds of all the hospitals have been taken out. People were dying, even trying to get into the hospital. And this is an example of the oxygen tanks. They ran out of oxygen, and people were lining these tanks to be replenished. So we installed in Bolivia a system where physicians were using just cell phone communication with a few peripheral devices, such as a pulse oximeter and a digital stethoscope and these oxygen generators. And the family members took care of their own family members at home with the supervision of a physician. We just finished a study that showed that this methodology improved the survivability of the patients in relationship to the patients that were in the hospital. Because you can imagine one nurse had 100 patients to take care of, and the hospital didn't have the resources. We've utilized this as well in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is a country that can actually fit geographically within Saskatchewan, but it has 115 million people. And one of the big problems of Ethiopia is the high mortality rate for mothers and newborn babies. So we instituted a system by which we train midwives to use point-of-care ultrasonography. And they were under the supervision of a few obstetricians. And over a period of about 3 or 4 months, we did 10,000 ultrasounds. So each of these midwives became experts in ultrasonography. It made a huge difference in the mortality rate for mothers in the regions that we had this system provided. And this is another example of that. So we've been taking some of the lessons within Saskatchewan to some of the applications globally. But really, I want to focus on this last third part of my talk about what is happening in our country. This is the infant death rate by age, and this is in Nunavut, and this is the rest of Canada. You can see that at a day old, there is a 10.7 type number of infants that die out of 100,000 population. This is actually 1,000 live births, and this is in contrast to what happens in Canada. So we have a major problem in terms of maternal and newborn mortality rate in the north. We have been dedicating all this time, as Veronica was telling you, in the most vulnerable populations of our province, especially the women and elderly people and the children. And this is the study that Veronica was mentioning, where we provided intensive care to populations in the north, in Pelican Narrows specifically, and where we demonstrated that this was the study that Veronica was mentioning, where we really compare a community that was a control community with a community that had one of these robotic systems. When you look at this score, it's called the Canadian Triage Assessment Score, that tells you the acuity of the patients. And there was really no difference between the robot community and the control community. But the difference was here. This is the rate of transportation. In the control community, 100% of the children were transported to Saskatoon, where we have the pediatric intensive care unit. While in the community that had the remote presence system, only 37% were transported. So that means that 63% of these children were able to be taken care at home. And then, of course, the issue of the cost effectiveness of that. For the 1 year of study, we saved $240,000 in transportation alone, and these are the savings in terms of the times in the days in hospital. Because we were focusing on this issue of pregnant women and the high mortality rate, we did this study to show what was the accessibility of pregnant women to trimester ultrasonography, which is critical to be able to not only date the pregnancy, but also to monitor the pregnancy. So we did a study for a period of between 2014, and we looked at all the pregnancies in the province of Saskatchewan. If you were a first status individual, you were 50% less likely than a non-status First Nation individual to have access to ultrasound, regardless of where you live in the province. If you live in a rural area, you were 30% less likely to have access. But if you had these combinations of being First Nation individual and live in a rural area, you had 65% less likely to have access to ultrasound. So we instituted this novel robotic ultrasonography where the sonographer was in the central location, Saskatoon, and on the other side, there was this robotic arm that was able to be controlled by the sonographer. This person here is just holding this frame, but the robotic arm is being controlled by the individual in the central location, and this person doesn't need to have any expertise. He just needs to hold that frame. So we did all these studies to compare direct ultrasonography with remote ultrasonography, and they were really totally comparable, not only in terms of abdominal sonography, but also in terms of obstetrical sonography. All the comparisons of the fetal measurements were really identical between the telerobotic one and the conventional one, and these are the p-values. So we have now deployed 4 systems, 3 in the northern part of Saskatchewan and 1 in the south part of Saskatchewan. This is the central location where we are actually performing the ultrasonography. These are the peripheral locations. 97% of the population will have another ultrasound. They don't want to travel to the city, stay in a hotel and have their ultrasound. So we can provide that ultrasonography at home. This is the next iteration of ultrasonography. This is a 7-degree of freedom robotic arm that has different probes and is being now tested at the Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technology. And I'm so glad that some of the students are here. It is the first one of its class in the world, and really our remote ultrasonography program is the one that has the most experience in the world. We do about 40 ultrasounds a week remotely across Saskatchewan. I'm just going to skip this issue of, the only reason that I wanted to show you this is that we also have gone into postoperative care. One of the big problems of the pandemic is that there was this big backlog of surgeries. As you remember, surgeries were canceled. And we had, in Saskatchewan alone, when the pandemic was going down, we had 40,000 surgeries on the backlog. And one of the problems of operating on these patients is the inpatient capacity. So we didn't have enough inpatient capacity to be able to operate on these people. And one of the things that we were looking with using virtual care is the postoperative care at home. As I said, I'm a neurosurgeon, and my specialty is the implantation of electrical devices into the brains of patients that have Parkinson's disease and other movement disorders. We implant this electrode into the brain that is connected with a cable that goes underneath the skin and is connected with a computer that can be then programmed from the outside to tailor-make the stimulation to stop the symptoms of the patient. We do the same thing in chronic pain after people have surgery of the back and still are left with chronic pain. These are the devices. These are the electrodes that go into the brain. These are the electrodes that go to the spinal cord. The problem with this is that we need to program these patients after we do the surgery to really tailor-make the stimulation to their symptoms. And Saskatchewan, believe it or not, which is the size of France, has the greatest rate of deep brain stimulation in Canada. We are a referral center for the whole country. People come all the way from Ontario, Nova Scotia, to Saskatchewan to be operated for this, and we have this great amount of patients. So we have now been looking at these patients and follow them using virtual care systems. This is one of the devices where we're able to not only program the patient, but also we can see their wounds. This is a device that you can wear it, and I, for example, can see exactly what's happening with the patient's wound. And this is the next device where we can actually communicate with the computer at a distance, and we can do the programming at a distance. So it's part of our spectrum of services that we can provide. But I want to finish by telling you about the Virtual Health Hub. This is the design of the Virtual Health Hub, which will be built here at the White Cap Dakota Nation. The design has been a design that came from consultations with the elders of this nation, and is on the shape of a chief headdress. It is a project of both the federal government and the provincial government of Saskatchewan. This is where we are now in this building. The hub will be about a kilometer and a half from here in a little hill that is on your right-hand side when you come into this building. It will contain a NASA type of command center where there will be a triage station that will receive the calls from all the communities across Saskatchewan. These are going to be the healthcare workers that will be receiving the calls. These are screens that will provide information, and these are modules for one-to-one healthcare. This is a view of the hub. You can see the different types of information that we will receive in the screens. For example, if you have chest pain in a northern community in Saskatchewan, you will call the hub. We will know where you are. We'll be able to do a chest x-ray, an electrocardiogram. We'll be able to examine you and decide if you indeed have a heart attack and need to be triaged to a tertiary care center. You may not go to the closest hospital, which is what happens now. You will actually go to the hospital that has the capacity to see you and maybe farther away, but has all the services for you. We will have the census of all the hospitals, and we'll be able to follow you up after you go home. This is an example of a mental health care module, and this is a robotic ultrasonography. One of the truly exciting things about this project of the hub is that we are working with the SIIT to train the virtual healthcare workers of the future. We need to really retool our nurses to use virtual care systems and technology to be able to provide care to the patients. And a lot of these trainees will be going to go and work in their own communities across Saskatchewan. This is the first portable MRI system. It's a system for the head that is really crucial for the diagnosis of strokes or hemorrhages in the brain. It is the size of a refrigerator and can actually be pushed. You know, the big MRI scans that need a lot of infrastructure to come. This is an AI-driven X-ray system that can diagnose with 99% accuracy a chest X-ray within 30 seconds. We will be building what we call the mobile imaging diagnostic units, where we will put all this technology in these trailers that will go to communities around and will be able to provide service. The hub will have this remote imaging diagnostic unit area where we have all the technologies that will be controlling all these systems and providing high level of diagnostic imaging services to communities that really have no availability to do that. The amount of money that we spend in transportation of patients is astronomical. For Indigenous transportation in Canada, the budget for transportation is $500 million. Just transporting patients to centers where they can be seen even postoperatively for 5 minutes. So we've done all the calculations in terms of the return on investment of the hub in a 30 community models, which will be starting when the building opens. And these are service lines, for example, ultrasonography, pediatrics, cardiology, and so on. In 10 service lines in 30 communities, we'll be saving $100 million. When we go to 90 communities, we'll be saving $174 million. So it really makes sense. All these resources then can be put back into healthcare. This is my last slide. I moved here about, as Veronica told you, about 10 years ago. When I came, they told me that Saskatchewan had a big sky. And this is a picture of the summer. Indeed, it has a big sky. The reason I'm showing you that is that we are in a time where the sky truly is the limit if we judiciously use technology for healthcare delivery. And I'm optimistic about the future. I think we will be able to make a huge difference to the provision of healthcare to our patients, and specifically the ones that are underserved. Thank you very much.
Is there any questions for Dr. Mendez or Dr. McKinney? I'll have the mics ready for y'all.
Hey, Frank Curry from Google. What you guys do is just phenomenal. It's truly, it's beggars belief, like what you've created and how you're moving things forward in these communities. One of the things I just wanted to check in with is there's a lot of work that organizations like ours have done in the space around healthcare, especially with artificial intelligence. And you'll hear me talk tomorrow, and I won't mention generative AI at all because it drives me crazy. But I think there's areas around, like some of the work that our DeepMind team has done with ophthalmic scans for cardiac, like triaging cardiac, diabetes, areas like that. So I guess my question is, are you engaged with organizations like Google? And the flip side of that is, we want to engage, but we also want to pull back at the same time. So how does the community, or how can we work with the community development team, like all the students that are in the room here, like how could we work with them to kind of bring some of these technologies to you so as you can get them into the devices and use the devices even like add additional functionality into your platforms?
Yeah, no, I think that's an important question. But the crux of the matter is not only how AI will influence the devices and how we will be using them. The really more important and I think priority question is the ability of AI to give you a diagnosis within 30 seconds will change the function of the individual. Now, when you're a nurse and you do an electrocardiogram of the patient, you take that and you call the physician or somebody to interpret it. Now you're going to be actually having a diagnosis that the machine will give you because that's already happening here. So the question is, how do we retool healthcare workers to be able to use the technology that is unstoppable, that's actually going to happen whether we want it or not? And this is one of the big areas of the hub. That's why I moved my offices from the University of Saskatchewan to the Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technology, because this is where we're working on, in our ability to see how we can incorporate technology into the workflow of the individual health worker. The two biggest challenges that I feel are in the healthcare arena in terms of technology is, one, what I said, how do you incorporate technology to the workflow? But then how do you incorporate technology to healthcare systems that have been working for decades? And I think those are the big challenges And we've taken a priority on terms of the education, because technology is going to continue to advance, but it's actually the educational systems that need to be retooled now to be prepared for that.
Next question.
Good afternoon. I'm hearing all these spectacular things you guys are doing with remote medicine and remote help for communities, and the one thing that always pops into my head is bandwidth. How do you manage that risk and that constant, I'll say, sometimes flaky access to adequate bandwidth in those situations, in that geography, right?
Yeah, as I said, we've been working for this for, almost a decade and a half. And when I realized when bandwidth was important is when I visited a lot of the communities, what people really complained was they couldn't watch a Netflix movie entirely because the internet was so bad. They didn't care about the ability of the bandwidth to take care of them. So there has been a tremendous improvement in some of these systems to use really low bandwidths. We now are able to do very reliably robotic ultrasonography across the northern Saskatchewan. And as you know, I think there's going to be a talk on SpaceX, I think in a couple of days, on terms of the Starlink system. And I don't worry about bandwidth in the future. I think we will be able to have enough bandwidth to be able to provide care. I think that it is a lower barrier. The biggest barrier are the conflicted interests, the ability to influence the healthcare systems, and the acceptability of both providers and patients. But if any of the silver lines of COVID has been that we've changed a little bit of that culture. So I think we are on the road to be able to use technology effectively to provide healthcare, not only nationally, but at a global level. Wonderful. There's no other questions. Thank you so much. Oh, there's a question there. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mendez, and thank you as well, Doctor. I'm inspired because I met Dr. Mendez probably about 8 years ago or so, and a lot of our systems that we put into our health center was because of the technology that he was able to show us that was possible. And we've only increased the amount of technology as we moved along. So when we look at health centers that are remote, I'm in Alberta and it really isn't remote, but we're still 100 kilometers away from a good healthcare system. So having this technology is so important. And I think that, lots of people don't understand why it's so important. It's because of people that are pioneers like Dr. Mendez, who has brought this to communities, and certainly I want to thank him.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the person who mentioned that they were inspired. I live in the Yukon, and the work that you're doing is really innovative and something that I think every province and territory needs. So just to try to sum up a little bit of what I heard, Dr. Veronica McKinney was talking about how she started as a lab tech, and then she was a nurse, and then she was a doctor, about how she has a lot of experience with seeing systems differently, particularly with her work with Air and Ambulance. She talked about the Northern Medical Services and the northern half of the province of Saskatchewan, how they have over 40 physicians. Sometimes it can seem like it's between 60 and 80. 2 medical health officers, 2,800 visits per year, 2 health authorities. The fact that their medical health officers are also looking at environmental assessments, such as like mercury levels in fish, and levels in traditional food. Also about the education aspect, that they have many students of residents that come to the north per year, that they're looking at about 3/4 the population of Yukon, that they have 40,000 people in 307 square kilometers, 70% of communities, half are First Nations, 50% of the population is less than 25, and they have double the birth rate. They talked about how in La Ronge they have planned deliveries, and I know in the Yukon right now, through the Council of Yukon First Nations, like they have a First Nations birth workers program. So Saskatchewan has a 30% rural population. And you used an example of Pelican Narrows, about how you had to look at community engagement and create partnerships between the feds, provincial, tribal councils, the bands, NIITA, and the regional health authority. And you talked about pediatric care and about how you had 40 kids in respiratory distress, and mostly about how remote technology saved $240,000 in transportation. 60% of the kids could stay home and 40% access services closer to home, and about how important it is to build trust and relationship, and that it's good to be able to connect with your healthcare service providers, but still stay in your community. That it's less isolating to be able to have services delivered in community instead of away. And so personally, my son has a lot of health challenges. He has cystic fibrosis. So I did a lot of medical travel. Like within the first year of his life, I traveled 12 times. So there is a lot of travel, and I am so inspired, just to hear about how things improved for on-the-ground providers. They felt more supported by the specialists and by patients. There was improved communication and learning opportunities. And for the specialists, they had improved relationships with the ground staff and a better understanding of community challenges and direct communication with the patients and the family. So particularly where I live in Atlan, British Columbia, we have a telehealth system like the robots that you had showed us. You also talked about how it would be good to have more point-of-care testing, like a chemistry analyzer and hematology, how it can be difficult finding lab technicians in Canada right now. Some of the challenges are coordination between sites, consistency. It cannot replace face-to-face interactions, a changing workforce. Physicians can be cautious, but community is innovative and ready to try new things. So some of the opportunities are less need for specialists and substantial training. As we know, technology is changing and improving. It's getting easier and better, improved connectivity. Through the First Nations Health Authority, I know that was some things that people identified was just that because they didn't have cell phone service or like access to broadband, that some of the tracking that they did for diabetes or like ICGs for heart monitoring, like there are people in communities who still struggle with connectivity and they're not able to utilize some of that. But I also feel very optimistic in the 50-10 for 90% of Canadians and the introduction of low Earth orbit such as OneWeb and SpaceX to help us bridge that digital divide. So Dr. Mendez talked about the virtual health hub and healthcare delivery and the fact that we're in a pivotal time with AI and 5G and virtual care for patients and physicians. That you can use Wi-Fi or cell to connect to specialized medical services. There was discussion about how they look at the different parts of the medical system, so the remote nursing station versus the rural hospital versus the tertiary care. And also, I found it really interesting because I'm used to seeing the robot like in our health center about how you talked about trauma care. So how search and rescue and first responders from the site of the accident can start collecting diagnostics, and that transfers straight to the hospital. And you showed us lots of examples of different Bluetooth devices today, like spirometers, ECGs, urine analysis, wearable VR technology, things to track your, like I said, your heart, your breath, your temperature, the ability for ultrasounds to be done in community, and how that's improving health outcomes. And that's really what we want to do, is we want to increase health outcomes and decrease costs. And you also touched on remote acute pediatric care, and we saw statistics from Nunavut about babies. I also appreciated learning more about the Canadian Trias assessment score, the CTAS, and also just about post-op care and the effects that COVID had, how there were 40,000 surgeries and backlogs. I really enjoyed learning about the neuromodulation programming and actually having devices inserted into your body to help with the monitoring for what's happening for you. And also just the fact that the virtual health hub building is coming and that it will reduce wait times and travel for people in Saskatchewan. So thank you again so much for being here. It was an honor to have you present. And, I forgot my agenda. Can you pass it? I'm just going to introduce the next speaker. Okay, so we're at 2:16. So the next thing that we do have is our break, which we'll have until 2:30. And then after that, we'll be with Dr. Ian, who is from the University of Saskatchewan, talking about deep learning and AI research for aerial images of traditional foods and medicines.
Chair, sorry.
Yeah.
We do have like 3 things back to back, and I do know that Dr. Stavnis did have a so I was hoping that we could push through this next presentation and then take our break, because we still do have 2 presentations after Dr. Stavnis. So if we don't mind, can we just sit tight and give our attention to Dr. Stavnis?
Sure, no problem. So up next, just trying to find... Yeah, so we'll just keep going. Up next from the University of Saskatchewan, we have Dr. Ian Stavnis. He leads the Image and Data Analysis Group for the Plant Phenotyping and Image Research Center, 2PIRC, at the University of Saskatchewan. He also directs the Biological Imaging and Graphics, BIG lab, focused on deep learning, computer vision, 3D modeling for biological and biomedical applications. He completed his postdoc at Stanford in bioengineering in 2012. He has his PhD, master's and bachelor of science in computer science and computer engineering for the University of British Columbia. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks very much, and thanks for your patience as we continue before the break. I'd like to start by acknowledging that I live and work here on Treaty 6 territory in the homeland of the Métis, and I'm really happy to be here with this group today. Now, my title is a bit aspirational, as I will talk about deep learning in agriculture and wildlife, but really to use this technology for and realize its potential for traditional foods and medicines, of course, I need dialogue with everyone in this room. So really, I'm looking to you. My first point is to request discussion and dialogue, and I'm looking forward to that. I'd like to start with this aerial image of the agricultural fields just outside of Saskatoon. These are plant science experiments. You can see there's small rectangles in this field. Each rectangle has a different type of wheat. And one of the things we've been working on is trying to provide information to scientists like the individual you saw there, Dr. Curtis Posniak, who's a wheat breeder. So his job is to go through this field, look at each small rectangle of those wheat and say which are the good ones and which are the bad ones. And so you can imagine on a hot day in Saskatchewan, his thumbs up and thumbs down might be different at the start of the day when he's at the start of the field versus 4 hours later when he walks through the rest of that field. And so rather than having him walk through, we'd like to use images. So fly drones or get images from other ways and give that information to that expert. So in my talk today, I'm going to provide an intro to deep learning. I'd like to try to demystify it a bit. There's not really much magic going on there. So hopefully at the end of that, we'll all be deep learning engineers in the room. And then I'll talk about applications we've had in agriculture and some new applications in wildlife. And then happy to have some discussion after the talk or during the break. This is a concept from the main deep learning textbook, and it's really looking at what led to the popularity of deep learning, and part of this is just differences in the way that what people and what computers are good at. So traditionally, computers really are good at solving abstract and formal tasks, whereas people are good at handling lots of information, subjective information, maybe conflicting information, and sort of sorting out those details. And what we've seen is, that some of the earliest accomplishments of computers solving problems were things in like the games of chess, which chess is a very complex game, but we can describe its rules so the computer can do it very well. And what deep learning or AI techniques have sort of moved computers into some of the areas where people are good at, handling large amounts of information and subjective and intuitive information. So this is where we're seeing, I think, the rise in popularity of these techniques. I like to start with an example of a plant picture to sort of motivate what deep learning approach is. This is a picture of a wheat field taken from the top down, so you're seeing the top of the wheat plants. And one thing that farmers or plant scientists might want to do is find where the wheat heads are in this picture. So the wheat heads are the top of the plant, the spike where all the grain is. And they're a little hard to see. I'll point a couple of them out to you with red arrows here. But the point is that with these sort of problems, these sort of images, it's actually really difficult to encode or try to pick out what's important to try to find what you're interested in this case, the wheat heads. So for example, you could look at the color of this picture and sometimes maybe the wheat heads would be yellow, whereas the rest of the plant is green, and that would be great, it would be easy. But at this particular growth stage, everything's green. So you have basically no idea from looking at the color where the important bits are. I think this is brightness actually. So you look at the brightness and actually the tips of the leaves are the brightest spots here. If you look at color, really there's no difference because everything's green. You could look at the edges of, the hard edges in the image, but that doesn't really tell you much difference either. So for these sort of problems and many problems in the world, it's just really hard to know what's important in your data or in your image. And so picking the good features, the things that are important in the image is hard to do. And so the deep learning approach, rather than trying to choose those ahead of time, is to show the computer what you want, and then let it learn how to do that. And so we do that by providing what we call labels or annotations. Point out what's important in the picture and many times, and have the computer learn it. And I want to point this out because these are humans involved. So we think of AI as being kind of happening automatically, but in the core, it's trained with information that's provided by people and experts, and that's why we really do consider humans and people to be kind of critical to this technology development. And so we would pick out, draw boxes around all of the wheat heads and then do that on many different images of wheat plants and eventually get a model that can automatically do this. But it's really based on the expert knowledge from people that we've worked with. Now, I do want to give an example to kind of get you guys all trained in being deep learning researchers. So I went on Google and just searched for dog, cat, and bird and got these pictures. And it's pretty amazing now, basically. This is a solved problem. We can find all of the dog pictures on the internet, all of the cat pictures, and all the bird pictures, and we know what they are. But with a very simple sort of machine learning approach, we can show you how we would be able to determine what's a dog versus a cat versus a bird. So if you took a picture of your cat and you zoomed in really close, you'd see the small squares of your picture, and those are called pixels. And each one of those pixels has a number associated with it. Depends on the color of the pixel, if it's brighter or darker or different color. So we can take all those pixels that are in kind of a square, stretch it out into one long set of numbers here. So this is our picture of a cat, is these numbers, this one particular cat. Now, the way these machine learning models work is there's often a set of numbers that represent what we call weights, and we multiply those by the numbers in the picture of the cat. We add some more numbers for an offset, and what we get out are numbers that are the score of how much this model thinks this is a picture of a bird, a cat, or a dog. So if you have a big number, we're more confident that it is. So you can see that we get a big minus number for bird here, so we know it's not a bird. But between dog and cat, they're a bit more similar, although the cat has the higher number, so it wins out. And then the training part is we do this many, many times. Many, thousands of pictures of cats. So we all know our cats, thousands of pictures of dogs. And all of the numbers that are in the colored boxes here, we change them slowly over time to try to get better answers. And so this model will learn by changing these numbers to improve our predictions here. And one of the cool things, this is an example from Stanford University, from their machine learning course. One of the cool things from this example is that once you've trained the model, you can go back and take, so all of these red numbers here represent or sort of associated with birds, the bird examples. These green ones would be associated with cat, these with blue, and you can take those and that's a long number, you can put it back into a picture and see what the model is generally looking for when it's trying to say this is a cat versus a dog. So that's what these pictures are, and this is for, I guess, 10 different types of objects. And so this is sort of what this very simple machine learning model is looking for each of those types of images. And you can kind of almost look and see sort of what it's doing. So for planes, almost all our pictures of planes are on a blue background. So that's why it mostly picks up on blue. So if it sees an image with lots of blue, it's going to say, oh, that's most likely a plane. Or maybe a ship, because ships also appear on blue background. The animals are interesting. Birds are in green, deer are in green background. Same with horses, and you can see kind of a brown horse in the middle. But also you can see there's a horse head kind of one to the left and one to the right. So most pictures of horses are taken from a side view, but some of them are left, some of them are right facing. And so if you kind of merge all those many examples together, you look for images that look kind of like that and say it's a horse. So this is one simple machine learning model for recognizing pictures, but now you know hopefully a bit about how the deep learning or machine learning approach works kind of under the hood. But how can we use this technology, or why would we want to use it in agriculture or in other applications? So in agriculture, and I think this is very similar across different areas as well in healthcare. We have a huge amount of data that's being collected in agriculture. The main areas of data are genomics of the plants, so the genetics of the plants that farmers are growing, the phenomics, which are the physical characteristics they can see, so how big the plants are, how many seeds it grows, and then agronomic data, which is all the environmental data of where the plants are growing and how much water they get, how much sun. And we're starting to collect much more of this information, and we need to transform it into something that is useful for a farmer or a plant scientist. So in our context, we want to help make decisions for things like breeding new crops, farmers for growing, or other food processing individuals. Very same story in medicine, in other industries where you have patient information, you have environmental information, and you want to organize it, but you also want to bring it together to make decisions. And often these data sets are in different areas, and they're hard to bring together. Deep learning is helpful, these approaches, the AI and deep learning, because we can take and bring all these data sets together to make better decisions, hopefully. So a couple features of deep learning, a couple of reasons why we use it. It works across different scales. So for plant images, we can have really small pictures, we can have pictures of fields, we can have satellite pictures, and we can use the same analysis for all of them. Different spectral scales are important as well. So the visible spectrum that we would see, but also things that we can't see, like the infrared information. In a medical context, this would be different types of scans. So you could have a CT scan and an MRI scan. Those are different sort of spectral types of images, and we want to bring those together. Or temporal, we have information as the plant grows over its life. We want to bring that information together. And then we have different types of data as well. We have image data for plants. We could have medical image data for a patient. We have lots of text information. We already heard this morning about how much text information is in healthcare. We have similar things in agriculture. Categorical data like disease severity from 1 to 10, or ratings that people will do, and then time series data. So in agriculture, that's mostly has to do with the environmental data of over the growing year, how much rain, how much heat, how much sun. But you could imagine tracking a patient's record over a long study. That would be time series data in a different context. And these deep learning approaches work across these so you can kind of merge all these different types of data together as well. And the applications, there's actually a tremendous number of applications across these different scales. So if we look at individual seeds, we can analyze them to look for certain characteristics that would be a good healthy versus unhealthy seed. If a seed has been susceptible to disease, for example. Most of our research is at the plant scale, working with the plant scientists, where they really want to know, of all the plants they have in their research fields, they want to count them. They want to identify, which ones have more leaves, more flowers, those sort of things, really at the plant scale. And disease detection is important, especially early disease detection in plants, very similar to people. At the field scale, this is probably more applications targeted towards farmers themselves, so analyzing their land, the progress of their crops, when and where to make decisions for the management of their fields. And then at the much broader scale, these same techniques can be used for satellite images to look at, across the whole country, what types of crops are being produced, the logistics of getting both inputs to farmers, but also their products out into the marketplace and doing predictions on pricing. So we see there's a huge amount of applications across all these different scales in agriculture. At the University of Saskatchewan, we have invested substantially in taking these types of pictures. And so we mostly use drone images and then specialized vehicles that drive through agricultural fields. But we recognize that these are also fairly expensive technologies. So we've also deployed a lot of inexpensive consumer approaches. So like taking a GoPro camera and taking that out to the field, or your cell phone out to the field to try to make it easier for people to collect, for farmers to collect this data. Just putting cameras on the back of existing tractors that are used in the field, or setting up cameras to take pictures over time, time-lapse pictures in the field. So a tremendous amount of effort to collect this data. And then we work very closely with plant scientists and farmers to get that expert information to build and train deep learning models. And then I did want to mention some new applications we have in wildlife, and this relates to using the same deep learning approaches, but to try to detect and track and count animals, so to doing wildlife surveys. This is a project led by Phil McLaughlin in the Department of Biology at the university that I'm happy to contribute to or to be involved with. One thing that Phil has done a great job is he's really put together a great community around assessment of wildlife and the impact of how this technology could be used for many stakeholders to get a better understanding of what's happening on their land and their territory, what's happening with animals that are in their territory. And we have a number of important partners, First Nation partners and academic partners. Maybe I'll highlight the key First Nation, as they've been a really important partner in discussing how this technology can be used and been very gracious in their time with us and our team. So to give you a sense of what we're hoping to do, this is an example from another study where they've flown image and now they're detecting all birds on this small piece of land. What we're interested in is looking at northern boreal forest and looking at caribou in particular, which is an important food source for northern First Nations, but also has a number of important threats. So there's disease pressure, including chronic wasting disease, which is becoming an important potential threat. And so we want to be able to track that, threats from predators and how changes to the landscape that have been made, things like utility cuts, how that affects the dynamics between predators and prey. So they're in not their natural environment now due to changes to the landscape. And we want to be able to try to get more insight into what's happening there. This is another example from Africa where this has been used in places like the Serengeti, where they're protected environments where they want to be able to access and get more information about what's happening with wildlife in these spaces. These images are much more challenging to collect than just walking through a field, agricultural field with a GoPro. So what Phil's team has brought in is this imaging technology that's mounted onto a Cessna plane that will take pictures as the plane flies from very high altitude. You can see the box here with a couple different cameras that point downward as the plane flies. Here's some pictures of his team in the winter going out to do these surveys with this aircraft. And this is an example of the type of images that, that he will capture. So, as the plane flies, you get this long track of pictures that sort of continually gets updated. And then the idea is, over a study area, he'll fly these strips, and then we look inside of these pictures to try to count animals that we find. Here's some example images. I think these are actually from the Saskatoon Zoo, the forestry farm, but just example pictures that show some animals. And just from the color picture, sometimes it's actually still pretty hard to see what is necessarily an animal. I'll point out where the animals are here, which look quite a bit like the rocks over here. But in addition to this color picture, we can also get other spectral images, so infrared images that relate to how much heat is being emitted by objects. And so in the infrared band, the animals really light up because they're emitting heat. And so this combination of both the color picture, the sort of picture you get from your cell phone, and these other wavelengths can help us to identify the things that we're interested in, the animals in this case. And of course, this becomes much more challenging depending on the environment. I will make a side comment that we're very much interested in vegetation and land forms as well. So this is another example of color picture. And then in a near-infrared band, you can see that the living vegetation is quite different from the rest of the vegetation. So we can use this to track other vegetation aspects of land forms. Here's another example showing the color picture and then some hot spots in the infrared. And this becomes particularly challenging in the boreal forest when we have leaf out or when there's many things that would be hiding animals that we're interested in. And so, it can be very, very difficult to find and count animals that are occluded or blocked by vegetation, whereas we're hoping that infrared signal, that heat signature, can be very useful in those situations. Another example of a hidden animal, but that shows up on this other infrared band. And then, of course, there's applications outside of natural wildlife as well into agriculture, again, with tracking cattle in farmers' fields as well. So I'll leave it there. I'll summarize. Hopefully I've taught you a little bit about deep learning. Hopefully you have a bit of appreciation of just what's happening and that it is kind of a straightforward process. And then applications in agriculture and in wildlife. And I'll leave it there to open up for any questions now, or happy to have discussion during the coffee break. Thanks very much.
Of course.
So, one of the things that's really interesting with this, and there's colleagues of yours at USask at Vito who are looking at looking at One Health, so not population health, and how do things like COVID made its way into white-tailed deer. White-tailed deer is hunted as a food source. I don't know about over here, but I know in Northern Ontario it is. It'd be really interesting to see how you can mesh the wildlife work you're doing with the One Health work that people like Aaron J. Banerjee is doing, and kind of try to bring that together. Because I think that's a really interesting place where some of this can go. Because as humans are interacting more and moving into places where historically they weren't, One Health becomes more critical when we're looking at how zoonoses kind of function, viruses move through animals into humans. So I don't know whether you're chatting with them, but it'd be really, really cool to see how you can extend what you're doing here and tying into them to kind of figure out how some of the populations could be, or how you can get a better understanding of migration routes and also places where people do hunt.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and I hopefully tried to motivate that by the large list of team members, and that absolutely, in order to tackle these really challenging problems, we need team members across all these communities. So yeah, we work closely with folks at the Western College of Veterinary Medicine who are experts in, for example, chronic wasting disease in particular, and how it's moved to deer populations and the threat of it moving into caribou. So yeah, complex problems, they really do require this team approach, and so yeah, we're fortunate to have really good colleagues, but thanks very much.
Any other questions? Oh, up at the front.
Thank you. I was wondering how complex these models are for training in terms of computational resources that are required, and if you guys are leveraging. Well, I'm from Amazon, so I'm wondering if you're leveraging any kind of elastic infrastructure out there to allow you to train very intensively and then maybe scale back and save some money after the fact.
Yeah, that's a good point. Almost all of these models are fairly computationally complex. Of course, they scale. They keep going the larger that you make them. We are fortunate to be in a university environment to have our substantial computational resources that we have access to, and so we're fortunate for that. Certainly do utilize public cloud or private cloud resources especially for that elasticity, running things at a larger scale than we have possible. One thing my research group really does focus on is efficient models. We really are keenly and critically taking a look at what kind of models we're training, and if trying to scale back from those huge models to what's the best model that works for this particular problem. We want to identify canola seedlings. Can we get the cheapest, fastest, most efficient model that's going to be most practical for a farmer to use, and is going to have less both computational cost, but also a smaller footprint in terms of the carbon that we need for that. So, we certainly do train large models, but more and more we're trying to work on models that are sort of fit to problem. Okay, great. Why don't we leave it there, and then I'm happy to. One more here. Oh, one more. Oh, perfect. Yeah. Great. Thanks. Sorry, I missed that one.
I have a background in a lot of things. With agriculture, are you using any of the GPS systems that on combines and stuff like that at the local level with the farmers and stuff as well?
Yeah, that's a great point. So, agriculture is a nice sort of industry to work with because they are adopters of technology. So, they've been using GPS on tractors for a long time, and we can take advantage of some of that technology, but we also are seeing that more and more of these approaches are being put into some of the machinery that they have, so they can do these analyses as they go and make better decisions sort of on the fly. Yeah.
Anybody else?
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow, I learned a lot. This is part of the reason why I love coming to these conferences, because we have such a variety of speakers. I feel like I gained something from everyone. So I just wanted to thank you very much, Dr. Stavnes, for your presentation. Your presentation was an intro to deep learning. You taught us a little bit about what machine learning is, and you used wheat heads as an example. So you said, how do you determine what that is, like the color, the edges, and that choosing good features is really hard. And so that's what deep learning does, is that it shows the computer what you're trying to detect with labels or metadata, and you let it learn how, and that process starts with people. It's really the people that need to give their input into the machine learning. We also learned a little bit, we saw a formula about image classification, using pixelated images, like some sort of methodology with 7 numbers where you were modeling and making predictions on birds, cats, and dogs and images. You also talked about agriculture and farming, specifically about genomics, phenomics, and agronomics, which is just the genes of the plants, the physical characteristics and the environmental qualities as well. And just the value chain of crops, about how it's about breeding, growing, and processing crops, and specifically about different scopes and scales that you can look at as you're analyzing the data, the spatial, spectral, and temporal aspects, different data types, the images, the text, the categorical, and the time series that looks at the heat and sun of different crops. And then you're technically just merging all these data sources together to determine different things like crop viability. So a lot of stuff happens at the seed scale, and that you're doing your crop imaging with drones and vehicles and different time-lapse tools, like you said, GoPro and like a tractor. Then we also talked about aerial imaging of wildlife and the way that your colleague Phil was actually just putting devices on airplanes. And then we saw sort of an expanded view, again, of more images that would need machine learning and people. So I also thought it was interesting about the infrared to determine location. And we just signed an IPCA in Tag River Tlingit territory, and we have like 1 million square hectares of untouched wilderness. So I'm really encouraged by the work that the university is doing, and thank you very much for your presentation. So we have 2 more speakers left today. We have Tyson Rodfrey of Nova Networks, and after that we'll have Paul Schriberl from OneWeb. It was really great to have Tyson here last year from Nova Networks. Tyson has over 25 years experience working within various complex business environments, such as healthcare technology, consumer products, high-tech manufacturing, and management consulting. Tyson joined Nova in 2020 as their VP of Digital Health. Prior to that, he was part of the national IBM healthcare team, the head of social innovation and IoT at Hitachi Venera, as well as VP and CIO at the Hospital for Sick Children and Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario. Within these roles, his innovative approach to work and leadership delivered a wide array of transformative projects, provincial programs, and strategic plans that set the foundation for a new digital reality. Thank you.
Afternoon. I'll try to stand at the podium. I don't sit still very well or stand still very well. Today, I'm trying to talk a little bit about creating an e-marketplace. I really appreciated Mike's presentation around Health Hub, and I've had the pleasure of being at every one of NIITA's events, starting in Winnipeg just before the pandemic, last year in Vancouver, and here again. What I found really interesting in the Health Hub presentation and the NIITA vision from the beginning is it's this power of the group that could really move things forward. So you'll see, I'll talk a little bit about what came out of Vancouver for me, where I think we're pushing and what we're offering, but my challenge is really to this room and to the group is what are we gonna do different, right? How are we gonna maybe get to something like the Health Hub type level? Maybe it's just adopting what they have. Maybe it's adopting things that we're providing. I'm not sure what the answer is, but I certainly believe that the answer sits within actions that people can take within this room. So let me just jump into this. So a little bit about Nova, some goals and objectives coming out of Vancouver, leveling the buying field. It was really clear to me that there's all kinds of different shapes and sizes of communities. But if we brought that all together, we probably could buy technology for significantly less and all save money. So why not do that? I'll do a little demo of the marketplace that I'm suggesting. We're offering a tool, a real simple thing, and then some questions and answers. So Nova's been around for about 30 years, really focused on general IT kind of stuff, do a little bit of everything. About 350 employees, most of those are service type people. We answer about 100,000 tickets a month in our service desks and our managed service offerings. So this is a really core part of our business and how we enable other organizations like the IBMs of the world, Kyndryl, and some other big service providers. We tend to be their onshore Canadian partner. So like most IT organizations, we have a little bit of everything, but at the end of the day, our philosophy is how do we go and meet the customers and meet our partners and bring them what they need. If somebody just needs to buy 2 laptops, then fantastic, we'll help them get the 2 best laptops they can ever get. If someone needs to fully outsource their organization, we can go do that as well. Right now, we do that for a number of hospitals in the Ontario market. By the end of next year, we'll probably directly or indirectly touch 1 in 3 hospitals in the Ontario market through managed services and the different services we offer. And those are everything from we are the IT shop for that organization to we sell them odds and ends. So coming out of Vancouver, there's 4 things that were kind of important to me on my reflections and I think where we might want to go is you got to walk the talk. Connectivity is key, share knowledge, and level the buying field, right? So how do I make sure, or how do we as a collective group, I work for NOVA, but I'm here for NIITA, right? I've bought into this vision. Jeff brought me into this several years ago, and I bought into the vision of how can we collectively do something better than everybody on their own. So here's things that we've done from a NOVA perspective. We've bought into the Canadian Council for Aboriginal Business and the PAR program. So from an organization standpoint, this is something you might want to look at all your partners. Are they doing this, and are they contributing and being part of the community overall? And we've launched an Indigenous-owned IT organization called Indigenuity. Probably takes about 10 times before I can say that. I've been practicing all day. But this is at this point, just literally launched this month, very focused on federal government work. It only has a team of 3. But last year when I presented in Vancouver, my digital health team only had 1, and now we're 9. So as we scale these things, we can bring focus and energy to them very quickly. Connectivity is key. One of the things we really wanted to do, worked with the one group as we left, we wanted to make sure Cherish had a network. And we weren't successful doing it, but she went and did it on her own, and she's moved the yardsticks there. But as an organization, we wanted to bring together a collective group that kind of all had the same philosophy on how could we bring connectivity to rural and remote areas in a business model that was supportive to the community, was in a revenue sharing kind of mindset, and local ownership. So we brought together a small group of companies. We haven't launched anything yet at this point, but we have all the organizational stuff, all the contractual stuff, and all that kind of stuff ready to go if and when we need it. But knowing that connectivity is so important, we wanted to make sure we had something in our kit bag that anyone in any community could call on and we could deliver on for sure. Share knowledge. I've talked a few times about the HIMSS model, and this is a really fantastic way if you're in health IT and you're not familiar with HIMSS, I would say go spend a little bit of time and figure that out. As NOVA, we are the only Canadian digital health HIMSS certified partner, so we can resell these assessments and products for you. From a pure IT standpoint, the model called Infram, which is about infrastructure, we run that assessment for about $5,000, and it gives you a really nice layout of all your infrastructure and sets up almost like a strategic roadmap for your organization, probably for the next 3 to 5 years. And it covers all those areas, transport, mobility, collaboration, security, and your data center. So this is a really nice, I'll call it life hack or cheat, right? You answer about 150 questions. A really nice global organization does all the assessment on all your answers and gives you a really nice report and a nice roadmap going forward. If you can't hire consulting organizations to do strategic planning and all that kind of stuff, this becomes a really, really nice way, elegant and inexpensive way to know that you have some data supporting the direction you want to bring your organization. So nice little tool. HIMSS also offers, if you're trying to measure your electronic health record, the maturity of that implementation, or your supply chain, or your analytics platforms, there's different models that are available to organizations. So all about the same cost, but really nice, simple ways to get information that if you're trying to convince senior management or others on, I need to invest here, or we want to go to the cloud, or we want to do this next thing, this is the way to go about it. And then to the title of my presentation, the e-marketplace. For me, the electronic marketplace is really just a tool to give us the opportunity to aggregate and collaborate together so that the sum is greater than its parts, right? So by definition, it's just an online platform that allows us to put buyers and sellers together, facilitates procurement, and streamlines buying process. But if you think of the aggregate volume that this group can do, similar to what Mike talked about in the early startings of TribalHub, I was laughing as he was presenting to myself, like, here's the same path that NIITA is on from the visions, back in the Winnipeg, the very first Winnipeg meeting, that it's just kind of evolving, and we're offering tools for NIITA to start that evolution versus going and having to invest into these big platforms. So why would you do it, and what's in it for you? Again, everybody would love to save 10, 15, 20% on their IT budget, right? So if we aggregate all our volumes together, it's a potential that we could have. Simplify procurement on commodities we know and buy every day, 5-foot cables or power bars or a hub or a small router or a firewall, whatever it might be, a laptop, a computer, a monitor, right? All that kind of stuff, if we can create an aggregate volume, share those profits, right? Then NIITA as an organization could create revenue. You as an organization get to save money, and then we start down this maturity path and sustainability for our alliance. The other nice thing that it potentially helps with is sharing of knowledge. So I don't know, I'll pick, if everyone was using Lenovo laptops or everyone was working on the Google Cloud, right? The ability for us at these events to share our knowledge and share our abilities and share our learnings just grows, right? So by default, we create standards, be it formal or informal standards that help us move forward. And then when I was listening to the clinical folks speak, when they're jumping from community to community or from place to place, then their ability to jump in and actually do work, because everything looks familiar, everything looks comfortable, I know where the on button is, these kinds of, these are nice outcomes or end results of that kind of work. And then continuing to grow the ecosystem, the evolution of what we heard from TribalHub is quite amazing. It took 20 years, if I remember correctly, and it's probably still growing and evolving and always learning. But I think there's a huge body of knowledge there we can learn from, even jump in and participate potentially. But why take 20 years if we can leapfrog and get 2 or 3 things done in the next 2, right? So before I do a demo, what we did on our own is we went to a bunch of vendors and said, if an organization like NIITA wanted to save some money, could we guarantee them federal-like rates for buying? So, the government of Canada buys, 10, 15,000 laptops a year, probably more like 30,000 laptops a year, right? They get it at a pretty incredible price point. Could we make that price point available to this community as well if they're to participate in something like this? And so far, all of these vendors have given me a thumbs up that we could actually do that. And some of them I really like, because one of the big topics that came up a whole bunch of times this morning is cybersecurity and cyber awareness. So ESAT is the product we use, and again, it's a nice simple subscription model that you can get all your cyber awareness training. It's all gamified, it's all marked, it's all the audit processes are there. all the tracking and reporting processes are there, and then they'll come back through on the program and do all the phishing attempts as well, just to make sure people remember what they were trained on. SciDev's another really interesting one, that small Ottawa company working with the feds in cyber defense. One of the big problems I find in the healthcare work that I do, which tends to be small and rural hospitals, is everyone has these big cyber plans, but they got 3 people to execute on all of their IT shop. They just don't have enough people and resources. What I really liked about this company is that they bring the technology, so all the managed endpoint device stuff, with the analysts and the reporting all together at a price point at about $12 Canadian a device, versus the more typical vendors that are hitting about $15, $18 US a device. So really, really disruptive and interesting package for organizations that have a small resource pool, but big security things that they need to focus on. So just to give you a sense of what the marketplace would look like, so you'd go to like a NIITA website, we'd add a button in there that takes you to the marketplace. You log in, and the scenario I'd created with the team was we're going to convert a space into a flu shot space and get it set up and buy everything in the marketplace. So, this is our full, we got about 200,000 items in our marketplace. In this case, we're going to pick a couple laptops to buy, and then you'll see all the details that you would want, all the spec sheets, all the pictures, all the images that you would need to make an informed decision on why that one. And then we'll add a few other pieces to it. But the nice thing is this platform exists, kind of like, everyone's used Amazon or some sort of online shopping. This is a tool that we as Nova can make available to NIITA as a group, and you guys would pick what are the things that you want to buy and procure and aggregate all your volumes on. So again, you just go through the process of picking. I think we've decided you'd have 2 laptops. And now we're just looking for, I think it's the monitors. We're going to put, I think those were Lenovo. These are HP monitors. Again, all that rich information that you would want as a decision maker or someone who needs to pick what kind of technology I'm going to use. All that content is already there and available to us. So now we were going to put 2 monitors for every laptop. We realized we need to do our hub or a switch. So we're just grabbing a simple 12-port switch to extend into there. And then we remembered we need to do this cybersecurity program, so we go and check and see is there any cybersecurity training that we can just buy online. And the ESET program I was just talking to you about is there. So there's 30 people in our organization, so we'll order up the subscription for 30 people, right? And this is just an online training. It's the nice thing about it, it's gamified. For us, our organization, to maintain our ISO certification, we need everybody in the company to do it. So nice, easy product. Then we realized we needed somewhere to put the flu shot, which usually goes in a fridge. So just by chance, we happen to have some mini fridges in our inventory. So we grabbed one of those, and then we go through the process of checking out. So simple, what's your billing and shipping information? Every time I've done this in the mirror, it's been faster than me, so now I'm faster than it. So. And then the next slide, if you have a, if you're set up in the system, you can either do POs or you can do credit cards, and then everything is ready to go. And then you check out. So again, real simple tool. The platform for us, because we manage so much inventory, so many things, we have this really big, robust platform. And again, we're happy to let NIITA as a group use it. And how we would do that, we can have this up and running within 2-3 weeks. The idea of how you would design it, it's not for Nova, it's for you guys. So the idea was, well, why don't we just follow OCAP principles on how you would design it and run it and govern it. So, all content would be owned by NIITA, control would be governed by NIITA, just as same as in the Health Hub. Our TribalHub idea, access would be granted, right? Double checked and granted. And for possession, I didn't know actually what to do, so I just said, well, if you buy it, you own it, which actually makes sense. And then Nova would offer the platform and whatever support is needed, right? You guys could do all the marketing, we could do it. Again, the idea here is how can private industry come and be helpful, right, to get you up and running. Maybe in 2 years you choose to do something different. Maybe you choose to just jump in with TribalHub and jump on their value platform. For me, I don't care either way, but I think we're going to lose a big opportunity if as a group we don't bring ourselves together and actually start doing things differently than all in our individual silos. And it's a shared profit model. So again, the idea is how does NIITA gain revenue by doing things we do anyways and everyone else gets a lower price. So how would it benefit NIITA? How would NIITA members benefit? What's in it for Nova? As I said, we're just here to facilitate. And for those who have relationships with other organizations, companies, partners, we don't care. We can put them on the platform and let people use it however they want. So in conclusion, I think from last year there's been some progress, but I really think we could do more. The feeling is we're still operating in silos. The point of the system is to roll up our sleeves and solve problems. So, who wants to save money and who wants to jump in and do something like this? Then what's next, right? I look at the evolution of TribalHub, right? I think that's very much in line with what the vision of NIITA is. And what do you need from companies like Nova? So this is an idea that came out of several conversations and a few dinners. But is it what you need? Like what other kind of help can we offer, right? We're a private sector company. I live in the healthcare market. We're dedicated to rural and indigenous health, but we really need you to provide us the guidance. We have a lot of tools at our disposal, a lot of people, but we need you to guide us on how to help. And that's it. Questions? Comments, questions?
Check.
Yeah, me again.
All good.
You mentioned earlier that you managed to negotiate with some vendors the same level of pricing as the federal government gets, which is good. Did you also manage to guarantee quantities and shipment delays that the government gets as well?
Nice question. So the nice thing ultimately your question is a smart one on what does the supply chain look like. Nova is we consider ourselves a small distributor. We have about 75,000 feet of warehouse and build space. So what we do for a lot of our customers, if we know things are coming, is we'll pre-order, get it into Canada, and then be able to distribute. So use for those of us that are from Ottawa, the city of Ottawa uses Nova for all their technology, like all their desktop technology. In the pandemic, they were the first public health organization to have pop-up centers set up because by contract, we hold 25% of their inventory in city. So that's become our standard. So we can't solve all supply chain issues, but we're well set up to try to minimize that risk. Sure.
A follow-up to that would be the pricing model for the federal government is locked in. Like if you know I order a laptop on January and I get it in December, the price will not change over the course of that time. So does that apply to your model as well?
So typically the government pricing is always designed on MSRP and discount, right? So we hold that same thing. So list price could move, but discounts tend to be the same. So that's the idea, is we would offer something way more flexible, you know, I'll call it Fed-like, because the feds have all kinds of rules and blah, blah, blah. It's just like, you know, you got 25 pages of documentation you got to sign every time you buy a keyboard. So we wouldn't burden this group with that. But if we can get pricing to the point where, you know, if a single organization here can get, I'll say 10% off, and I can get 30, why would I not offer that 30 through this process? That help? Good? Comments, questions? Anyone ready to save money? Willing to do something? You're part of this. From day one, we've talked about this kind of NIITA thing moving, right? So now we got to get out of our comfort zone and move it. So, all right. Maybe, I don't know if I made time or lost time. Thank you.
I just joined NIITA last year, so I didn't realize that Tyson had been to every NIITA conference. So Tyson is from Nova Networks, and he was talking about the power of the group will bring things forward, and that we need to be leveling the buying field. And we saw a demo of the e-marketplace that Nova Networks can provide. So Nova was established in 1993. Right now they have about 100,000 help desk calls a month, which I hope to get to sometime in my career. They have 350 employees, and they mentioned that 1 in 3 hospitals in Ontario will be impacted or somehow supported by Nova Networks in the near future. So how can we collectively do things better? Really, the e-marketplace, the definition, as we all know, is it's an online platform that connects buyers and sellers, and it facilitates the procurement of goods and services and streamlines the purchasing powers, essentially saving money and increasing revenue just by the volume that people will be able to purchase, scalability. And we also see a creation of standards, aggregate volume to gain higher discounts, simplifies the procurement policy, procurement processes, building stronger partner ecosystems. Right now they have about 200,000 different items available through their distribution channels. And we heard some questions specifically around supply chain issues and pricing, both of which were impacted throughout COVID. We also saw that Nova Networks had created an IT company called IndigenuityTech.ca, particularly looking around securing and obtaining federal contracts. You also talked about HIMSS Analytics, which is Healthcare Information and Management Systems, which is a really good certification to have if you're in health. So thank you very much, Tyson. And without further ado, I just really wanted to thank OneWeb for coming back to NIITA. Your presentation last year, I can't remember if it was called a Clavic, but you showed us different base stations that you had deployed in Alaska. And I am aware that you have a partnership with Northwest Tel. So as we were looking at a couple presentations ago, just like the 60th parallel, and it showed northern Saskatchewan, the whole north, Whitehorse, where I'm from primarily, all the way from Yukon, NWT, and Nunavut, they're all serviced by Northwest Tel, which is a subsidiary of Bell. And OneWeb has partnered really closely with OneWeb and Northwest Tel partnered together to service a ton of communities across the Northern Territories. So Paul Shrubashal has been a principal sales engineer with OneWeb for almost 3 years and was OneWeb's first Canadian employee in 2021. Although he speaks with a British accent, he is now a Canadian citizen who moved to Canada in 2006 and lives on Vancouver Island, BC. He first became involved with satellite communications in 2012, working in Northern Canada. His telecommunications career spans more than 4 decades, covering a variety of technologies in project management and sales engineering roles in Europe, Asia Pacific, and North America. Thank you, Paul.
Wow, those lights are bright at the back. Can you all hear me? Yeah, good, thanks. Pamela asked me to put a bio together for this presentation, and I decided to opt for 4 decades because that actually sounded better than 48 years, which prompted me to think about retirement. So I'm hoping to be back next year for the NIITA conference, but maybe that one will be the last. It's actually really quite hard to put together a presentation about something that is quite technical when we have such a diverse audience. And I spent a long time last week trying to put the presentation together, and I started out with about 80 slides, so you're very excited by that news, no doubt. But I managed to whittle it down to 20. But based on the previous presentations and the discussions that have been going on today, what I'm going to do is not go through all the slides, because what I'd like to do is make this more of an interactive dialogue and not just have me standing up here talking about what's on the slides. Some of it will be of interest, some of it won't. So depending on the questions and answers and things like that, let's make it more of a dialogue rather than a presentation. And I am conscious of the fact that we're running a little bit behind schedule, I think, so I'll still try to aim for the 4:15 finish time. Sorry guys, that I think is the wrong slide deck. Yeah. So, in the meantime, I will carry on. Don't you love technology? What it normally boils down to is the technology works, it's the communication between individuals and human error that can influence outcomes. So, let's bear that in mind. Why is satellite important, and why should we be talking about it? And I've noted down a few comments from some of the previous presentations, particularly the last one from Tyson, from Nova Networks, and the Virtual Hub presentation. And connectivity basically is key. Without connectivity, a lot of the things that and you have seen and heard about today, and you will see and hear about over the next few days, if you don't have the connectivity from the remote rural location back to either the intranet, internet, or whatever that connectivity needs to be connected to, a hospital, etc., it's all going to fall to pieces. So connectivity is imperative. And whilst terrestrial connectivity, including fiber optics, microwave, LTE networks, etc., is great, there are many locations where that connectivity is not available, particularly in Canada. And also, even if you do have terrestrial connectivity, then if that connectivity fails, you've got a problem. So even though there may well be a virtual health hub set up just up the road, no doubt that will be fed by fiber, but if that fiber gets cut for whatever reason, you're then without your connectivity. So satellite becomes an important point in the backup. So I'm glad I mentioned the 48 years of work experience, because it shows I'm getting old and I've lost my memory. I sent Pamela the wrong set of slides, so I apologize. Here we go. So, I thought as we're going to talk about satellites, it would be important to try and lay some foundations about what satellite connectivity really is, because otherwise, if you don't have that basic understanding about some of the things I'm going to tell you, it gets a little bit confusing. There we go. So I'm going to cover some satellite basics, and feel free to shout out and ask questions at any moment in time about anything that I'm going to talk about. Okay. So in the traditional satellite world, in the past and even in the present, we've largely been providing satellite services from something called geostationary satellites. And what that means in essence is that the satellites are located in a geostationary position at about 36,000 kilometers of altitude above the equator. Does anybody know what the circumference of the Earth is, just to put that in proportion? There's a free muffin for anyone that gets the correct answer. No? Okay. So it's about 40,075 kilometers in comparison. Now, with the communication by satellite, a signal has to come from the ground station on the Earth up to the satellite and back down to a remote user terminal, a remote location. So that distance is actually doubled. So that's about 72,000 kilometers of round-trip distance. And it takes quite a long time for any form of digital signal to transmit over that combined distance. So typically with geostationary satellite services, the latency or the time to transmit the signal from point A to point B can be noticeable, especially if we're having real-time conversations, Teams meetings, etc., etc. Those geostationary satellites go round the equator as the Earth revolves. So in real terms, they are always in the same position. If we're looking at a satellite above the equator, the satellite is moving as the Earth is moving. It's effectively in the same position the whole time. So it's providing a constant coverage beam to a selective geographical area. That's how it is with geostationary satellites. Now, with low Earth orbit satellites, and the OneWeb system in particular, we have a polar orbit. And that means the satellites go in orbit from the North Pole to the South Pole. On that picture, that's on the far side of the Earth, and then back up the other side. And they operate at approximately 1,200 kilometers of altitude. So it's much, much nearer to the Earth, making the signal transmission distance much, much quicker, which improves the real-time experience for any end users. The OneWeb constellation has 12 of these orbital planes spread out around the circumference of the Earth. And this video, if it works, will give a quick explanation. It's only 3 minutes. It's as good as a Netflix movie. And it will give you an overview of how the system actually works. So if you guys at the back could press the play button, please. Do we have sound? If not, don't worry. So this is an aerial view of user terminals deployed at various locations. For some reason, we love the color white, so a lot of the video is in white, but I'm sure you'll get the overall impression. Whoa. Here we go again. So, all of these remote user terminals deployed at various locations. The user terminals can support multiple different types of services. Primarily, we're focusing on land services, but we're also able to provide services to maritime and to aeroplanes in the future, next year. The remote user terminals, that's an example of one on a roof. The signal is beamed up from the remote user terminal. Let's say it's in Atlin in northern BC, up to the satellite dish, and it can provide signals of between up to 195 megabits in the downstream direction, 32 megabits in the upstream direction maximum, providing lots of bandwidth. The satellites, as I previously mentioned, are going in these polar orbits from north to south, south to north, in the 12 orbital planes. That gives a total of 648 satellites in orbit. And all of those satellites have now been launched. Some are being maneuvered into their final positions to provide service south of 25 degrees, and they're operating at a height of 1,200 kilometers, meaning the latency is less than 100 milliseconds compared to the much higher latency for geostationary satellites. The beams that the satellites provide, you can just see on the screen here. So looking at the state of Alaska, we have 16 beams that are constantly moving as the satellites move. And whilst the satellites are moving, at the same time, the Earth is rotating. So there are 2 degrees of mobility that need to be factored in. Oh, never mind, I'll ignore that bit. Here we see the satellites going in their polar orbits. The Earth isn't shown rotating, but it actually is. And the technology that supports this capability is almost exactly the same as the technology that is used for LTE mobile networks. The user terminals are like the handsets that you use. The base stations are the satellites in the sky, but there are 2 levels of complexity in terms of the mobility rather than the 1 level that we have on a ground LTE network. All of our interconnect sites where we pass off the traffic to our partners are interconnected by using fiber optic links on a global basis, and it supports all manner of real-time services. Anything that you'd want to do on a fiber optic network, you can effectively do as well on a satellite LEO network. And I think that was the 3-minute video. Unfortunately, it was with my voice and not the soundtrack, which was much better. So, next slide, please. So, focusing on what LEO satellite services offer, effectively, the best summary of it is providing connectivity to those very remote, hard-to-reach places, and providing resiliency and backup for those places that already have terrestrial connectivity. And I'll give you an example of why backup services are really, really important. As we probably all know, this summer we suffered with many, many forest fires in different locations. And the Northwest Territories in particular was very badly hit. And the cable, the fiber optic cable that goes between Yellowknife and Inuvik up in the north was cut by the fire. So Inuvik was cut off from their normal telecommunication services until that fiber could be replaced. OneWeb, in conjunction with our partner in that area, Northwestel, provided some LEO satellite connectivity from Inuvik to maintain the community telecommunications services, including internet access and normal voice services, until the fiber optic cable could be repaired. And let's hope we don't have many more instances of terrible forest fires next year or in the coming years, but I think it is a good illustration of how important it is to think that what happens if our normal connectivity goes down? How quickly can we replace that in terms of an alternative connection? And particularly if we're talking about medical services in remote communities, I would suggest that it is important to be able to have those alternative services up and running within hours or less than an hour, compared with days, which might be the only other feasible alternative. 2 other points I want to make from this slide are the speeds that we're able to sustain. The user terminals themselves can support, as you saw on the previous slide, speeds of up to 195 megabits in the downstream direction, 32 megabits in the upstream direction. The speed is defined by the capability of the system and the capability of the user terminal. OneWeb's general service offering speeds are currently focusing on a maximum speed of 100 megabits in the downstream direction, 20 megabits in the upstream direction. The other point I want to make is that OneWeb's approach to providing services globally is not to provide services directly to the end users. We work very much in a partnership model with selected partners that can deliver our services to the end users. And there are some important reasons for that. Our local partners are the ones that have the local capabilities. They're able to provide the feet on the ground, the people to install the terminals, support the terminals if something goes wrong, and provide any other system integration services. Whilst we can provide connectivity to a remote site, a remote community, it may well be that within that community, Wi-Fi distribution or some other form of local distribution is required. Our partners can provide that service, whereas OneWeb can't. We are a global service provider, and our business model is to work through local partnerships, and we have a number of those in Canada, which I'll come on to in a moment. And I think that's all I'm going to say on that particular slide. Within Canada, all of the traffic that is sent from the remote terminals, the remote locations, is delivered to either one of two interconnection points. One is based in Calgary, covering the western side of Canada. The other one is based in Toronto, covering the eastern side of Canada. As you may have gleaned from the short movie presentation, the communication comes from the remote terminals up to the satellites and then is delivered down to a gateway site which we call a satellite network portals. We have currently 4 satellite network portals, actually it's 5, covering the whole of Canada, because Canada's a big country. It's 7% of the land mass of Earth, 7%. That's a lot of coverage. So we have 1 in Alaska, 2 in the States, 1 in Greenland, and 1 actually in Norway, because Norway is very close to the northern top of Canada. And shortly, by the end of this year, we will have a 6th gateway located in Yellowknife, or just outside Yellowknife, which will provide true connectivity for Canada, and more importantly, data sovereignty as well, because then none of the traffic from the remote user terminals lands outside of Canada, which is an important point for data security, as we've heard earlier on. I'm going to talk more about the individual types of user terminals that we have currently on offer and on our roadmap, and why they are important. But in the interest of time, I'm just going to move through the slides. This is an example of what one of our gateway sites looks like in winter, probably in summer as well, because this is the one in Alaska, located in a place called Talkeetna. And each of those individual dishes that you can see there, they are monitoring and tracking all of the satellites as they pass overhead. So they're moving constantly to provide connectivity to the different satellites in each orbital plane. So it's quite a complex system. Can I just do a time check with the folks at the back? How are we doing?
You got about 25 minutes.
Right. So currently, our first service offering, when we launched the service in late 2021, was focusing on Alaska in the US, northern Canada above 50 degrees. Well, actually, that's most of Canada. It's not just northern Canada. And also Greenland. And we have been providing service there consistently since November 2021. We've expanded our number of distribution partners in Greenland, Canada, and Alaska, and we're pleased to say that the service has been working successfully using our distribution partners to provide connectivity to some very remote locations and communities, supporting a number of different applications, including broadband internet access, standard telecoms access for real-time applications, telemedicine, and remote learning. So on the right of this slide, you can see an example of one of our parabolic user terminals. And again, on this slide, we're stressing the point that we work through partners. OneWeb can supply the user terminals, but those user terminals are manufactured by third-party suppliers. I'll explain that in a little bit more detail in a moment. It's quite okay for our partners to source those user terminals directly from the suppliers. We really want to make sure that we provide the connectivity, and the end devices that go on the end can be supplied by any supplier that has been approved to work on our network. We really want it to be similar to a mobile phone network where there are a range of different models available, and those models come at different price points and offer different types of functionality. Whoops, too far. So speaking of the user terminals, the terminals that we currently have on offer are shown at the top. We have dual parabolics or single parabolics, the dome-shaped devices that look like igloos. They come from a company called Intellian. They were the first units that we were able to offer. But what is more of interest now and is of growing interest are the different types of flat panel devices that are being supplied. So we have a device from a company called Kymeta based out of the States, the U8 Hawk, that's been deployed at several sites within Canada. We have a folding panel that comes from a company called Insert, and it's something that you can put in a backpack. It just opens up, goes on a tripod, and is ready for service, an easy deployment almost instantaneously. And then coming within early 2024, we'll have a number of different models of flat panel devices from both Hughes and Intellian. Now, there's a lot of factors around end user terminals that need to be considered. So, as we all know, sometimes it gets a little bit chilly in Canada, and especially in the north, and sometimes it snows, even where I live on Vancouver Island. So, the dual parabolics have shown themselves to be ideal for working in those cold, snowy conditions down to -40, -50. They've been deployed, they're working fine. The Kymeta flat panels also have been deployed in those cold environments and snowy environments, and they're working fine. Some of the models are more appropriate for warmer climates where there is less temperature sensitivity. They are not all rated down to -40. Most of them are rated down to a minimum of -30, but some models have that specification for low temperature down to -40. So the type of deployment of the user terminals depends on the different capabilities and also the price factor. The critical thing when deploying any service at these remote locations is the field of view. As you saw from the previous slides, all of the satellites are passing overhead. So if we're looking on the ground and we're looking up to the sky, we have to envisage satellites passing overhead either in that direction or the other direction. They might be slightly to the left, they might be slightly to the right, or east to west, however you want to phrase it. So all of the terminals need to have that clear field of view. It needs to be approximately 60 degrees from the vertical. Now, for the geostationary satellite services, if you're based in northern Canada, you're looking at the equator, so you've got to be looking in that direction down towards the south. And if there's trees or mountains in the way, you have a problem with providing that connectivity. With the overhead connectivity, you're much less limited in terms of being able to provide that connection. So you're really looking for a clear cone of upright visibility to connect to those satellites. In terms of key use cases for Canada, I've already mentioned the ability to provide quick deployments for fire-ravaged neighborhoods or communities. So resilience and business continuity is really, really important. But in terms of what we've heard today here from some of the previous presentations, particularly focusing on telehealth, telemedicine, the OneWeb LEO satellite service, because of its low latency, it really enables those real-time connections for patient diagnostics, etc., collaboration with a remote specialist, all of those types of applications for telemedicine to be enabled. I can't stress enough how much improved the user experience is. If you're trying to have a conversation with someone who's located in a specialist hospital down south, and you've got that very much real-time experience where there's no delay, how much it improves that user experience, especially when you're dealing with something as critical as health. You want to make sure that there are no lags, no interruptions, and you can have an effective dialogue. But obviously that same capability extends to the other things that you can see here on this slide, schools and education. Personally, if I were to rate in terms of importance for rural communities, the different use cases, I would say healthcare, schools and education, and emergency services are the critical services that need to be supported. The rest largely can be considered as enterprise services, which in my mind are slightly less critical than some of the ones that we're focusing on here in this conference. I'm going to skip over that. So our partners. As I mentioned before, we work through a partnership model. And the best way of trying to put that in perspective really is to think about buying a truck or a car. If you want to go out and buy a truck or a car, you don't go directly to Ford or GMC or Toyota or whatever your chosen brand is. You go to a dealership. So OneWeb is akin with Ford, General Motors, Toyota, and our dealers are the equivalent of a dealership. It's where you can buy a truck or a car from your chosen brand. Same thing with OneWeb and our dealers. So currently we're working with Northwestel, as Cherish already mentioned, providing services in northern BC, Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. We're also working with the other companies that you can see here on the slide, Galaxy, Bell, who are the mother company of Northwestel, Network Innovations, ISM Kyndryl, Hughes, and shortly Rogers and TELUS. And we're not limited to the number of partners that we will work with, but we want to make sure that those partners are chosen carefully so that they can provide the resources and the capability to install and support any deployments that are made in those very remote locations. Perhaps the only way of accessing those locations is by flying in. There are no roads. You have to fly in. So do these partners have the capability for really supporting the services, installing them and supporting them? All of the traffic that comes from the remote sites is delivered back to either the Toronto or Calgary interconnect sites where we interconnect with these partners, and those partners are then themselves responsible for either supplying the internet connectivity, acting as an internet service provider, or perhaps they want to provide connectivity through to a health network at a central location as part of a larger wide area network for a health authority. It is that partner's responsibility to provide the overall end-to-end connectivity. The OneWeb piece of it is really the last mile access. And when I say last mile, it's actually more than a mile because it's going up to the satellites and back down again over almost 2,500 kilometers. In terms of First Nation service delivery, we're currently working through our partners with the companies that you can see here in terms of First Nation relationships. We're working with Galaxy and Pan-Arctic Communications to provide a new Arctic telecommunication company. We're working with ISM, who's a part of Kyndryl. They provided services to the First Nation Health Authority in Fort Ware. And we're also working with a company called Broadband Communications North to provide services through one of our partners to Manitoba's largest Indigenous network. But that's only 3 cases, and the only 3 cases where we have been able to provide OneWeb services through our partners to First Nations communities. And I'd like to ask the question of what is the feeling of what is preventing this being a larger number of communities and engagement with First Nations environments. We were at Vancouver last year and we Cherish and I talked for a long time about providing services to Atlin. And I think that really didn't go anywhere. Keep me honest here, Cherish. Efforts were made to provide some form of engagement through our partners, and I think there were some basic challenges that proved to be a little bit too difficult to overcome. And this is just from what I've learned from my side of the table. The partnership model needs to be very, very well understood. How is the funding going to be supplied? What about the engagement with funding authorities? And what other challenges really exist between OneWeb being able to provide services? We can technically do it, but how can that translate to First Nations communities engaging through our partners to have access to those services? And I don't have all the answers. I don't have even all of the questions. But I'd welcome your feedback on that to see how we can improve things so that maybe this time next year we're in a position to say, from a First Nations perspective across Canada, we are now engaging on a much wider basis. And I'm open to all suggestions regarding that. And on that note, I am going to end the presentation because I want to leave time for some questions and discussion, if that is possible. Do we still have time, Pam? Good. Okay, any questions?
Sorry, Tim.
Or feedback, anything.
Hi, my name is Tim Wojtak, again, Director of IT. We do a lot of connectivity support and services. We're also a part of the First Mile Connectivity Consortium. Again, I'm mentioning that name because this organization has many members who are First Nations telecom providers, and we welcome these types of services to be available for them. They're all qualified and what have you to provide services. They are trying to get diversity in their connectivity. As you know, fiber is great, but when it breaks, they need an alternate service. Right now, the UBF does not allow for diversity connectivity. The federal government funding, we have communities applying for it, and it's not eligible for redundancy connectivity. So we're trying to fight that through the FMCC organization. So what is your organization doing to bring that attention to government, how that's really critical? In Quebec, for example, we had tons of forest fires that really disabled a lot of communications. But that's really critical, right, to all of this. And the other thing I just want to mention to you that there are a lot of First Nations companies involved in telecommunications that you could approach, and we welcome that type of relationship building, like your Seek and Partners. Well, there's a partner entity that's ready for you, your organization to listen to. So,
absolutely. Thanks. So there's 2 points there. So to answer your first point, OneWeb is working closely with ISED and various other government organizations to represent the importance of resiliency and the part that satellite connectivity plays in that. But I think we all know that governments are a little bit slow to move in various areas. Actually, one of my colleagues was supposed to give a presentation today, this presentation instead of me, but he is currently at a government-sponsored satellite conference thing somewhere in Ottawa, where we are trying as a company to push these ideas and educate the government on why it is important that they think about funding resiliency, whether it's satellite or whatever, it doesn't really matter, but the importance is in terms of having ability to support resilient services, because it's too late when you lose the connection, especially if it's critical for healthcare, etc. On your second point, yeah, we welcome any opportunities to work with new partners. We do have a general set of requirements that those partners are able to do the things that we need, which is basically install, maintain, and make sure that the connectivity that we're providing meets its availability for the end users. So if the First Nations companies are able to meet that criteria, then yes, we can certainly start to have that dialogue. And I'm quite happy to put you in touch with my colleague that can facilitate that. But I'll be quite honest, we have, in one instance that I'm aware of, we did start some dialogue with I won't say a First Nation, it's not a First Nations community, a First Nations representative, somewhere in the northeast, I can't remember where, it was quite a while ago, and we just did not have the confidence that they would be able to have a 24-hour network support centre and enough resources. They couldn't prove that they had the capabilities to install and maintain something that was basically going to be a community-defined broadband solution for multiple communities. I believe it was in Nunavut. So summary is, if First Nations organization can meet the criteria, yes, then there are no barriers to them becoming a welcome partner. And I certainly would welcome it, because I think it could be, the start of something great, and then that would perhaps encourage others to follow suit.
So we'll be in touch for sure. Thank you.
Sure. So you've got my name. It's on the thing. Before we leave, I'll give you my email address, and we can continue the dialogue. Because words are fine, aren't they? You can stand up here and make presentations and false promises, but what we want to really see are results and actions, and that starts with a dialogue. So thank you for your question.
Any other questions?
Cherish, I've got a question for you. Yes. I'd like your feedback and opinion of what you experienced working with OneWeb after the conference last year, trying to get things set up in Atlin, because I've been to Atlin and it is the most beautiful place I've ever been to. Mind you, I was there in summer, not winter. But I would welcome your feedback, because we tried last year after our discussion, so I'll give the mic back to you and I'll stand here and listen.
Thank you so much, Paul, for your engaging presentation. I'm from a small place called Atlin, British Columbia, which is a half an hour away from the Yukon border. We often refer to it as Atlin YT, just because we're so close. But I have a huge jurisdictional issue because my ILEC, my local incumbent exchange carrier, was TELUS, but where I live, the closest fiber is 1,400 kilometers away. So I had members of my team meet with OneWeb, and we were trying to look for solutions for Atlin last September. And we were still just working on a broadband connectivity study to try and bring options, because we're a land island, we have no infrastructure coming in and out. And so what happened was my team did meet with OneWeb, but we were so closely tied to TELUS that in the spring I had to present to the CRTC in their northern hearing to actually switch the local incumbency from TELUS to Northwestel. And I also got an investment from Indigenous Services Canada to build a cell phone tower on my reserve, which really was the impetus for the local ISPs to look at bringing fiber to Atlin. So I haven't really looked with Northwestel and OneWeb right now. There might still be an opportunity for an interim solution until the fiber comes. But if anybody would like to know more about my own brand project and my own journey, we do have a networking event tonight in the same room. It's going to be from 7 to 10 p.m. And I really hope that we get to see a lot more faces and people there networking. So again, that's going to be tonight from 7 to 10. And Paul, your discussion was about why is satellite important, and you taught us about the basics of satellite. So just that the geostationary satellites that my community was on once upon a time are 36 1,000 kilometers in the air, 72,000 kilometers round trip. That, as we know, creates latency within the network. And you also taught us that the circumference of the planet is 40,075 kilometers. So the latency can be noticeable. With solutions like low Earth orbit, what OneWeb is doing is like a north to south movement of their satellites, and they're only at 1,200 kilometers altitude. So you have 12 of these orbital planes across the circumference of the Earth. And you also talked about the importance of how Yellowknife and Inuvik were cut off from each other, and that low Earth orbit with OneWeb satellite connectivity was provided to support as a backup. Ideally, OneWeb is providing off services of 100 down, 20 up, and their mission is connectivity from space through an innovative low Earth orbit SAT network. Their approach is partnering with governments, regulatory agencies, and telcos to achieve broadband speeds with low latency and global coverage. I also found it really interesting how you referenced that 7% of the landmass of the world is in Canada, and you currently have 5 gateways, and that you have another gateway coming in Yellowknife. Last year, I really liked your, if you want to go back and watch the replay, you talked about Akita in Alaska that got low Earth orbit. You also talked about the different types of user terminals that you have. So the Antillean parabolic that kind of looks like a mushroom, how you have Kiameta U8 Hawk. Both of these are good to approximately minus 40 degrees Celsius. Then you have your Inster FoldSat, and in early 2014 you have your Hughes Flat and Antillean Flat systems, which have also been cold temperature tested. You talked about the field of view, that it needs to be 60 degrees parabolic. For the parabolic stations, they have to be 1.6 meters away, and that the key uses that we're looking for this type of technology are healthcare, emergency service networks, mining, schools and education, business continuity and resilience, and the energy sector. The really interesting point, too, about your business model has to do that it's based on partnerships. So instead of going direct to OneWeb, you're going to go through their distribution partners such as Bell, Galaxy, Hughes, Network Innovations, Northwest Tel, Kyndryl, Rogers, TELUS, and it's a business-to-business solution. So I also heard from Tim, he was talking about how there are Indigenous ISPs who across Canada who are waiting for this opportunity to create that business-to-business partnership instead of just being a consumer, having to go through another distribution channel. And so you mentioned about there's different criteria that Indigenous ISPs need to meet in order to meet that threshold through OneWeb. So I'd be interested in seeing what that criteria is and creating more economic viability and prosperity and opportunity for First Nations.
How do you do that? How do you manage to summarize it?
I try to pick out the best parts and give a summary. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Shane Stevens from the Atlantic region. Paul, last year you did mention, I'm aware that you didn't mention anything about the downtime and how satellites are being replaced when they're down, when they're in orbit.
Yeah,
Can you
sure.
just briefly do that?
That's maybe one of the things that I left out of my original 80 slides. So going back to how the system works, there's the satellites going north to south, south to north, 12 planes across the world. There are, within each plane, there are 5 spare satellites in position. So if one satellite goes wonky, no longer works, that satellite is taken out of service, and the satellites within that plane are remaneuvered into position. It's called ring morphing, to replace the faulty satellite with one of the spares. Does that answer the question? It's a complicated process. And luckily, so far, we haven't had any failed satellites that I'm aware of. OneWeb is going to be a global service, so they've launched all the satellites that are required for that global service. But if you can imagine in your mind the satellites, they all meet at the North Pole and the South Pole. And as they go down towards the equator, they get wider apart. So that means that OneWeb was enabled service initially above 50 degrees north because the satellites are closer together and you don't need quite as many as you do at the equator to provide that reliable service. And we will probably be launching more satellites in the future. We've already started working on our Generation 2 constellation, which should be available in the next 3 or 4 years, perhaps 5 years, which will provide an enhanced range of services that I don't even want to think about at the moment because I'll be retired by then. But technology moves on. But it's a very good question because if a satellite fails, then bang, you've lost your service. And I think that's a good comparison point as well with geostationary satellites. If a geostationary, I need a cup of tea, sorry. If a geostationary satellite fails, that's it, bang, it's all gone. But our constellation has these multiple satellites with spares in position, and that's one real advantage besides the latency over geostationary services. And I forgot to say, and I'll get my butt kicked if anyone from work sees this, I forgot to mention at the beginning that we have now merged OneWeb with Eutelsat. So I'm glad you brought that question up because it gives me a chance now. Oh, thank you. That's very weak tea, but there you go. No, thank you, Pamela. That's wonderful. Yeah, OneWeb has merged with Eutelsat. I don't know if you know Eutelsat, but some of you may know Telesat. Telesat are a Canadian company and Eutelsat are a European company based in France. So there are some similarities, at least they both speak French. Eutelsat is a geostationary service provider, global service provider. And they recognized the importance of where technology was moving in terms of satellite capabilities. And LEO services offer such advantages over geostationary services. Both are good, but they both have their place. But people definitely want lower latency services and higher throughput. And so they made the decision to invest in OneWeb. And as of the end of September, I can't remember the exact date, I think it was the 29th of September. I get confused because my daughter's birthday is around there as well. We merged as one company, so we're now Eutelsat OneWeb. So I have to pay a penalty every time I say OneWeb and not Eutelsat OneWeb, but OneWeb's much easier and it's what I've been used to for 3 years. So that's what you've got. Any more questions? I saw the microphone going somewhere else. It's really hard to see with the lights.
One last question for today. You mentioned the latency or the redundancy of your satellite constellation.
Yes.
That brings me to the question, like we started the day with sustainability. How do you manage those out of commission satellites that are polluting space basically and the garbage that's accumulating out there? Like, and I'm going to ask this to SpaceX when they come to.
No, that's a great question. Yeah, it's a great question. And the way that it is managed, as far as I understand it, is that the satellites are decommissioned and they are somehow brought back to Earth. I don't know if they're brought back in a shopping bag or if they just disintegrate as they re-enter the atmosphere. But OneWeb is one of the founder members of some organization called Space Sustainability or something like that. And that whole organization is focusing on space debris and what happens to satellites that have an end of life. Because the traditional satellite lifespan is 15 to 20 years. And those geostationary satellites up there are big hunking beasts, and I don't know what happens to them. Our satellites are probably same size as this rostrum here, or maybe a little bit smaller if you don't take into account the arms with the solar panels on the side. So it's been factored into the design at a very early phase to make sure that they don't contribute to cluttering up space and sustainability. Excellent question, thank you. And I'm really glad to hear that Atlin is going to get fibre at some point. Progress.
Northwestel spends a lot of time working on community engagement, and particularly with the fiber. Many First Nations have formal partnerships and agreements with Northwestel. Northwestel is going to be giving me 2 to 4 strands of, well, my First Nation, 2 to 4 strands of fiber. And there's an economic viability there, you know, for First Nations to think about what they're going to be doing, particularly in Yukon with their fiber. So I think that's a really great partnership that OneWeb has established with Northwestel. Like I mentioned, they're the sole monopoly of the North outside of low Earth orbit. So this is the end of our day. I want to thank everyone that was able to come today and listen to our really amazing speakers. We started off with Amazon talking about BC digital health strategies with AWS services. We had presenters from IBM talking about Invisi reporting and specifically looking at sustainability. And after that, we also had TribalHub with Michael Day, a similar organization in the United States. We also had Dr. Ivor Mendez and Veronica McKinney talk about the Virtual Health Hub. We heard about deep learning and AI research for aerial images for traditional foods and medicines. And we heard from Tyson Rodfrey from Nova Networks talking about how if we can incur cost savings if we all work together with our purchasing. And finally, we had OneWeb talking about their connectivity update and how they're going to have a new base station in Yellowknife, which is exciting. So tomorrow we have another full agenda. We have Powerland talking about data governance, Smile Digital Health, community showcase of BOCM, Tricycle will be here. We also are talking about cybersecurity threats. Google will be doing a presentation about their investments in Canada. We also have Indigenous Women in Tech report coming up in the afternoon. We have Microsoft talking about generative AI within First Nations communities, and we also have a community showcase about Quebec. So I am so excited to have you all here. It's so invigorating to be able to listen to different people's perspectives and start to shape the future of healthcare for Indigenous communities across the North. There are many exciting things that are coming, like within the next 5 years, and it'll be really interesting to see where we're at this time next year as we continue to roll out services and programs to our different jurisdictions. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you all back here at 7 o'clock.